Chapter 1850. A deputy general from a Zhong family was covered in blood. After leaving the battlefield outside the mountain pass, he rode his horse to Zhong Tan's side. He casually broke an arrow that was nailed into his armor and said while panting, "Young master, give me another 500 men of sacrifice. We will definitely break Bailiang's formation." Zhong Tan collected his thoughts and looked at the battlefield in the distance. He shook his head and said, "Most of the Zhong family's men are already dead." The deputy general who had personally charged into the enemy's formation twice was stunned. He looked around and realized that the Zhong family's direct cavalry had indeed suffered a shocking loss. In this battle, Zhong Tan didn't hide anything. He didn't hesitate to use the Zhong family's cavalry as the vanguard to break through the enemy's formation. If he wasn't so ruthless and decisive, the 500 Bailiang Dragon Elephant cavalry wouldn't have been the first to die. The 1,200 Baimang cavalry that were piled up with the Dragon Elephant cavalry's corpses were all Zhong family's private cavalry. At that time, the Baimang cavalry had almost succeeded. It was the 500 men of sacrifice from the Longxiang army who had risked their lives to kill the warhorses. They succeeded in stopping the Zhong family's cavalry from advancing smoothly. After that, Zhong Tan used 200 to 300 men of the Zhong family's elite cavalry to break through the enemy's formation several times. However, they were all blocked by the Bailiang general. The deputy general said hatefully, "If it were somewhere else, we wouldn't be able to kill them even if we gave them another 5,000 men from Liuzhou." Zhong Tan, whose direct cavalry had suffered heavy casualties, smiled bitterly and said with emotion, "Yes, it's a pity that we're at the end of Miyun Pass. We can't advance or retreat." The deputy general, who had never thought of retreating, was puzzled when he heard this strange statement. "Young master, why can't we retreat? Besides, this battle can still be fought. It's a little difficult to win, and we'll probably lose another 3,000 to 4,000 men. However, we definitely won't retreat, right?" Zhong Tan glanced back and then looked out of the pass again. "Even you know that the troops outside Bailiang Pass are a lost cause. Why is that Bailiang general still fighting to the death and not retreating? From Yiyun Pass to Fengxiang Town and Linyao Town, it's a flat land with no obstacle for the cavalry to gallop. Why is Bailiang defending this place to the death? It's obvious that so many people are going to die. Is it purely to exchange troops?" The deputy general's heart trembled. He looked towards the mountain pass behind the northern Mang cavalry and muttered, "Young master, didn't those great figures of our western capital's imperial court all say that Lu province's battle is insignificant?" Zhong Tan took a deep breath and said self-deprecatingly, "I only realized that Bailiang had gone mad after encountering this troop. They chose Lu province as the location of the second battle of Liangmang." Zhong Tan pointed the tip of his sword outside the pass and laughed nastily. "It doesn't matter. As long as we can charge out of Miyun Pass, Bailiang will lose miserably in this desperate gamble." Zhong Tan ordered in a deep voice, "All Zhong family cavalry, charge with me." The two Kiliarchs who had been itching to give it a try cupped their fists and accepted the order. The deputy general hesitated and asked cautiously, "Young master, are you really going to charge personally?" Zhong Tan laughed boldly. "I want to meet that Bailiang general personally." Intuition told this Baimang Xia Jumo that killing that Bailiang general was more meaningful than killing 10,000 Bailiang cavalry. 10,000 cavalry galloped through Miyun Pass like lightning. The leader of the cavalry was Chao Wei. The 10,000 cavalry behind him had already changed horses many times. Behind them, there were constantly supporting horses lying on the ground. Many of the cavalry were foaming at the mouth. There were even a few hundred horses that fell to the ground and died. On the other hand, Chao Wei's 10,000 cavalry had also stretched out an extremely long line. This kind of long-distance attack that completely disregarded the horse's power and formation, if it was any other battlefield, would definitely make the generals curse out loud. It was simply treating it as child's play. The 10,000 cavalry were like a surging river flowing east. At this moment, The Miyun Pass was like the Guangling River. There were constantly tired horses whose legs went soft. The only thing the cavalry, with excellent horsemanship, could do was turn their horses around slightly and try their best to fall to the left and right sides of the path. The cavalry that fell to the ground didn't care about the life or death of their beloved steeds and quickly changed horses to continue charging forward. Fortunately, most of the spears, lances, cavalry, bows, and light crossbows were given to Xieshi's cavalry. To a certain extent, it reduced the burden on Chao Wei's cavalry. Chao Wei muttered to himself, "Xie brat, don't think that I'll help you collect your corpse. If you can't hold on any longer, the northern Mang barbarians will be waiting for you outside the mountain pass. In addition to the rotten Buddha Mountains monk soldiers that are eating sand behind this daddy's ass, this daddy's 10,000 cavalry will be finished in this godforsaken place." Galloping all the way, Chao Wei felt that every slight breath of his was as clear as thunder. It even covered the sound of the horse's hooves. This meant that his 10,000 cavalry were almost at their physical limits. It also meant that such an extremely tired cavalry had in fact lost the ability to charge back and forth. Chao Wei was betting that Xieshi's brat could not only guard the exit of Miyun Pass, but also that Xieshi's cavalry could heavily injure Zhong Tan's cavalry. This was unreasonable. Chao Wei thought to himself, "Xie brat, I know this is difficult, but you are one of the two jade annulus of West Chu, Xieshi's border." Approaching the easternmost part of Miyun Pass, Chao Wei, who had been muttering, "Let me hear something, let me hear something," suddenly laughed out loud. He almost laughed until tears came out his eyes. Chao Wei, who could already hear the sound of fighting in front, suddenly stopped his horse. He turned his head and roared, "Change horses! Put on armor!" Soon, Chao Wei laughed involuntarily and said, "Now that things have come to this, change horses my ass." The 10,000 cavalry gradually came to a stop. Then, everyone put on their armor and drew their swords. In the western region, far away from the central plains, the 10,000 Bailiang cavalry led by Chao Wei were like a sudden appearance. They temporarily stopped to rest and reorganize. It was like a Guangling river that suddenly stopped. After it stopped, it surged to the east. Chao Wei raised his cold sword and urged his horse forward. He shouted with all his might, "Kill!" The Battle of Miyun Pass. It was hailed as the best cavalry battle after the spring and autumn period. Chapter 1851. All good things must come to an end. The pair of persimmons and tangerines of Bailiang parted ways with Chen Wang. The latter continued on his way to his hometown, and the young eunuch naturally acted as Chun Xiaobao's coachman. After the former turned into the dangerous Tongwan Pass at the eastern gate of Yangzhou, he paused for a moment before continuing his journey west. According to Whispering Water spies, the entourage of the Liang imperial court delivering the edict was less than half a day's journey away from the young king. The three python-clad eunuchs of the Directorate of Ribbon Insignia could never have imagined that the king of Bailiang, who was supposed to stay at Mount Qingliang to receive the edict, was actually hanging on their tails. Following the main courier route, which was far more developed than the Central Plains, the two parties continued their journey west. Su Fengyan and Su Beiji refused the escort of the elite cavalry at Tongwan, so they only had Fan Shaochai and Mi Fengjie as their retainers. The four of them and their horses looked like the sons of a rich family leisurely traveling through the mountains and rivers. Mi Fengjie had originally reached the Finger Mystery Realm step by step. After the battle in the rain on the small street, he had comprehended a lot and vaguely showed signs of a bottleneck loosening. On the other hand, Fan Shaochai had not benefited at all. This was probably their own fated chance that could only be understood and not explained. For this reason, Mi Fengjie especially asked Su Fengyan about the mysteries of the celestial phenomenon realm. During their conversation, he revealed his yearning for the old god of sword Li Chuangong's famous skill, the two-sleeved green snake. How could Su Fengyan not know what Mi Fengjie was thinking? He also spoke frankly with this swordsman who had matured late in life. Although the two-sleeved green snake was incomparably powerful, it was unfortunately not suitable for Mi Fengjie's own style of swordsmanship. It was especially unsuitable for him to change his style at this time. After some thought, Mi Fengjie understood the crux of the matter, but he inevitably felt some regret. He was different from Su Fengnian. He had trained hard for more than 40 years, and his swordsmanship and sword will had long become a set. The two-sleeved green snake needed to integrate the essence, qi, and spirit of the swordsman. It was not that Mi Fengjie could not study the two-sleeved green snake, nor could it be that he could not break through and improve. At this moment, Mi Fengjie had just touched the threshold of the celestial phenomenon realm, so there was no need for him to gamble at this critical moment. It was like a court official who was already the second in command of the ministry works to become a minister. But the two-sleeved green snake was two, and the two-sleeved green snake. Two of two. The two-sleeved. The two-sleeved two. Of the it as the me. Su Beiji had already heard Su Fengnian describe the situation of the battle in the rain. He was famous in Bailiang's officialdom for being heartless, but he still had some lingering fears. When the four riders stopped to rest in a tea house by the roadside, Su Fengnian drank a bowl of bland tea that could not compete with the heat of autumn. He suddenly said to Su Beiji, after drinking the tea, "We will follow the directorate of credentials." Su Beiji was not afraid of the cold, but he was most afraid of the heat. As he drank his tea, he asked the owner of the tea house for a cattail leaf fan and shook it vigorously. "What? You want to demand an exorbitant price? After you were taught a lesson by that strange eunuch, you want to vent your anger on the eunuchs of the Directorate of Credentials?" Su Fengnian ignored the man's sarcasm. "Taking advantage of this opportunity, I plan to ask the Imperial Court for a Deputy Provincial Governor and Deputy Provincial Governor of Bailiang. I'll inform them first so that they won't be caught off guard." Su Beiji frowned and said, "This is not easy to handle. If it were an ordinary official, it would be fine. But the Deputy Judushi and Deputy Administrator's request is considered a report between the General and the Minister. It requires the approval of the big shot of the Men Province. Although Chan Wang happens to be the left-scattered cavalry officer of the Men Province and can be considered legitimate, he is destined not to bring his official seal with him on this trip. What's more, with Chun Wang's cautiousness, he would never agree to your impromptu plan." The requests of officials below the third rank had always come from the Ministry of Appointments and the Ministry of War. In these 20 years, when Su Xiao was still alive, the Ministry of Appointments and the Ministry of War had given Bailiang more than 700 blank requests 3 times. They allowed Bailiang to choose their own officials. The Imperial Court was just a figurehead. This was not because Bailiang was domineering and separatist. In reality, excluding the vassals of the Duke of Huainan Zhao Ying, even the Duke of Jiaodong Zhao Sui, who was the weakest and closest to Graydon City, could do this. Of course, in terms of numbers, they could not be compared to Bailiang or Yanqi. However, the obituaries of high-ranking officials, such as the Six Ministries Minister or the Provincial Governor-General of a province, were known as the obituaries of generals since the Great Feng Dynasty. They were all written on golden and multicolored silk paper by the provincial officials under their command, and then presented to the sovereign. The grade of the paper was linked to the specific official title. The reason why Northern Liang Path's Deputy Administrator Song Dongming was not recognized by the Central Plains was because he lacked this indispensable process. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "At most, we can have Graydon City make up for it later. It's just a small matter of writing a courier." Su Beiji's tone was not as casual as Su Fengnian's. "Will Yang Xinxing have any thoughts?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "I've already talked to Yang Xinxing." The old man looks relieved. Su Beiji smiled coldly and said, "You believe it?" Su Fengnian said flatly, "Maybe one day, Yang Xinxing will be sincerely grateful to Bailiang." Su Beiji turned his head and asked for another cup of tea from the tea house owner. He took the teacup and waited until the old man was far away before asking, "Your troublesome father-in-law, Lu Dongjiang, was promoted from the provincial governor of Liangzhou to deputy administrator? In this way, won't there be suspicions that he was promoted on the surface but demoted on the inside?" Su Fengnian gently put down the teacup and said slowly, Lu Dongjiang was originally someone who wanted fame more than power. In addition, Li Gongda repeatedly asked to resign from the position of administrator. Therefore, Lu Dongjiang will only feel that his first transaction with Beiliang civil officials is a step closer. At this point, Su Fengyin lowered his head and looked at the empty teacup in a daze. He then raised his head and smiled. Then it settled. You will be the deputy provincial governor. Su Beiji subconsciously grunted in acknowledgement. After taking a sip of tea, he suddenly came back to his senses. He stared and said, "Not the provincial governor of Liangzhou." Su Fengyin laughed loudly and said, "Leave that position for Baiyu." Su Beiji stared at this young vassal king and said through gritted teeth, "Bullshit." Su Fengyin was silent. Mi Fengjie and Fan Shaochai did not know why the two of them suddenly turned against each other. Su Beiji was so angry that he laughed. "Do I, Su Beiji, need you to arrange a retreat? Do I need you, Su Fengyin, to set up a ladder for me in the imperial court of Liang?" In the second battle of Liangmang, there was bound to be a victor. If Beiliang lost, the Liang imperial court would definitely absorb a large number of Beiliang officials. Beiliang's generals would usually die outside the pass. Although there are fence-sitters, there should not be many of them. At most, people like Cao Xiaojiao would leave the northwest. After the fall of Beiliang's civil officials outside the pass, there was not much meaning to their existence. Su Fengyin would not force them to defend Beiliang to the death or leave the northwest. Therefore, Su Beiji, as the deputy provincial governor of Beiliang, will be the highest-ranking military official if nothing unexpected happened. He would be viewed as the most desirable person by the Liang imperial court. What did it mean to be a second-ranked general of Beiliang? Everyone knew by now what it meant to be a second-ranked general of Beiliang. If Beiliang was lucky enough to win, this deputy provincial governor position would naturally be the icing on the cake. At that time, only God knows how many of Beiliang's 300,000 iron cavalry would be left. The integration of Beiliang and the Central Plains officialdom was very likely to be the trend of the times. Beiliang's 4 prefectures, whose vitality was greatly damaged, would probably need someone to be an official in the imperial court to speak up for the people of Beiliang. Qianwang alone was far from enough. Moreover, Qianwang would not be suitable to speak up for Beiliang in the future. After all, Su Beiji was not Zhu Zi, who had just entered Beiliang. He had been in the officialdom for many years and quickly understood the young king's intentions. He sighed and said firmly, "Give this opportunity to Qin Shiliang. I'll pass." Su Fengyin, who was becoming more and more powerful in Beiliang, did not insist on his opinion. He nodded and smiled. "As you wish." Mi Fengjie and Fan Shaochai looked up at the sky at the same time. A black dot appeared in their vision. A handsome bird of prey broke through the sky and landed on the small table where the 4 of them were sitting. It intimately pecked the back of the young king's hand. Su Fengyin skillfully took off the reed pipe that was specially made from the brush room that was hung on the foot of the 6-year falcon. He gently poured out the spy report and opened it. The corners of his mouth curled up as if he was trying hard to suppress a smile. Su Beiji asked, "The military intelligence of the western region?" Su Fengyin handed the roll of paper to Su Beiji. The latter took it and looked at it. He sighed, "This time I'm really relieved." Chapter 1852. With regard to Chao Wei and Xie Shi arbitrarily changing the Lu province strategy set by the protectorate and making an impromptu decision to intercept and kill Zhong Tan's cavalry at Mian Pass, the courier cavalry quickly spread the news from Fengxiang to Mount Qingliang and Huaiyang Pass, causing an uproar among the upper echelons of Beiliang. If not for the fact that Chao Wei and Xie Shi were the trusted aides of Su Fengyin, some of the more experienced and prudent commanders of the border army would probably have cursed them out in public long ago. It could be said that Su Fengyin had stood his ground against the objections of the masses and directed a large number of troops toward Lu province. This was especially so when he had rookies like Chao Wei and Yuan Dao, as well as Ko Jianghuai, who were also young outsiders like Xie Shi and Xie Shi, as the main generals of the Lu province campaign. Su Fengyin had shouldered an enormous amount of pressure. If the battle situation turned unfavorable and the entire Lu province battlefield was in shambles, the enormous prestige that Su Fengyin had accumulated in the First Great War of Liangmang was bound to be severely damaged. Moreover, Liangzhou, which was closely allied with Lu province, was bound to fall into a perilous situation. Su Beiji clicked his tongue and said, "These two brats are truly desperados. They actually managed to take down Zhong Tan's cavalry right under the noses of the monk soldiers of Mount Lanta." Su Fengyin beamed and said, "Chao Wei and Xie Shi have risked their lives to create such a good situation. We can't let it go to waste." Su Beiji said unhappily, "I already know what kind of shit you're going to shit on. Fine, let me, the temporary deputy provincial governor of Beiliang, make a trip to Mount Lanta." Su Fengyin said playfully, "Why did you change your mind?" Su Beiji said something strange. "To me, it's all the same." Su Fengyin did not pursue the matter. He turned to Fan Xiaochai and Mi Fengjie. "The two of you will escort the deputy regional governor to Mount Lanta. At the same time, have Fushui Fong send a message to Chao Weixie on the western border. After he cooperates with the three of you to ascend the mountain and persuade Mount Lanta to form an alliance with Beiliang, they will no longer be under the control of the Liuzhou provincial governor's office, Mount Qingliang, or of the Protectorate General's office." Su Beiji suddenly stood up. Su Fengyin asked, "Is there need to be in such a hurry?" Su Beiji rolled his eyes and walked towards the riders. Su Fengyin had no choice but to stand up and send him off. When Mi Fengjie was paying the bill with the owner of the tea house, Su Fengyin suddenly laughed and said, "Give me more copper coins. I want 2 more bowls of wine." After Su Beiji mounted his horse, he looked down at the young vassal and said with a serious face, "Remember, don't get carried away." Su Fengyin said innocently, "I've seen all kinds of storms and waves. How could I?" Su Beiji laughed coldly and said, "Your smile is almost reaching your ears." Su Fengyin was resentful, but he did not retort. Mi Fengjie and Fan Xiaochai exchanged glances. The old man's eyes were full of smiles. Clearly, he was gratified by this scene of Beiliang's ruler and subject being compatible. Fan Xiaochai, on the other hand, was somewhat annoyed. He seemed to be dissatisfied with Su Beiji's attitude. Su Fengyin waved his hand to send the 3 riders off. After the 3 riders disappeared from his sight, Su Fengyin returned to the table. There were already 2 big white bowls of coarse green ant wine on the table. Su Fengyin had 1 bowl, and Chu Lushan had 1 bowl of gerfalcon. Su Fengyin reached out his hand and stroked its feathers. His eyes were gentle as he smiled and said, "Old friend, drink slowly." Twice in the Yangjianggu, once in the Beimang Jianghu, countless life and death encounters, only this old friend had always been by his side. The owner of the tea house was just an ordinary person with shallow eyes. When he saw the scene of the bird drinking wine, it was an eye-opener. He could not help but sit closer and ask curiously, "Young master, what kind of bird is this? It's so beautiful." Su Fengyin took a sip of the wine and laughed. "It's a gerfalcon from Liaodong." The old man, who had never heard of gerfalcons before, asked tentatively, "To be able to raise such a good bird with such spiritual energy, young master's family must be extraordinary, right?" Su Fengyin grinned and said, "Of course. My father fought for his entire life to accumulate the family business we have today. After he handed it over to me, many important people outside of Beiliang coveted it." The old man felt that the young man in front of him was like the sons of Beiliang generals in other places. They loved to talk about their father's military achievements and were not afraid of choking when they talked big. Who did not know that the rich people in Beiliang, even the rich men in Lingzhou, would not be able to straighten their backs when they met the masters of the neighboring provinces and counties? They would never dare to say that they had a lot of money in their pockets. Su Fengyin took off the jade pendant hanging from his waist. "Old brother, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll treat you to a drink. If you don't have money on you, just leave it here. I'll get someone to redeem it later." The old man first glanced at the jade pendant, which he did not know if was real or fake, and then glanced at the bird drinking wine on the table. He hesitated, but finally nodded and went to pick up 2 jars of high-quality green ant wine that could not be sold. The old man drank moderately at first. When the young master finished a large bowl of wine, he had only drunk half a bowl. Moreover, the old man had a good tolerance for alcohol. If he really drank to his heart's content, he would be able to drink 7 or 8 bowls. However, the old man was the only one managing the tea house. He was worried that if he really got drunk, what if the young man ran away? Then wouldn't he be scolded by his wife from today until the end of the year? Moreover, he had a young grandson who was studying in the village school. The old man was thinking about using the money he had saved this year to buy the 4 treasures of the study for the child. Not long ago, he heard the child come home and say that a young teacher who was originally studying in the academy had come to the village school. His knowledge was greater than the sky. He told them many things about Jiangnan, about the small bridges and flowing water there, and the young teacher also talked about the scenery of his family's garden. In reality, the child did not speak clearly. The old man, who had never even touched a book before, did not understand. However, as he listened, the old man, who had lived a hard life his whole life, felt that there was more hope in his heart. Their village had about 100 families. The first time they went to war with the Baimang barbarians outside the pass, a few families with better resources had secretly run away. When they won the war outside the pass, they all ran back. In the end, they had to go to war again, so no one used the excuse of visiting relatives to go to Lingzhou or leave Baiyang. The old man who ran the tea house received and sent people off all year round. In the end, he was more knowledgeable than the villagers who dealt with crops all year round. After listening to the idle conversations of the customers, the old man unconsciously understood a basic principle. For hundreds of years, the most powerful and unified grassland power, known to have millions of cavalry and millions of soldiers, had not been able to take half a step south into the Central Plains in these 20 years. In the past, there was General Su Shao. Now, there was the new Prince Liang, Su Fengyan. In Baiyang, there were 2 generations of the Su family, father and son. The old man did not understand the harm that the feudal princes posed to the court by seizing power. He also did not understand the conflicts between Baiyang and the Zhao family in Liang. The old man who lived in Baiyang only knew that no matter how fierce the war outside the pass was, in more than 20 years within Baiyang, there had not been a single Baiyang barbarian who rode a horse and carried a sword. The defenseless commoners could live a peaceful life. As long as they were willing to put in effort, they could support their families. Was there anything more comfortable than this in the world? There was none. As time went on, the old man gradually became drunk and happy. That young master was also drunk and said a lot of nonsense. He said that when he was young, he had toasted many generals in the main hall of his home. He even used a genteel phrase, saying something like, "My son will come out to exchange for good wine." He said that at that time, there were old generals like Yan Wenwan, He Zhonghu, Chen Yinxue, and Zhong Hongwu sitting in the main hall of his home. There were also civil officials like Li Gongda and Yan Jieshi, as well as young people like Chen Jibao, Chu Lushan, Yuan Zuozong, Qi Danghua, Yao Jian, and Yi Shizhen. The old man, who was already 70 to 80% drunk, laughed loudly and did not take it seriously. He laughed at the young man and said, "Nonsense, nonsense." In the end, the young man, who seemed to have read some poetry, began to sing loudly, saying that he had something to say to the Central Plains. You only saw 10,000 carps jumping the Dragon Gate at Tingtide Listening Lake. You did not see Mount Qingliang. There were countless famous stone steels. You only saw a bottle gourd's mouth building the capital. You did not see under the high wall. The skeletons of the dead supported each other. You only saw a horse roaring in the west wind in the north of Liangzhou. You did not see the south of the border, the sound of books breaking out of the hut. You only saw 300,000 armored cavalry ruling the world. You did not see the people of Baiyang, every family wearing mourning clothes later on. Whenever the young man mentioned the 2 words Central Plains in front of you, the old man would coincidentally shout the 2 words Baiyang at the top of his voice. The old man did not understand anything. He just wanted to join the fun. The young man's voice was very bleak, just like those sharp persimmon trees that could be seen everywhere in Baelyong. In the winter, they were empty and only had withered branches. In the end, the old man from the tea house lay on the table and fell asleep. The young man stood up shakily and placed the jade pendant in the old man's hand. After helping the old man hold the jade pendant tightly, he walked towards the horse. Under the setting sun, one man and one horse slowly traveled west. The young man dozed off while riding the horse. As the horse's back rose and fell, his body swayed. A person's sleep was like a small death. If he did not wake up, he would die. Chapter 1853. The old man suddenly felt a surge of energy. He raised his head to look at the sky and then turned around with a deep smile. I'm going to take a look at the fairy. Eunuch Song, Eunuch Ma, you two don't need to follow me. I'll be back soon. I'll try my best not to go back to the courier station in the dark. The eunuch in official robes, sitting on the back of the young eunuch, immediately stood up and said considerately, "Since we're already here, it's just a matter of one breath. What harm is there in going back in the dark? It won't delay the proper business." The tallest eunuch, Eunuch Ma, also smiled and agreed. "I'm afraid this is the only chance in my life to be able to accompany Eunuch Lu on an old trip. This little journey can't be considered tiring. This time, the three of us are working for the imperial family and have walked thousands of li." Eunuch Lu smiled and nodded, his expression becoming increasingly benevolent. Although the Directorate of Credentials was not an overly prominent yamen among the 12 directorates of the Liang Imperial Palace and could not be mentioned in the same breath as the Directorate of Ceremonies under Song Tonglu, it was still not to be underestimated. After all, they were helping the monarch of a country look after those iron coupons, edicts, and yellow seals. When they were in Taiyan City, the Director of Credentials was definitely not as peaceful as it was now. It was probably because this diplomatic mission to the northwest had brought great pressure to the three elders of the Directorate of Credentials. It had truly become a case of sharing glory and suffering together. The old saying, "Looking at a mountain will kill a horse," was true. At that time, Eunuch Lu had pointed to the small ferry in the distance and still made the group of people from the Directorate of Credentials exhausted. Even Eunuch Lu had no choice but to apologize to his two sweaty colleagues in official robes. The ferry was still there, but compared to the scene of more than 20 people waiting to carry people across the river to make money, there were now only 4 or 5 people. Eunuch Lu raised his eyes and looked over, feeling a bit disappointed. The villagers were all coarse old men. There were no young men or women. There were very few travelers at the ferry crossing to the other side. Eunuch Lu had originally wanted to turn back, but he was a bit unwilling, so he walked over to the group of old men chatting idly. Those people had clearly noticed this group of people, especially the 3 eunuchs from the Directorate of Credentials. It was too fresh. Even if they were frogs at the bottom of a well that even a county magistrate looked down on a few times in their lives, as long as they weren't blind, they would know that these were influential figures that they couldn't afford to offend. They also knew that they definitely weren't customers who had come to cross the river. Although Longju River was the largest river in Liangzhou, after the government built 2 bridges over a dozen years ago, one for the garrison and the other for the common people to use, there was almost no business to speak of even during the summer and autumn seasons. There were bridges available, but they insisted on strolling along the river. Did they have nothing better to do? Unless it was a merchant or traveler from the north who was in a hurry and didn't want to walk more than 20 li to the bridge in the south, they would wade across the river. However, if it was a large merchant or tycoon who had a good relationship with the government, they could actually use the bridge in the north. However, it was said that after the young vassal king ascended to the throne, the control became stricter. The garrison and the government no longer dared to turn a blind eye to people's convenience like before. Just as Eunuch Lu was preparing to return home, someone suddenly swept across the river from the other side. His white robes fluttered, a long sword at his waist. He skimmed the surface of the river a few times before crossing. After landing gracefully on the shore, the white-robed swordsman ignored the surprised gazes of the villagers and turned to look at his Jianghu friends on the other side of the river. They were betting on who could step on the water the least to cross the river. using this to compare whose sex qigong was better. However, although this young Jianghu hero from a famous sect displayed an arrogant attitude that kept people at arm's length, how could he not be wary of the eunuchs behind him? Since when did Bailiang have eunuchs appear? Everyone knew that Bailiang Palace was different from the other vassal mansions of the Liang dynasty. It had never used eunuchs. After the old man named Su Tu led his iron horse into Jianghu, Liang Jianghu people either stayed at a respectful distance from the court and the government or tried to make friends with them. They had never heard of any sect that could wrestle with the family of an official. This handsome young hero standing by the river was not unfamiliar with the rules of the court, but he was not familiar with the high and mighty Great Peace City. He was not sure what position the eunuchs were qualified to wear the eye-catching red embroidered robe. However, he knew that they were not small fries. Otherwise, they would not be able to leave the palace to do business openly. The two sides were worlds apart in terms of status, so he pretended that he did not see anything. The young eunuch who worked like an ox was good at reading people's expressions. When he saw that the three eunuchs all frowned, he immediately explained in a low voice. Earlier, the female Wulin leader of Mount Hui, Xinyuan Qingfeng, summoned the heroes of Jianghu to encircle and kill a few demons. They killed all the way to the western regions before stopping. After that, many Jianghu people were not in a hurry to leave Bailiang. These people must be young people from the Wulin of the Central Plains. Eunuch Lu snorted coldly. Heroes use force to suppress. Even the West Chu trader Chao Chongqing, the scholarly sage, has repeatedly shown off in Great Peace City. The fat and Buddha-like eunuch Song laughed in a low voice. Jianghu people are not the only ones who rely on force to suppress. Eunuch Lu and Eunuch Ma did not speak. Then, another two Jianghu people of similar age passed by Dragonsteed River. Eunuch Lu suddenly turned his head and asked one of the Imperial Guard commanders with a smile, "Commander Qian, what is the cultivation of these young people? What is the difference between them and the grandmasters of Jianghu?" The burly Imperial Guard with a wooden expression said calmly, "Eunuch Lu, not to mention the 4 realms of first grade, even second-grade master is not a height that these embroidered pillows can reach. With their talent and foundation, unless they have a great opportunity, they will not be able to reach second-grade master in 20 to 30 years." Eunuch Lu nodded and did not have any more interest in investigating. The Jianghu was far, but the court was high. What grandmasters of the martial way? As long as they were not those few people on the martial ranking, they were nothing more than fish in a pond that the emperor casually raised. Just as Eunuch Lu was about to turn and leave, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked hard into the river. A young person that was crossing the river was probably only skilled in external martial arts. His qigong was something that even he, a ribbon insignia eunuch, felt was not good to look at. Not only did he step on the surface of the river many times, the splashes he made were shocking. If others were said to be flying on the grass, then this brother was really rolling in the grass. But this was not something that Eunuch Lu paid attention to. The old man saw a young person carrying a fairy that seemed to be an old woman as they slowly crossed the river. Chapter 1854. In the end, he was trampled by the young hero with terrible qigong, splashing water all over his head. In the Dragonsteed River, the old woman helped the young man wipe the water off his forehead. She was kind, but also a little distressed. She said helplessly, "You've suffered, haven't you? I told you could cross the river yourself, but you insisted on carrying me. I've carried you across the river for decades. Even if I were blind, I could still cross the river during a flood. Why would I need you to carry me?" The young man smiled. "During that storm, the banknotes in my bag almost turned into paste. I didn't have any money with me at the time, and you didn't accept the jade pendant I gave you. I've owed you a favor for so many years. Now that I've finally met you, I should at least carry you." The old woman said gently, "Forget about the jade pendant. I wouldn't even dare to accept broken silver. Crossing the river costs 3 copper coins. No matter how small the broken silver is, it's still too big. Some poor people live hard lives. If they felt that they couldn't live their lives peacefully, they would really be in pain. The old woman suddenly smiled and asked, "Young master, what about old Huang who crossed the river with you? He's the one who loses his front teeth when he smiles. I remember very clearly that he was right behind us. He's also short, and the river was almost up to his neck." The young man said softly, "Old Huang left. He went to a place far away from Baoyang. I didn't see him." The old woman sighed. She didn't know how to comfort this young man who remembered her for so many years because of 5 copper coins. Perhaps in her village, she could remember who owed her a copper coin for half her life. However, the young man carrying her didn't look like a child from a poor family, who would carry him across the river and give him a jade pendant just because he didn't have any copper coins. No matter how worthless a jade pendant was, it was still a jade pendant. The old woman smiled and asked, "Young master, are you married? Do you have any children?" The young man said awkwardly, "I'm about to get married." When the two of them approached the ferry, the old woman asked, "Are you tired?" The young man smiled. "Granny, you're so light. How could I be tired?" The young man then teased, "Granny, you must have been very beautiful when you were young. There must have been many people who came to ask for your hand." Although the old woman was poor, she was dressed in clean clothes and smiled knowingly. She did not nod or say no. When they reached the shore, the young man gently put down the old woman. She asked, "Young master, is it really okay for you to leave the horse on the other side of the river?" The young man smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't lose it." The old woman helped the young man who had rolled up his sleeves to carry her on his back and gently rolled down his sleeves. She said, "When you have a family, you can't always think like this." The young man smiled and nodded. "Got it. I'll be careful with my spending." After the old woman came ashore, she waved her hand at the young man, standing in the shallow part of the river. "Hurry up and go back. See if the things on the horse's back are missing." The young man who had his sleeves down but still rolled up his pants answered with a smile. The old woman slowly walked towards the ferry. Then she saw an old man in strange clothes. She saw him at first glance, even though there were 2 old men in the same red clothes standing beside him. The Liang Insho was the head seal eunuch, and so was Eunuch Liu. He wanted to say something but hesitated. She only smiled faintly and turned her head slightly. She reached out with her skinny fingers and tidied her hair. He looked at her and was about to take a step forward. In the end, he laughed self-mockingly, pulled back his foot, turned, and strode away. And she, just like many years ago, gently waved her hand at the back of the young scholar, just like the young girl of the past. The sky was dim. The eunuch and the imperial bodyguards were the first to leave. The villagers at the ferry who felt that there would be no more business left the river bank like the old woman. The poor young man who was walking toward the other side of the river suddenly turned around and jogged ashore. Although his skin was very good, in the end, clothes make the man. Who would look at a poor boy who was carrying people across the river to earn copper coins? Under the disdainful gazes of the 7 and 8 young heroes of the Jianghu, he approached them and smiled. He strangely said, "Back then, when I and my brothers were wandering the Jianghu like dogs, I had long wanted to do something to you experts drifting across the river." Regardless of whether it was the handsome swordsman in white fluttering clothes or the beautiful young heroine, they were all kicked in the buttocks by this guy who seemed to have had his head crushed by a door. They were all kicked into the Dragonsteed River. That scene was like a pot of dumplings. The young man whose boots were still off on the other side of the river stood barefoot at the ferry. He looked at the drenched chickens who were cursing at him and said seriously, "Skill." If those young heroes of the Jianghu knew the identity of this madman, they probably wouldn't be angry out of humiliation, but would be deeply grateful. According to the rules of the Jianghu, being kicked by one of the 4 great grandmasters of the martial arts evaluation was equivalent to exchanging blows. This was a treatment that even the founders of their sects would be envious of. This kind of lucky thing could be bragged about for 30 years. That great grandmaster of the martial arts evaluation stood on the shore with his hands on his hips. He laughed and said, "I, a hero, will never change my name. I am a #1 figure of the Northwest Tao. In the Jianghu, people call me Invincible Divine Fist, Peerless Leg Technique, #1 Blade, and Divine Sword Technique, Su Fingyan." He had the demeanor of an immortal, the demeanor of a hero, and the bearing of a grandmaster. Naturally, he didn't have any of these. Therefore, the young hero who had just stepped on the water and splashed him all over angrily said, "Sue your grandpa." Everyone only heard that bastard with a smug look on his face laugh and ask, "You don't like it? If you don't like it, then come and hit me. The green mountains will not change, and the green water will flow forever. We will meet again someday." This time, even the heroines and fairies who had to try their best to remain aloof when they fell into the water couldn't bear it anymore. However, just as they were about to criticize him, they suddenly felt their bodies fall. In the next moment, everyone looked at each other, dumbfounded. It turned out that everyone was sitting at the bottom of the river. The riverbed was still wet, but there was no water. Looking up, at the end of their vision, there was no water coming from upstream and downstream. No one knew who was the first to look up and discover the truth, but they were all in a daze. It turned out that the river was still flowing, but it was above everyone's heads. It was like a green dragon sweeping across the sky. When everyone was scared out of their wits and ran to the shore, they were scared out of their wits. That long river dragon, hanging in the air, just happened to fall heavily into the river, splashing huge water to both sides. However, at this moment, no one cared about becoming a drowned rat again. Far away, a man was leading a horse slowly toward the green horse inn. Jiang-Hu was still the same. However, the horse was no longer the bad horse of the past, and he was no longer young. He no longer had old Huang with missing front teeth and the wooden sword ranger. Chapter 1855. The Liang Relay Road, with the capital Tai'an City as the center, was a well-deserved official road. It was once praised by the old Ministry of War as the bloodline of the country. It was also compared to the prosperous dynasty that unified the Central Plains to an unprecedented land god. The power of the essence and blood could be said to be unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. Liangzhou's Qingma Relay Road was close to the provincial capital and was set up in the downtown area of a bustling town. Because this was a place that one had to pass to enter and exit the city of Liangzhou, not only was the relay station large, it also had the only one of the many relay stations on the road of Bailiang. There were as many as 70 postilions. There was also a garrison of light cavalry stationed nearby all year round. It was said that the young king's personal guards, the white horse righteous followers, came from this cavalry in the early years. Naturally, their combat ability was not to be underestimated. For example, the madman Hong Shuwen, who was now climbing up the ranks in the Bailiang army, came from this troop that did not show off. Li Gongda, who had always firmly maintained the number one civil official position in Bailiang, stayed at the Qingma Relay Road in his early years. When he was in the mood, he wrote a calligraphy piece that said, "There's a world of difference." However, no one knew whether it was because the relay station treasured it too much or because the four words were too strong and beautiful, but had not been mounted or hung for many years. Bayan Town, where the Qingma Relay Road was located, was also an unusually prosperous place. Lingzhou had always been known as Jiangnan beyond the Great Wall, while Bayan Town was known as Little Lingzhou. It was enough to show that this big town in Liangzhou was different. In recent years, with the strong rise of the young king, more and more people from the Central Plains came to Bayan Town after hearing the news. They all entered the Jianghu of Bailiang together. Over time, the local residents of Bayan Town became accustomed to it. As one of the few places in Liangzhou that did not have a night ban, Bayan Town was a veritable money-squandering den. Just like the two restaurants and brothels next to each other, they worked together to advertise the two golden signboards of "If you don't go to the 2 floors, you're in vain coming to Bailiang," and "the best wine in the world." They were very arrogant. The restaurants said that they had the best wine in the world, which was not inferior to the imperial court's tribute, and the brothels said that their girls were not inferior to the imperial court's concubines. Many Jianghu, people who did not believe in heresy, went to the brothels with the mentality of destroying the place. In the end, almost without exception, they all drank themselves to the ground or lay on the bed of the girls. As a result, the 2 floors of Bayan Town became more and more famous. It was known throughout Bailiang and Lianghuai. especially when a courtesan from the brothels eloped with a scholar from the Green Deer Cave Academy. Logically speaking, the brothels should have been furious, but instead of breaking up the lovers, they burned the contract of the courtesan. The restaurant even sponsored the scholar to buy 100 books with 1,000 tales of silver. This romantic story shocked the scholarly and literary circles of Bailiang. Even the Jiangnan region of the Central Plains had heard about it. It was to the extent that a famous scholar in the literary circle clicked his tongue in amazement in front of everyone, and he personally praised the heroic spirit of Bailiang. If this was 3 or 4 years ago, if he dared to say a few good words for Bailiang, no matter how prestigious this famous scholar in the literary circle was, he would probably become a rat on the street, and he would implicate his family and be condemned by everyone. But now, although there were very few people who agreed, there was definitely no one who would actually compete. By the time the 3 eunuchs from the Directorate of Credentials returned to Bay in town from the small crossing of Dragon Horse River, it was already late at night. Previously, the Green Horse Relay Station was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so they had no choice but to send out 20 or so elite riders from the capital to meet them. If they could not find any trace of them, the Green Horse Relay Station would definitely skip over the local government and directly notify the garrison 20 li away. After all, this group of eunuchs who delivered the edict represented the face of the Zhao clan of Liang. Eunuch Lu and his group, who had walked into Bay in town on foot, were already hungry. As they passed by the particularly noisy restaurant and smelled the thick scent of wine, they couldn't help but be a little tempted. Eunuch Lu felt a little sorry for his 2 dog-tired colleagues, so he smiled and suggested that they all go to the restaurant to have a good meal. Eunuch Ma, who was tall and imposing and not like a eunuch, was more cautious. Although he didn't refuse, he still suggested that it was best to go back to the Green Horse Relay Station and change into ordinary clothing. Eunuch Song, who had a large body but was able to walk as light as a swallow in the royal palace, wanted to say that it wasn't a big deal. Could there be an assassin under the nose of Bailiang Palace? However, since Eunuch Lu, the head shopkeeper of the Directorate of Credentials, had nodded, Eunuch Song, who hadn't had a good time since coming to Bailiang, could only quietly swallow his words. After returning to the Green Horse Relay Station and washing up and changing clothes, the 3 eunuchs were accompanied only by the Imperial Guard commander surnamed Qian. The 4 of them walked together into the restaurant called the Restaurant. Because the restaurant next door was the most famous brothel in Bayan town, they could vaguely hear the soft and seductive laughter. This made Eunuch Lu laugh involuntarily. If their drinking trip traveled to the capital, it would most likely become a rumor that the eunuchs of the Directorate of Credentials had gone to a brothel. That would be a great joke. The restaurant had 3 floors. Although it was late at night, the lobby on the first floor was still packed. There weren't many seats left on the second floor. The restaurant waiter, who was good at reading people's expressions, led the 4 of them to a private room on the top floor with the best view. It was called a private room, but it was actually separated by a large screen with exquisite embroidery. After Eunuch Song sat down, he leaned comfortably against the back of a yellow rosewood chair with a natural gourd-shaped wood core. He laughed softly and said, "The layout here is somewhat similar to the market on our side." Eunuch Ma, who had changed his clothes and looked more like a burly man from outside the Great Wall, looked around and was quite satisfied. Compared to the 2 floors below, it was much quieter and more elegant. He narrowed his eyes and nodded. Eunuch Lu said amiably to the young waiter who had a cotton towel on his shoulder, 2 pots of Jizhou Laojiao, Jiang and apricot blossom wine, and cooked flower wine. As for the dishes and snacks, you can do as you see fit. The young waiter smiled and bowed to flatter. "Master, you are really an expert. You deserve the title of Wine Immortal." It's true that ordinary customers are generous when they come to our restaurant, but most of them choose the West Shu tribute wine, Jiannan Chun, to drink. In my opinion, the wine is good, but in terms of mellow aftertaste, it can't compare to the cooked flower wine. In terms of burning intensity, it is far inferior to the green ant from Bailiang. By the way, for masters, I have to say something. Our restaurant has an unwritten rule. When you come here, as long as you want to drink the green ant, you can drink as much as you want without charge. Eunuch Song asked curiously, Even if you want to drink 8 or 10 pots, it's still free? Aren't you afraid that your restaurant will go bankrupt from drinking? Also, if someone comes to your restaurant and only drinks the green ant, will this rule still be valid? At the mention of this, the young waiter who was originally bowing to flatter immediately said proudly, "It's valid. How can it not be valid? Everyone who comes is a guest. Our manager has already said that for those who are willing and able to drink our Baelyang's green ant, it's not a big deal to ruin their business. Just treat it as making friends with these heroes. Our manager has even set a special rule. If anyone can drink 6 pots of our restaurant's signature green ant in one go, not to mention the cost of the banquet, even if they want to sleep in the building next door for a night, our restaurant will pay for it." Eunuch Lu smiled and said, "It's rare to see a restaurant open for business like this." "Interesting." Eunuch Song chuckled and held the comfortable antique chair with both hands. He looked at the eloquent young waiter and said, "It seems that although your manager stinks of money, he's not an ordinary person. Today I'm in a good mood, so I'll give your manager face and ask him to propose a toast to Master Lu beside me. To tell you the truth, if you miss this chance, you won't be able to get it for the rest of your life." The young waiter listened to the fat man's official language of the Central Plains, and the arrogance he put on was even greater than the county governor. In fact, he was complaining in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He begged for mercy and said, "Sir, I'm really sorry. Our head manager isn't someone from Bayantown. Even I haven't seen him before. Unfortunately, the second manager who is in charge has a meal next door that he can't refuse. But please don't worry. Just based on the 6 pots of wine you ordered, as long as the second manager returns to the restaurant, I'll immediately inform him. I won't let the second manager miss the 4 masters." Eunuch Song, who couldn't be at ease again, was already unhappy. Just as he was about to explode, he saw Eunuch Lu take out a large amount of silver from his money pouch. He didn't throw it to the waiter like other rich guests. Instead, he placed it on the table and slowly pushed it forward. He smiled and said, "This is a reward for you. Don't think it's too little." The young waiter had the best impression of the old man sitting in the main seat. He was like a kind-looking rich man or an old scholar who had walked out of a scholarly family. He was polite to everyone. It was rare to see him in a restaurant where the rich and the poor were all masters. The young waiter hesitated. Then he heard the burly middle-aged man, who had been silent, say coldly, "If I tell you to take it, then take it." After the young waiter carefully put away the silver and left, Eunuch Lu asked in a small voice, "How is it?" Commander Qian, who was famous in both the palace army and the Ministry of Justice, said softly, "There's nothing strange." Looking along the way, the waiters in this restaurant are all normal people who have never practiced martial arts. However, there are a few tables on the 3rd floor that are not simple. Eunuch Lu smiled faintly and said, "In the worst-case scenario, this place is only 15 minutes away from the Green Horse relay station. The cavalry will arrive in the blink of an eye. Also, I believe that the Baelyang spies who are secretly watching us won't be useless decorations. Let's just drink and not worry." Chapter 1856. The cautious Eunuch Ma was still slightly worried, but the carefree Eunuch Song was already shouting, "Let's drink! Let's drink! Brother Qian, later, you have to try the ripe flower wine from our hometown. I've missed that taste for half my life." The 6 jars of wine that were renowned throughout the court were quickly brought up. The young waiter who had been rewarded even took the initiative to bring 2 more jars of first-rate green ant wine from the restaurant. In any case, he was being generous and did not feel any pain. Compared to the carefree head seal Eunuch Lu and the carefree head seal Eunuch Song, Commander Qian of the Imperial Army, who had been through the battlefields of the Jianghu, was more calculative. In the end, he had the safety of the 3 elders of the Directorate of Credentials on his shoulders. On a smaller scale, if any of the old eunuchs qualified to wear the official robes made a mistake, then his officialdom in Great Peace City would come to an end. On a larger scale, if a storm that could not be suppressed appeared, he, the Qian family, and even the benefactor behind him would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, this seemingly impromptu drinking session, this commander, who had a golden saber bestowed by the imperial family, had been observing his surroundings the entire time. For example, after they reached the third floor, although there were screens on all four sides of each private room, there was still enough space between the screens. The two tables near the stairs were not out of the ordinary. They looked like regular drinkers, and there were even young beauties who smelled of prostitution accompanying them. They were clearly prostitutes from the brothel next door. However, to their left and right, as well as across from them, there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. To the left of head seal eunuch Lu, there was a table separated by a shoe-embroidered screen. There were 4 people sitting there, all of whom had powerful auras. One of them was a young woman with outstanding looks, especially the middle-aged man across from her, who had one hand on the hilt of his saber, even as he raised his cup and drank. His aura was vigorous. Even though he had only glanced over at the time, this bladesman, whose back was facing him at the time, had instantly reacted subtly. Although he did not turn around or draw his saber, the hand under the table clearly changed from caressing the hilt of his saber to tightly clenching his fist. So, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Commander Qian simply gave up on sizing up the other 2 men. On the other side of the jade screen to Eunuch Lu's right, there were 6 men and 3 women at the table. There was a great disparity in age and weapons of all kinds. They were either generously placed on the table or hung on a wooden rack, as if they were a group of Jianghu allies. Most of them were there to accumulate reputation and experience for the younger disciples of their sections. This was not uncommon in the Jianghu of the Central Plains. Their conversation was mostly about interesting Jianghu stories. At this moment, they were talking about the deeds of the leader of the Purple Dress Alliance in Mount Hui. They were talking about the rumor that had spread like wildfire. On a snowy night at the end of winter last year, Xinyuan Qingfeng had comprehended immortality by watching the snow on the cliff of Great Snow Plateau. Commander Qian felt relieved. What truly troubled him was the table opposite Eunuch Lu. This was also the real reason why Commander Qian chose to sit opposite Eunuch Lu. Separated by 2 screens and 20 steps away, a middle-aged couple sat at the table. The man had the aura of a battlefield that Commander Qian could not be more familiar with. However, he only saw a woman with a gloomy side profile. Her looks were average, but her aura was extremely cold and fierce. She gave off a wild aura that was completely different from the ordinary experts of the Jianghu sections. The latter usually fought to learn from each other, only for the sake of reputation, but she fought to the death, only for the sake of killing. Halfway through the wine, another 2 groups of people came up at the same time. The first group to arrive was really coincidental. It was the Jianghu young heroes and women who flew past the small crossing of Dragonsteed River. However, for some reason, their expressions were complicated. There was respect and excitement, as if they had seen ghosts in the day. What was strange was that these young people had all changed their clothes. Did they need to bathe and change clothes just to drink? Commander Qian, who had master realm cultivation, measured their strength. Although he felt that it was a little weird, he didn't think too much about it. Although he knew that it would be difficult for him to reach first-grade Vajra realm, he didn't dare to say that he was invincible among second-grade masters, especially those Jianghu martial masters who didn't fight on the battlefield. However, as long as it was a fight, he was confident that he would be the only one who would survive. It must be known that even the world's #1 bladesmanship master, Gu Jiantang, had admired the bladesmanship of a mere commandant of the palace guards. If he had not been promoted to deputy commander by the court, perhaps he would have followed Gu Jiantang to the Liao and returned to the battlefield at the border. As for the second group of people, there were 3 men and 2 women. The young man in the lead had the air of a young hero from the pugilistic world who wanted the entire world to know about him. He wasn't worthy of Commander Qian's attention, but the next 4 people made him tremble in fear. The blind woman beside the young hero held a zither, and behind her was a middle-aged man with a sword case on his back. His sword energy was extremely heavy, but this was under the premise that he was deliberately suppressing it. Behind him, a man and woman who looked like husband and wife walked side by side. The young woman was very eye-catching, with a voluptuous and enchanting figure. She was wearing colorful tie-dyed clothes, with a string of small and exquisite silver bells hanging on her hands and feet. The bells rang before she showed up, and there was a snow-white curved short knife in a slanted scabbard hanging on her waist. Commander Chien, who had extremely high standards, could tell at a glance that this was the attire of the Miao people from the 100,000 mountains of the southwest. She was holding the arm of the short man beside her, with an undisguised look of pride in her eyes, as if her man was the top hero in the world. Under her contrast, the originally inconspicuous middle-aged man stood out like a crane among chickens. He was wearing a linen short-sleeved shirt, a green headscarf wrapped around his head, and a white cloth wrapped around his calves. Before one wave calmed down, another wave came. Commander Chien's heart almost jumped out of his throat. In less than half a glass of wine, another young woman, who was surrounded by a myriad of stars, came to the second floor. She was followed by 4 people who looked like retainers. Commander Chien's face turned green after he retracted his gaze. What status did this woman have to hire 4 top experts who were at least at the 2nd grade master level? Just like that, a small restaurant suddenly became a place where experts were as common as dogs on the street. Even Commander Chien, who was used to seeing big waves, started to sweat. Eunuch Lu asked calmly, "Is there trouble?" Commander Chien smiled bitterly. "Not necessarily, but as long as there is a conflict, it will definitely be a huge problem. Maybe even 1 or 2,000 cavalry won't be able to solve it." Eunuch Lu waved his hand and smiled. "As long as this is Bailiang, it's enough." At that moment, Commander Chien finally had a whole new level of respect for this head eunuch of the Directorate of Ribbon Sealing. Outside the restaurant, where all kinds of fish and dragons gathered, a young man with a sword and a horse suddenly stopped on the street. When he stopped, the procuress at the entrance of the brothel saw his appearance clearly. Her eyes immediately lit up, and the 2 gorgeously dressed girls beside her wished they could pounce on the handsome guy who was still rolling up his sleeves and swallow him whole on the spot. The young man, who was in a daze, didn't seem to hear what the procuress was saying. He allowed her to pull his arm and drag him towards the brothel. He only remembered many years ago when he, Li Hanlin, Yin Qiji, and Kong Junrong drank wine together. At that time, it was always Li Hanlin who paid for it. He stole the money from his stingy father in Bailiang. Every time, it was like he was going to the execution ground the next day after having fun. At that time, Yin Qiji, who had been given the nickname Eating Chicken Yin, couldn't let go of himself. No matter how many girls were around him, it always seemed like he was being taken advantage of. And Kong Wuchi, that big idiot, every time he went to the brothel, it was to save the poor. As soon as he entered the door, he would say, "Whichever girl in the brothel hasn't had a customer for the longest time, I'll order her." So every time Kong Wuchi was there, the most beautiful girl and the ugliest girl in the brothel would appear at the same time. The young man finally came back to his senses and asked with a smile, "His Royal Highness is drinking wine with girls. Can I not pay?" The procuress, whose chest was trembling, was overjoyed and replied, "This young man really likes to joke. Even if the prince came, he would have to pay." The young man, who had been dragged a few steps, stopped. He still held the horse with one hand and said with a bitter face, "Then I won't enter the brothel." The old brothel woman glared at him. "Young man, you're not being honest. You dare to walk on the street with this kind of sword. Do you think you don't have money? I can promise you that even if I don't have a single copper coin on me, it's fine. I'll owe you." Just as the young nobleman seemed to be in a dilemma, an ordinary-looking man suddenly appeared beside them. Trying his best to conceal the excitement in his voice, he lowered his voice and said, "Second classroom, Earth number 16, I have something to report." The young man nodded and silently broke free from the arms of the 3 brothel girls. He smiled apologetically at them and then led the horse forward. The young man turned to look at the elite spy from the whisk room, whose eyes were burning. "Is there an emergency?" The latter said in a low voice, "I just discovered that someone tried to assassinate 3 eunuchs from the Directorate of Credentials. If I hadn't discovered the prince's whereabouts and acted on my own initiative, I would have already used the Green Horse Relay's secret military seal and moved the garrison into the city." Speaking of this spy, who had a high position in the whisk room in Bailiang, lowered his head and said, "Please forgive me, Prince." The young man joked, "No wonder you're from the whisk room. You're the same as Chu Lushan. Why are you asking for forgiveness? It's more like you're asking for credit. The spy from the whisk room, who was in charge of the intelligence of Bayan Town, was obviously at a loss. After a moment of distraction, he hurriedly reported the situation to the young man who was leading the horse in detail. The young man was the young king, Su Fengyan. After listening, he nodded. You don't have to intervene in this matter. This king will handle it himself. Just as the spy was about to accept the order and turn to leave, Su Fengyan said in a low voice, "Thank you for your hard work." The spy from the whisk room was stunned. He wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he didn't say anything. He grinned and then left silently. Su Fengyan led the horse slowly to the brothel. Chapter 1857. A young swordsman staggered past the screen and was about to ask the waiter for a few more pots of Jiannanchun wine when he suddenly felt as if someone had strangled his neck with a rope. He was dumbstruck and stared at the woman who was only 7 or 8 steps away from him. What did a man of Jianghu rely on to meet a land immortal? He could only rely on his ancestors' graves. Then, in one day, he met a land immortal for the first time and then met a world-famous fairy. What did he rely on? He could only hope that his ancestor would climb out of his coffin and bask in the sun, right? However, this young swordsman who had been kicked into the Dragon Horse River by the immortal not long ago really saw the fairy recognized by Jianghu, the sect master of one of the top 10 sects in the world, the leader of Bailiang's Jianghu, Lunarong. He fiercely rubbed his eyes, and then his face instantly turned red. He didn't dare to take half a step forward, as if there was a thunder pool under his feet. He only gathered his courage and asked in a trembling voice, "May I ask if you are Sect Master Lu?" If God could give him another chance, he would definitely straighten his tongue before opening his mouth. The young woman who was originally going to meet a group of distinguished guests from afar stopped when she heard his voice. She asked with a calm expression, "What's the matter?" The young swordsman, who was considered an influential figure in Jianghu in his hometown, blurted out, "Nothing." She dismissed it with a smile and turned to leave. Full of regret, he wanted to slap himself in the face, but in the end, he was emboldened by alcohol. He slightly raised his voice and stared at the graceful back of the woman. He shouted in a trembling voice, "Sect Master Lu, I am Song Guanxiang from Bailing County. My master is the Green Blade Swordsman, the lord of Hao Ran Restaurant." The unapproachable woman had already bypassed the screen and entered the private room. Soon, she disappeared from his sight. He no longer had the courage to shamelessly follow her. Perhaps there was only a shoe-embroidered screen between men and women of similar age, but this outstanding disciple of Hao Ran Restaurant in Bailing County knew that there was a world of difference between him and the woman who seemed to be close to him. It was as if they were separated by yin and yang. After Liang changed its name from Eternal Hui to Auspicious Talisman, a clear dividing line appeared in Liang's Jianghu. Apart from the new Prince Liang who had unknowingly connected the 2 generations of Jianghu, the old and new Jianghu were very clear. Wang Xinji from Wuli City, Spring and Autumn Sword God Li Chungang, Huang Longsher of Spring and Autumn 3 Jia, Catman Han Shengxian, Wang Mingyin, Dongwesor Pool Song Yinqing, and so on had passed away. With the disappearance of the Peach Blossom Sword God Dong Tai and Chao Chongqing's death outside Taiyan City, the conclusion of the Eternal Hui Jianghu was even more clear. Today's auspicious talisman, Jianghu, had a new atmosphere, and a figure that people took delight in talking about was Mount Huizi, who commanded the heroes of the Central Plains as a woman. She was the leader of the 12 auspicious talisman Jianghu and the 4 sages. She was the leader of the Quicksnow Villa by the Spring God Lake, Jinswa Knife Villa, Gangnam-do Black Utai, and Yuyan Villa. She was the young, banished immortal of Taibai Sword Sect, who had made rapid progress in Sword Dao and single-handedly sent a second-rate sect into the top 10 sections. She was the young fairy of Southern Border Dragon Palace Lin Honyuan and Black Gutai Lu Huanxian, who had attracted countless heroes. In today's Jianghu, people liked the new and did not remember the old. When the old people talked to the young people about the Wu family's sword tomb, the latter would say that the banished immortal of the Taibai Sword Sect, who had broken through 3 realms in half a year, would definitely be able to flatten the Wu family sword tomb. When the old people talked to the young people about Wang Xianji, who claimed to be number 2 in the world for 60 years in the martial emperor's city, the latter would probably say that it was fortunate that the old man, surnamed Wang, died early. Otherwise, if the banished immortal of the Tai Bai sword sect and a master of the Jin Qiu Dao manner, these martial art geniuses would have practiced the saber and sword for a few more years, those old fellows would be considered shameless enough to claim to be number 20 in the world. Only when they talked about the new Prince Liang, who had 300,000 cavalrymen under his command, there was rarely any doubt. It was believed that if that young Prince Liang had the opportunity to go to Liang again, he would definitely feel unfamiliar. This was not a case of the river flowing east for 30 years, but a case of the river flowing east for 3 years. Lunarong was already numb to this kind of inexplicable flirting. In the beginning, she would still take this matter seriously, believing in her father's generation of Jianghu's so-called treating people with sincerity and treating everyone as an equal from the bottom of her heart. However, after suffering once, she began to involuntarily give up on her father's set of golden rules and jade rules. Previously, there was a handsome man from a sect in the Central Plains whom she had only met once, but he actually told the public that he had fallen in love with her, the leader of the Fish Dragon Gang, at first sight. As a result, the entire Bailiang Jianghu was in an uproar. Afterwards, before she could react, 2 secret consecrators in the gang brazenly killed him and hung his bloody head directly on the martial arts field flag of the Fish Dragon Gang's headquarters in Lingzhou. As for the Jianghu talent who was convicted because of his words, not only did the sect not denounce him, but instead sent a secret letter to the Fish Dragon Gang, full of carefully worded apologies. From that moment on, she truly realized her identity. Even if she practiced martial arts for another 100 or 200 years, she still wouldn't be able to enter the martial arts rankings. However, as long as the Fish Dragon Gang, which had a large number of members, still existed, she would be one of the most powerful figures in Jianghu. This had nothing to do with her family name. Today's Jianghu was so snobbish. She knew that her beauty was far from being a devastatingly beautiful woman. Not to mention Chen Yu, Zhang and I, who had made it onto the martial arts rankings, or Huishan's Xinyuan Qingfeng, whose appearance had been reborn as his martial arts realm rose, even compared to the other 3 who were known as the 4 fairies of Liang, Lin Hanyuan of the Dragon Palace, Tong Shanquan of the Jinsui Saber Village, and Lu Hunxian of the Black Gutai, Lu Hunxian. Lunarong also admitted that her appearance and temperament were far inferior. Now that she was busy with work and occasionally had some free time, she would let her imagination run wild. She felt that those seemingly heroic men in Jianghu, whom they admired, were just her identity. Even if she was a bit uglier, even if her personality was violent and temperamental, there would still be countless people fighting to be her subject. Therefore, she missed the time when she was desperate and became a Beimang bodyguard. She was an ignorant young girl in Jianghu. After bypassing the screen, Lunarong quickly put away her ridiculous thoughts and looked at the 4 distinguished guests from Nanjiang who came from afar. As a well-deserved local tyrant, she still did not hurry to take a seat. Instead, she raised her hand and cupped her fist to apologize. We were delayed on the road for 2 days. Palace Master Lin has been waiting for a long time. The man closest to the leader of the Fish Dragon Gang was the machete man that Commander Qian of the Imperial Guards was very afraid of. Although he had already noticed the 4 people behind Lunarong when she went up the stairs and waited until Lunarong stood beside him at this moment, the machete man turned a deaf ear and continued to drink and eat meat. However, he loosened his hand on the hilt of the machete man, presumably to show that he was not an evil guest. As for whether Lunarong understood or not, the old man with black hair actually didn't care. He was indeed qualified to not care, because he was Mao Shulang. As one of the few machete-men masters in the world, and an old man who had personally experienced the brilliant era of the Spring and Autumn 13 armors, he was called Northern Li and Southern Mao together with Li Chungang at his peak. Unfortunately, he lost the 2 most important battles in his life. He lost to Li Chungang in the battle between machetes and swords. That battle was also regarded by many old Jianghu people as the battle between machetes and swords. Later, Gu Jiantang showed his outstanding talent and went all the way to the south to challenge Mao Shulang. In this battle, although Mao Shulang's body was not seriously injured, his pure mind, which was originally close to perfection, was fragmented. Since then, he had been completely sealed. In the past 20 years, many rising stars had bravely made progress on the road of martial arts. But Mao Shulang had been crawling forward in the mud. From a young genius machete man who was the most powerful in Nanjiang, he had been reduced to a trash who even Wang Tongshan dared to sneer at. The woman called Lin Hanyuan by Lunarong smiled sweetly, slowly got up and said, "Boss Lu, you are too polite. There are tens of thousands of people in the Fish Dragon Gang, unlike our Dragon Palace, which only has 300 people at most. It is difficult to find something to do. Lin Hanyuan is very grateful that Boss Lu can take time out of his busy schedule to meet us." Cheng Baishuang, who was recognized as the first master in Nanjiang after Mao Shulang, smiled helplessly. Obviously, he knew that Lin Hanyuan, this proud daughter, had always looked down on Lunarong, the leader of the Fish Dragon Gang. It was said that Lin Hanyuan had already gone to the western region with Huishan Ziyi to encircle the 6 demons. Lin Hanyuan had shown tit for tat to Lunarong many times in public. As for why she did this, Cheng Baishuang, who vaguely knew the inside story, certainly did not want to get involved. What's more, it was reasonable for him to protect Lin Hanyuan, who he had watched grow up. However, Ji Luin, who was the chief guest of the Dragon Palace in Nanjiang, frowned and said in a low voice, "Palace Master, don't delay the important matter. Our trip to Bailiang was supposed to go to Lingzhou and see Boss Lu first. It was Palace Master who changed the itinerary without permission and insisted on seeing the eunuch of Great Peace City. How can you blame Boss Lu?" Lin Hanyuan glanced at Lunarong and said with a smile, "Uncle Jian, Boss Lu will not lower himself to my level." Chapter 1858. The 4 masters behind Lunarong, who had joined the Fish Dragon Gang as servants over the years, were more or less angry. After all, the court paid particular attention to the master's humiliation and the servant's death. In Jianghu, the masters of the Fish Dragon Gang had long been dissatisfied with Lin Hongyuan's sarcastic remarks about Lunarong, especially the high-ranking members of the Fish Dragon Gang. Although the people in Jianghu respected the Fish Dragon Gang, they believed that the Fish Dragon Gang did not have a real master. For example, the Dragon Palace in Nanjiang had 2 masters, the old Palace Master and Ji Luin, not to mention the celestial phenomenon supreme Master Huang Fengfua on the Great Snow Plateau of Hui Mountain. The Taibai sword sect had an amazing sword genius, which was enough to convince people. The Music Saint, one of the 4 sages in Jianghu, was also one of the 4 sages in Jianghu, and the female owner of Jinsua Knife Village could also turn the tide. Although Yiyan Villa did not have a top supreme master to deter Jianghu, it had built a good relationship with heroes from all sides because of the reforging of the sword in the Dragon Rock Sword Furnace. The Fish Dragon Gang, which lived in a remote corner of Jianghu in the northwest, could not be compared with them. As for the Spring Invitation Cottage in Shishu, as long as they imagined the man in white behind Lunarong, no one would dare to underestimate them. In the end, the Fish Dragon Gang's weakness was the most fatal. When the leaders of the Jianghu in the Central Plains joined hands to hunt down 6 evil demons who dared to steal secret manuals from the Great Snow Plateau, in that soul-stirring tide of righteousness, many people did not know whether to laugh or cry. Among them, Do Changfeng, who was previously one of the top 10 talents in Jianghu, left a famous saying that spread throughout Jianghu after he had a conflict with the members of the Fish Dragon Gang. Therefore, when Lin Hanyuan praised the tens of thousands of members of the Fish Dragon Gang in front of Lunarong, although Lunarong looked indifferent, a burly foreign official in the prime of his life strode out from behind her. Even though Lunarong tried to stop him, he still walked to the table, put one hand on the table, and sneered, "I heard that there's a Sword Tao Supreme Master named Ji Lu and in the Dragon Palace. His swordsmanship is outstanding and quite amazing. Even Wang Tongshan, who was killed by our lord, boasted that he was half a master. Ji Luan, who had 2 heavy swords hanging from his waist, narrowed his eyes. "I'm Ji Luan, who is half a master." The burly man stared at Ji Lu and said with a fake smile, "So it's you. Since you're a guest, I, Steel Hand Zhao Shanhong, would like to propose a toast to you." He gently pressed the table. The table did not move an inch, but the wine cup in front of Ji Lu, and which still had half a cup of green ant in it, shattered with a loud bang. The shards did not scatter in all directions, but fell within an inch of the original position of the wine cup. That half cup of green ant wine was still condensed and did not dissipate. This display of power left a lingering aftertaste. Lin Hongyuan turned a blind eye to this. He cast a sidelong glance at Lunarong with undisguised schadenfreude, as if he was saying that Lunarong, the gang leader, was really just a decorative vase. She couldn't even control a consecrator who was supposed to be a direct subordinate. Lunarong was still expressionless in the face of Lin Hongyuan's silent provocation. When Cheng Baishuang, who looked like an old Confucian scholar, saw this scene, he secretly had a higher opinion of Lunarong, who looked like a clay bodhisattva without a temper. Ji Luan smiled and said, "Since it's a toast, I can't refuse. I'll drink this cup." Ji Luan stretched out 2 fingers and gently knocked on the edge of the table. The shards instantly gathered in the air and reformed into a brand new wine cup. Ji Luan gently picked up the wine cup, raised his hand slightly, and drank it in one gulp. After casually putting down the wine cup, Ji Luan smiled and said, "After drinking the toast, I feel like drinking the forfeit." Before joining the Fish Dragon Gang and becoming a consecrator, Zhao Shanhong had been the #1 master of the underworld in Jizhou for 10 years. If it weren't for the mad dog Yuan Tingshan, who was the general of Jizhou at that time, who had worked hard to accumulate his family property and more than 200 brothers who were as skilled as the Liaodong cavalry, how could Zhao Shanhong, who had been a local tyrant for more than 10 years, escape to Beiliang like a stray dog? Although he had been well-behaved in the past year, a leopard couldn't change its spots. Zhao Shanhong was famous in the Fish Dragon Gang for being unruly and difficult to tame. Although he didn't have a high position among more than 30 consecrators, he became more and more arrogant as he stood on his own in the Fish Dragon Gang with several other powerful figures with similar temperaments. Otherwise, Zhao Shanhong wouldn't have ignored Lunarong's obstruction in front of outsiders like the Dragon Palace. Zhao Shanhong grinned and said, "The toast is just for show. As for the forfeit, it won't be so easy to drink." Lunarong finally turned her head and said coldly, "Zhao Shanhong." Zhao Shanhong completely ignored the nominal leader of the Fish Dragon Gang. He just gently twisted his wrist and stared at Ji Luan. At this time, the youngest of Lunarong's 4 retinues made a move that was absolutely unexpected to both the Fish Dragon Gang and the Dragon Palace. Standing behind Zhao Shanhong, he quickly punched the back of Zhao Shanhong's waist. The huge 1-inch punch almost penetrated Zhao Shanhong's waist in an instant. Although Zhao Shanhong was an extremely vicious person, he was indeed a rare martial arts genius. In his early years, he practiced external martial arts to the point of perfection with an extremely unpopular fist manual. Later, by chance, he obtained half of the lost mental cultivation method of the Longhu Mountain and turned to Taoism to cultivate both internal and external martial arts. Therefore, although Zhao Shanhong was limited by his innate bone structure and his martial arts realm stopped at the 2nd level of the Master of Martial Arts, he could also be regarded as a freak in the 2nd level of the Master of Martial Arts. His combat strength was extremely good. Therefore, when the young consecrator behind him suddenly attacked without warning, Zhao Shanhong instinctively tightened his back. Almost at the same time that the punch hit his back, Zhao Shanhong began to quickly take 3 small steps forward. But even so, he tried his best to dissipate the majestic force. Zhao Shanhong's burly body still shook a few times. He bent down to pull a chair and sat down. He poured himself a glass of wine, or to be precise, half a glass. When he lowered his head to drink, he first spat out the blood into the glass and then swallowed it together with the wine. It had to be said that Zhao Shanhong had always been ruthless to others, and he was not any better to himself. Zhao Shanhong wiped his mouth and turned his head. His eyes were red. He gritted his teeth and said, "In the end, my family is considerate and let me drink a glass of good wine." The young consecrator said calmly, "When we go back, I'll treat you to a few more glasses. It's enough." Surprise flashed in Lunarong's eyes. In her impression, this taciturn young consecrator never formed cliques in the Fish Dragon gang. He was one of the few loners, so his influence was far less than Zhao Shanhong's, who liked to group up. Now, there were many leaders in the Fish Dragon gang. For example, the two old men behind her were her trusted subordinates. However, the so-called trusted subordinates were only relative to the young consecrator or the steel opener Zhao Shanhong, who had been watching coldly before today. Otherwise, the two old men would not stand by and watch when Zhao Shanhong was insatiable. However, generally speaking, in some internal affairs, the two old men could agree with Lunarong, the leader of the gang. Zhao Shanhong had 3 or 4 consecrators on each of the 3 internal mountains, and they often arm wrestled with Lunarong. The remaining 2 groups of people formed their own alliances. There were not many people, but they were quite powerful. One group was privately called the Cold Blade Department, and they had a good relationship with the local general schools in Lingzhou. The other group was ridiculed as the Civil Official Department. Previously, they followed the leader of Lingzhou, Song Yin, blindly. After Song Yin left his post and was promoted to Yuzhou, they were now in a heated relationship with the new provincial governor of Lingzhou, Chong Sui. The Fish Dragon Gang was really a mix of good and bad people. The name of the gang that Lunarong's father gave back then was a prophecy. However, because the Fish Dragon Gang had learned a lesson from the past, they had cleaned up a large group of real power figures a few years ago. So, Zhao Shanhong and the other ruthless people were more or less afraid and did not dare to fall out with Lunarong. Although it could be concluded that Lunarong definitely did not have that kind of ambiguous relationship with the young lord, it was obvious that the Fish Dragon Gang had nearly 30,000 members. Not to mention the government of Longqing County. Even the Lingzhou provincial governor's mansion and Mount Qingliang had people specially watching the Fish Dragon Gang. This was the root cause of Zhao Shanhong and the others not having the courage to do whatever they wanted. Once they angered Mount Qingliang, which even the Liang imperial court could only turn a blind eye to, not to mention the young lord, one of the 4 grandmasters of wushu arts, to come personally, they did not need to mobilize any cavalry in Beiliang. As long as the Water Room or the Eagle Room came, they did not need to mobilize all of their forces. They just needed to bring out 100 elites. It was believed that the Fish Dragon Gang would fall apart in the blink of an eye. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Then, they would go back to their own homes. Of course, the premise was that they were not included in the must-kill list of those spies and men of sacrifice. In the final analysis, just as the Central Plains said, the Fish Dragon Gang lacked a stabilizing force that could suppress all the heroes. In fact, it was not that there were no smart people in the Fish Dragon Gang secretly speculating why Mount Qingliang did not directly find someone to replace Lunarong, who had mediocre cultivation and was not tough enough and cold-blooded enough. Otherwise, that person only needed to reveal his identity as from Mount Qingliang. Even if he was a trash who was even more useless than Lunarong, who would dare to not bow their heads and listen to him obediently. Don't talk about tripping people up, they would wag their tails and beg for mercy. In fact, Lunarong did not understand this point. At first, she thought that that person wanted an easily controlled underground dynasty to appear in Beiliang. However, as the Fish Dragon Gang prospered day by day, that person never took back the crops that he had cultivated. Therefore, Lunarong did not understand that person's thoughts at all, casting a long line to catch a big fish, but they were about to fight the second battle of Liangmang. From beginning to end, Mount Qingliang did not show any signs of forcibly conscripting the young men of the Fish Dragon Gang. Could it be that they still hoped that after Beimang broke through Zbiqing, the Fish Dragon Gang would be able to defend Beiliang Road? Lunarong was a little disheartened. This Jianghu was very different from the Jianghu she had envisioned when she was young. Chapter 1859. After Su Fengyan gave the horse to the waiter of the restaurant, he did not go straight to the third floor. Instead, he chose a table near the window on the second floor and ordered 2 stewed eels and sauce carp. After hearing that the green ant wine was free, he ordered 2 pots of it. It was unexpected for Bayan town to be so lively, but it was still within reason. There would be a Wudong martial arts symposium during autumn and winter this year, which would undoubtedly attract many heroes of the martial arts world. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that the Northern Liang sect wanted to help Mount Wudong suppress Mount Longhu. As for the idea of taking advantage of others' weakness, it came from Deputy Administrator Song Dongming. Chen Yao and Yu Xingrui, the only 2 old men left in Wudong, did not have no differences. Chen Yao did not want to be so ostentatious. The endless incense on the mountain had already made this old man very busy. However, the heroic Yu Xingrui insisted on doing it, so Chen Yao had to comply with this temperamental junior brother. In the end, the reason why Chen Yao took a step back was not the hint of Mount Qingliang, nor the fact that he could not persuade the current leader Li Yufu, such a good disciple, but the 4 words on the mountain gate's memorial arch Wudong will prosper. Li Yufu's words also made Chen Yao completely relieved. When there is no one on the mountain, I cultivate peace. When there is a sea of people on the mountain, I also cultivate peace. Compared to the time when the purple clothes of Mount Huishan attracted the righteous people of Jianghu to the western region, the Wudong martial arts competition this time might be bigger. The real boss of the Snow Plateau, Huang Fengfua, had already spread the news to the Central Plains. At that time, all the guests of Mount Huishan would go to Wudong together. The Snow Villa and Yuyin Villa nodded almost at the same time, followed by the Dragon Palace and Dark Drum Stage. The young banished immortal of Tai Bai Sword Sect, who was in the limelight for a while, even announced that he would discuss Dao with Wudong's leader Li Yufu in the Purple Virtual Palace, and that he would discuss martial arts with the king of Bailiang, Su Fengyan, on the top of Little Lotus Peak. In this way, including the fish dragons in Bailiang, 7 of the top 10 sects in Liang had already decided to participate in the Wudong Martial Arts Symposium. Dongwei Sword Pool and Jinsua Dao Zhuang remained silent. Only the Spring Invitation Cottage was left. Since Bailiang's hostility with Western Shu was known to everyone in the imperial court, presumably Xie, who had won 2 consecutive Rouge reviews, would not participate in this liveliness that would only benefit others. Xinyuan Qingfeng was one of the 12 champions of Auspicious Talisman, which originated from the 13 armors of Spring and Autumn. He alone occupied 3 of the 12 champions, while the other 9 almost all left. Among the 4 sages, including the music sage of Black Drum Station, 3 of them would also come to Mount Wudong. At least half of the top 10 loose immortals and top 10 young masters of Jianghu would definitely appear in this event. The Quicksnow Villa, Yuyin Villa, Tai Bai Sword School, and Black Drum Station, whose foundations were not stable, indeed needed to show their faces in public. Tai Bai Sword School, who relied on only one person to carry the burden, needed the most to prove themselves to Li Yang Jianghu. And the young master, who was known as the 3rd person in the Jianghu in the last 100 years in the Jianghu, had won countless cheers for Tai Bai Sword School after he issued a shocking and heroic challenge to the young king. It was said that some famous heroines and fairies in Jianghu who admired this banished immortal had already publicly cheered for him. The general wording was the same. It was nothing more than that even if he failed in this martial arts symposium, with his amazing talent in the Jianghu and his rapid progress in cultivation, he would be able to drag the young king down from his throne in 10 years at most. Just as Su Fengyan was about to raise his cup and drink a mouthful of green ant wine, he saw the restaurant waiter bowing and leading the 2 people to come over. Without the waiter's embarrassed face saying anything, Su Fengyan smiled and said, "You want to share a table, right? No problem." The 2 people sat down. The old man had an ordinary appearance. He smiled at Su Fengyan and then sat opposite to Su Fengyan. The other woman was wearing a curtain hat and black clothes. 2 scabbards with seriously worn scabbards were hanging on her waist. They were not divided into left and right sides, but they were staggered on the right side of her waist. The blades were longer than ordinary blades. The woman sat on a bench, facing the window between the old man and Su Fengnian. She took off her curtain hat and put on the table, revealing a heroic face. Her beauty could not be considered to be a beauty that could bring disaster to a country, but she was definitely worthy of the word not ordinary. She could really make onlookers forget her appearance. Her appearance was unforgettable. Her aura was particularly fierce, but she did not give people the feeling that she was overbearing. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It's true that good people will be rewarded." After hearing this sentence, the young woman did not have the slightest change of expression. She did not even frown. She did not squint at the stranger who seemed to be a lecher. Instead, she turned her head and looked directly at the man. After she looked into the young man's eyes, she smiled slightly and said, "Thank you." She and he both had clear eyes. The old man laughed. Compared to the young woman who should be his granddaughter, he was obviously more talkative. "It's fate that we meet. Young master, from your accent, are you a local of Liangzhou?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "My ancestral home is Jianzhou, Liaodong. However, my family has settled down in Beiliang for a long time." The old man said happily, "My surname is Tong. I can barely be considered a dabbler in Jianghu. You can call me Brother Tong. If you don't mind, you can also call me Uncle Tong." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Just call me Brother Tong. Calling me Boss Tong makes me feel like an outsider. There's too much of a difference in seniority. By the way, my surname is Su." The old man nodded vigorously and said, "This is to my liking. I want to eat 2 more bowls of rice later." The old man soon frowned and sighed. "I didn't expect to spend so much in Beiliang. It's only been a few days, and I'm almost out of money. Otherwise, this old man would have gone to the 3rd floor to drink and eat meat." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "As long as I can eat my fill." The old man was stunned. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Brother Su, your words are interesting. I can tell at a glance that you're a learned person." Su Fengnian couldn't help laughing. After so many years, there were only a few people who praised him for being learned. Of course, Chu Lushan, Li Gongda, and the other well-known sycophants of the Su family didn't count. When he looked back, the old man's eyes were so sincere. Su Fengnian hurriedly poured a glass of wine for the old man. He glanced at the young woman. She shook her head, so Su Fengnian didn't pour wine for her. The old man said with a bitter face, "Unlike my granddaughter, asking her to learn needlework is like asking for her life. She wants to play with knives no matter what. After playing for a while, she doesn't even have a partner. She's almost 30 years old. In our hometown, at this age, she'll be able to hold a grandson in a few years, let alone be a mother. Brother Su, tell me, how can I not worry?" Su Fengnian couldn't help but laugh. However, he couldn't say anything in front of the young woman. The young woman with the 2 knives seemed somewhat helpless. She obviously couldn't do anything about her grandfather's innate enthusiasm. The old man carefully glanced at his granddaughter. He sighed and drank a mouthful of wine. He said softly, "Borrowing other people's wine glasses to pour on your own blocks." The young woman was indifferent. As he said, the old man was embarrassingly short of money. He was even worse than Su Fengnian, who ordered 2 dishes. Although they were both dishes, the price was much lower. Fortunately, Su Fengnian kept urging him to drink, so the old man was in a good mood. However, the old man's alcohol tolerance wasn't good. His alcohol tolerance was also mediocre. After drinking half a pot of green ant wine, he was already drunk. His face and ears were red, his voice was loud, and his saliva was flying everywhere. He also liked to drop his book pouch. From time to time, he would say some empty words that made the listeners not know whether to laugh or cry. Drinking good wine with a young man, shooting to the top of the West Mountain. Brother Su, after drinking with you today, this trip to Beiliang was not in vain. Brother Su, although I don't have any ability, I can't study, and I'm not good at martial arts, but I've always believed in retribution. I believe that in saving an ant, I'll be the champion, and in burying a snake, I'll enjoy the glory of being the prime minister. Do you believe me? Rich people have everything, but when they die, they'll bear the word love. No matter who wins or loses in this life, I think the king of hell, sitting high in the hall reading the book of life and death, will only laugh loudly. Right? Brother Su, don't you think so? Su Fingyin finally understood. It was true that this Brother Tong had studied for a few days, but his words were often incoherent. Simply put, he was rote memorizing, but it was not to the extent that he was completely ignorant. The old man stepped on the stool with one foot. He was just short of pulling Su Fingyin to a drinking game. Brother Su, don't think that I'm drunk. I'm not drunk. Su Fingyin could only laugh. Of course, even if I'm drunk, Brother Tong won't be drunk. The young woman just sat upright and still. She leisurely picked up the food with her chopsticks and chewed slowly. The old man suddenly looked out the window and sighed. As the old saying goes, the scholars of the South are the generals of the North. The yellow soil of the Northwest buries the emperor. Your Bailiang obviously has the thickest soil in the world, but you can't grow the most abundant crops. Fortunately, you've raised an invincible Bailiang cavalry. You haven't wronged this land. Su Fingyin followed the old man's gaze and looked at the brightly lit street. He remained silent. Chapter 1860. The old man retracted his gaze and suddenly slammed the table. I'm just a Jianghu brute. I don't care about the matters of the battlefield. Brother Su, we're family now. To put it bluntly, please don't take it to heart. Along the way, I've looked down on the Fish Dragon Gang in Bailiang. What do you mean by one of the top 10 gangs? You're just like a nest of snakes and rats. I don't understand. Just like the southern border Dragon Palace, which was given to Nailan Yusi by the King of Yin, how good is the Fish Dragon Gang in Mount Qingliang? It's nothing more than the second tide-listening lake of that young King Su. 20 to 30,000 gang members. What's the difference between them and the 10,000 tailed carp in Mount Qingliang? Of course, the drum platform in Gangnam-do is the same. It's said that it was created by the eldest grandson of the Pillar State, Yu Jiankong. Who knows if the otherworldly Lu Hunxian is the lover of some great eunuch's son? The old man lowered his head and looked at the wine in his cup. He was somewhat sentimental. Even if it's the Dongyue sword pool, a sect with hundreds of years of history, why did Song Yinqing die? Why did Chai Qingshan appear on the city walls of Great Peace City? Brother Su, you're still young, unlike me who's lived for so long. There are many things that you probably don't understand. When Wang Xianji was overseeing Martial Emperor City, or rather the entire Jianghu, the Jianghu wasn't like this back then. Even Mount Longhu, which had the closest relationship with the imperial court in the early years, was like a king of the mountain. They could look down on dukes and marquises. Not to mention, the two Zen temples had a white-clothed monk who was personally received by the old Emperor Liang. The old man kept muttering that Jianghu wasn't like this back then. In the end, he drank half a cup of wine. He looked at Su Fengyin blankly and said bitterly, how could Wang Xinji lose to that young King Su? How could he die? Wang Xinji shouldn't have died, and he can't die. With his death, the Jianghu changed. Su Fengyin had suspected that the old man with the surname Tong had recognized him, but that was quickly denied. Words, expressions, and even eyes could be concealed seamlessly. However, as long as a martial artist had not reached the realm of Earth Immortal, Su Fengyin would be able to see everything clearly. On the other hand, Su Fengyin had deliberately concealed his aura. Even a celestial phenomenon expert might not be able to detect his presence. The old man sighed heavily and grinned. After all, I'm an experienced man. I know Brother Su's identity is not simple. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to hang a Bailiang saber in public. If I'm not wrong, Brother Su, you're from one of the largest families in Liangzhou, right? Su Fengyin nodded and said with a smile, indeed. The old man chuckled and said, that's not a problem. Let's drink. There's no more wine on the table. Why don't I buy you another bottle? Su Fengyin immediately waved his hand and called for the waiter to order 2 more bottles of green ant wine. The waiter turned around and rolled his eyes, then went to get the wine resentfully. Damn it, you poor old man and young woman. You only order a few dishes that cost money, but you're addicted to the green ant wine that doesn't cost money? Unknowingly, this pair of brothers who sat at the same table and called each other brothers had already drunk 5 bottles of green ant wine. Green ant wine was known as a strong wine that could burn the throat and break the intestines. Therefore, The young woman reminded softly, "Grandpa, it's about time." The after effect of this wine is not small. The old man's vision was cloudy. He swayed and said cheerfully, "It's rare for Grandpa to drink to his heart's content. You've never drunk before, so you don't know that wine is the coolest medicine in the world. Otherwise, why would the ancients say that fame and fortune are thicker than wine, making people drunk and unable to wake up?" Then, the old man clinked his cup with Su Fingyin's and gulped down another big mouthful. Previously, the old man raised his cup and swayed it back and forth. Su Fingyin finally clinked his cup with the old man's. However, the old man's speech was much clearer than when he drank the second bottle of wine. He probably woke up from his drunken stupor. The old man revealed a meaningful smile and raised his eyebrows at Su Fingyin. It was the first time he used the title of Young Master Su. He asked, "What do you think of my granddaughter?" Su Fingyin was speechless. Was he trying to matchmake Su Ke? It seemed that the old man had really woken up from his drunken stupor. The young woman took a deep breath, then held her breath and focused her mind. The old man sighed and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm old and my eyesight is not bad. Although you'll be a good match for many women in the world, unfortunately, you're not the kind of man my granddaughter will like." The old man's eyes became brighter and brighter. He twisted the wine cup with 2 fingers and said to himself, "When I was young like you, I liked to wander the Jianghu. So, I was lucky enough to meet many old guys. Some of them were like dragons, such as sword godly Chun Yang, Fengdu's green robe, spring man Lu Yingong, and so on. I also met many small figures in the Jianghu. Now, even I can't remember their names. But anyway, the Jianghu people at that time believed in the old rules that are regarded as pedantic and ridiculous by modern people. They were willing to honor their promises and were willing to disregard life and death. So, I don't like the fish dragon gang in Bailiang, nor do I like the current Liang Lake. The current Jianghu is a pool of stagnant water under the steps of the temple. No matter how many immortals there are on Earth, it's still boring. After all, the Jianghu people want to wander the Jianghu, not watch and listen to the Jianghu. Speaking of this, the old man looked at his granddaughter with kind eyes. "But it's good that she likes it." The old man smiled. "If you want to talk about what I dislike the most, it's still the Su family in Bailiang." Su Fingyin's expression was as usual. He lowered his head and took a sip of wine. The old man who spoke without thinking said sadly, 20 years ago, Liang Lake didn't dare to talk about strength of character in front of the Su family's iron horse. They were trampled inch by inch by the Su family's horses. Now, that butcher finally went to see the king of hell, but Liang Lake still doesn't dare to call itself a master in front of the Su family. This Jianghu seems to be regressing. Back then, Butcher Su Xiao relied on his invincible iron horse to dominate the Jianghu. But now, Su Xiao's eldest son alone is enough to make the whole Jianghu suffer. Su Fingyin raised his wine cup. "Brother, come, let me toast you." The old man who had originally planned to stop drinking hesitated for a moment, but still poured a full cup of green ant wine. He asked with a smile, "Why?" "Brother, your surname is Su. Are you related to the Bailiang Palace in Mount Qingliang?" Su Fingyin narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Because it's free to drink green ant wine in this restaurant." The old man's mouth twitched. "What? It doesn't cost money to drink?" Su Fingyin nodded. "The food is extremely expensive, and it can't be less than a copper coin. Only the green ant wine doesn't cost a copper coin." The young woman held back her laughter. The old man was dumbfounded. He suddenly came back to his senses and shouted, "Waiter, bring 2 more pots of green ant wine." Su Fingyin held back his laughter. "Brother Tong, I really can't drink anymore." The old man glared at him and said angrily, "Brat, don't call me Brother Tong. Call me Uncle Tong." Suddenly, the young woman reached out and pressed the hilt of saber. She said in a low voice, "Upstairs, there's a murderous aura." Su Fingyin's expression became strange. The young woman thought that this young master from Liangzhou had an ordinary aura and didn't take her words seriously. Considering that he had accompanied her grandfather to drink so many pots of green ant wine, she reminded him for the first time. "Young Master Su, there are many masters on the 3rd floor. At least 4 or 5 of them have strong and majestic cheese. If these masters, who are strong enough to reach the first grade, fight, I may not be able to take care of you. Su Fengyan knew the situation upstairs. Cheng Baishuang, the #1 master in Nanjiang, Mao Shulang, the saber master, and Ji Luan, the chief visiting officer of the Dragon Palace. Wei Miao, the #1 master in Nanzhao, and Xue Songwan, the blind zither player. There were already 5 of them. Su Fengyan's expression was strange because the young woman's words about murderous aura reminded him of 2 catchphrases he had said countless times. There's murderous aura in my crotch. My crotch is very depressed. Every time 2 fledgling Jianghu wanderers took off their pants and peed together, they would compete to see who had more murderous aura. In the dead of night, when he was tossing and turning, or when he woke up in the morning, he would look down at his crotch and say, "Brother, I'm so sorry. I'm such a useless big brother. Bear with it." She still remembered back then when that fellow cooperated with her as a fortune teller to cheat people of their money. There was one time when he threw a stick of bad luck into the pot behind her back. In the end, it was picked by a young lady who was led by an elder to draw lots for marriage. The result could be imagined, but at that time, that young lady's appearance was really shocking. Su Fengyan subconsciously looked out the window. Even he didn't realize that the corners of his mouth were curled up and he was smiling warmly. By the time Su Fengyan came back to his senses, a loud bang was heard from the 3rd floor. Su Fengyan stood up. "Uncle Tong, Miss Tong, my friend is on the 3rd floor. I have to go take a look." He had long guessed the woman's identity. She was Tong Shanquan, the head of Jinsui Saber Manor in Nanzhao. She was a genuine female saber master. Her martial arts path was exactly the same as Linya, the fist master of Martial Emperor City. Then she had 2 blades on her right waist. They were the 6th and 9th most important weapons in the world. Martial virtue and heavenly treasure. The old man's expression was serious. "Since that's the case, let my granddaughter accompany you." Su Fengyan shook his head and smiled. "I appreciate Uncle Tong's kindness. Don't worry, I know what's important." The old man was about to speak when he suddenly felt his granddaughter tug at his sleeve. He looked down, and she shook her head. Although the old man didn't know what was going on, he still said worriedly, "You must be careful. If something's wrong, call out." Strangers meeting by chance could take life and death lightly. Perhaps this was the Jianghu of the old man's generation. Su Fengyan had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned around and gave a fist salute. He smiled and said, "The last cup of wine is for my father to toast Mr. Tong. If he can hear it with his own ears, not to mention 5 bottles of green ant wine, even 10 or 20 bottles, he will drink with Mr. Tong to his heart's content." After Su Fengyan left, the old man was confused and asked in confusion, "Little girl, what did Grandpa say just now?" She said in all seriousness, "I forgot." The old man, who was still a little dizzy, shook his head and decided not to think about it. He smiled and said, "Little girl, Grandpa has figured it out." She was a little curious. The old man said seriously, "This young man is not simple." The woman, who was known as the twin prides of Jianghu, with the young banished immortal of Tai Bai sword sect, took a deep breath and pursed her lips tightly without saying a word. Just as she was feeling disappointed, the old man said something shocking. "He is the king of Bailiang, Su Fengyan." She was horrified. The old man lowered his head and took a sip, chuckling. "Silly girl, you believe this?" Chapter 1861. The death of the envoy of the royal family in the territory of the vassal prince was both a conspiracy and an overt one. The 3 eunuchs of the Directorate of Credentials were well aware of this. However, the decisiveness of the assassin was beyond their imagination. The final location of the assassination was Bay in town, which was very close to Liangzhou City. This choice was too rash. However, it was precisely this almost unreasonable stupidity that brought the assassin a glimmer of hope. As Commander Qian of the Palace Guards expected, the assassin who attacked first was the man and woman at the table opposite, the head eunuch Liu. 20 steps, 2 screens. When a figure used a sharp weapon to break the first screen in an instant, Commander Qian, who had been prepared, had already stood up and pulled out the golden knife that symbolized his identity from his waist. When the assassin cut the second screen in a straight line, Commander Chien did not blindly retreat and take a passive defensive position. Instead, he did not advance and instead retreated, quickly chopping at the assassin with his knife. His moves were simple, but his momentum was majestic. When he swung his knife, he was worthy of the nickname of Zamadeo in the capital. Commander Chien's knife technique abandoned all forms and was not sloppy at all. It did not rely on the finesse of his moves. It already contained a sense of returning to simplicity. The world's knives and swords were similar, but there was also a competition of techniques. For example, Li Chungang, who was known to be on par with ancestor Liu in swordsmanship, and Dong Tai, who was at the peak of killing. Another example was Yu Groom and Lu Huang, who were also disciples of Wang Xianji in Wuwu City. They respectively pointed out two paths to the peak of swordsmanship. As for the masters of a knife technique, there was Mao Shulang, who was known to know all the knife techniques in the world, and Gu Jiantang, who surpassed him with only 2 moves. Commander Chien, who was far away from the battlefields of Jianghu and had lived in the Forbidden Palace for a long time, was obviously chasing after Gu Jiantang's shadow on the path of the knife technique. He pursued to use the fastest knife to kill in the shortest distance. This kind of suspicion of shallow martial virtue was the most common in the battlefields, but it was extremely rare in Jianghu, where people understood each other well. Today, the spear saint of Snow Hut, Li Hozhao, who was one of the 4 sages of Liang Lake, was famous for not conceding in martial arts competition, not showing mercy when using his spear, and not letting people live after gaining the upper hand. Under the famous spear Great Snow Wall, few people survived. Therefore, he was also called the 3 UNS. Although his combat power was at the top of the 4 sages, his ranking in Jianghu was at the bottom, which caused the entire Snow Hut to not even be considered as a quasi-first-class sect. The music saint of Black Drum Platform even said that Li Hozhao's martial arts were too great, but his martial virtue was too little. Although they were both 4 sages, they were ashamed to be in the same group. Sure enough, Commander Chien killed the enemy with a single strike. If the previous assassin was said to have split the screen in half with a single strike, then Commander Chien was said to have split the assassin and his weapon in half with a single strike. Commander Chien was completely indifferent to the horrifying knife wound on his shoulder. He quickly exhaled and replaced it with fresh air. Normally, if Commander Chien wanted to fight to the death with this powerful assassin, even if he was destined to have the upper hand, he would not have succeeded in killing him with 1 strike. However, Commander Chien did not leave any leeway. He did not hesitate to be injured in exchange for a life, which was a stark contrast to the assassin who had deliberately stored up his strength for a last resort. This created a great situation where Commander Chien was only lightly injured and did not have any combat power. In a battle between Jianghu masters, there was a world of difference between fighting for victory and fighting for life and death. It seemed that Commander Chien, who was no stranger to the battlefields of Jianghu, understood this principle, but the assassin who had never fought on the battlefield did not. Behind Commander Chien, the head eunuch Lu did not move and continued to raise his cup and drink. The head eunuch Song pressed his hands on the edge of the chair. The white fat on his cheeks trembled and his lips were blue, as if he was mumbling something. Eunuch Ma, who was as tall and sturdy as a man outside the Great Pass, had already put down his chopsticks and stood when Commander Chien attacked. He walked steadily to Eunuch Lu's side. This hidden eunuch Chien did not show any joy when he saw Commander Chien cut the body in half. On the contrary, he quickly warned, "Be careful." After noticing the abnormality on the 3rd floor of the restaurant, Commander Chien, who was always walking on thin ice, naturally would not lower his guard. In reality, he was waiting for the assassin's true move. Even that seemingly hurried breath was a feint to lure the snake out of its hole. So when the gloomy woman who had left a deep impression on him arrived at almost the same time the man's body was cut in half, she could be said to have come straight from the 2 halves of the body. This scene was indescribably strange and bloody. Commander Chien opened the door to welcome the guest, at least 70 to 80% faster than she had imagined. It was still a heavy chop that could cut through a mountain. The woman did not use her sword to block the momentum of the chop at all. The tip of her sword still went straight for Commander Chin's heart. Her eyes were cold, and the slender arm that held the 3-foot-long sword did not tremble in the slightest. She was so calm when she killed, and she was so even when she was killed. This was probably a true top assassin. Even if Commander Chien had tilted his body slightly at the last moment and avoided the fatal blow, the green tip of the sword still cut a bloody groove in his chest. As for the vicious and merciless female assassin, she had already died under Commander Chien's second strike. Although the force of the blade didn't chop her body into pieces like before, it still knocked her body flying out, causing the table to collapse and explode into pieces, causing the ground to be in a mess. Her body fell into a pool of blood, and a shocking scarlet line of blood slowly appeared from between her eyebrows to her abdomen. Near her head, it happened to be where a wine jar had fallen. The wine slowly spread on the ground in silence. There was wine and death. From beginning to end, from life to death, she and her companions had not said a word. This kind of silence was far more intimidating than the murderous fighting. Chapter 1862. It was said that the deer-reaping tower that had gradually surfaced was regarded as the 11th sect in the world by the Walleen. It specialized in cultivating assassins who treated killing like dirt. They took money to eliminate disasters for others. No matter the identity of the person they killed, whether it was a high official or a top master who had already made a name for himself in the Jianghu, as long as the price was right, the deer-reaping tower would take the job. Even if the assassins died and suffered heavy losses, the deer-reaping tower would only continue to send a second and third batch. They would not stop until they reached their goal. After killing someone, they would cut off the head to show the reputation of the deer-reaping tower to their employer. It was widely rumored in the Jianghu that when Su Fengnian was still His Royal Highness, the assassins who killed Wang Mingyin for him outside Shangfan City, and the men of sacrifice who later killed the Celestial Realm Grandmaster, Liu Haosher, all came from the most mysterious ninth tower of the deer-reaping tower. However, as for the truth, after Su Fengnian ascended to the top of the Jianghu, it became an unsolved case. The deer-reaping tower, shrouded in fog, would not give an answer, and no one dared to ask in front of the young king. After killing the two assassins that were very likely to have come from the deer-reaping tower, Commander Chien's face was pale. He quickly raised his trembling left hand and tapped a few major acupuncture points in front of his chest, causing the qi and blood that had been flowing normally in his meridians to immediately take a different path. He had to turn the blood groove near his wound into a place of death without help because the tip of the female man of sacrifice's sword was coated with poison. Once it seeped into his bone marrow, even an immortal on earth would not be able to save him. However, in this way, his life was not in danger for the time being. Commander Chien also lost the ability to continue fighting. He was afraid that the assassins still had people lurking in the shadows, so he quickly turned his head and said in a low voice, "3 eunuchs, we have to leave this place." In reality, from the first assassin splitting open the screen to Commander Chien speaking, it had only been a few blinks of an eye. At this moment, an angry roar came from outside the screen to Eunuch Lu's right. An ancient voice sounded above the heads of the 3 eunuchs of the Directorate of Credentials and Commander Chien. There was endless joy in the voice. "Castrated dogs of Great Peace City, you came to Bailiang's territory to show off, and now you want to leave?" Eunuch Song, whose bloated body was squeezed into the yellow rosewood chair, was pushed back along with the chair. It was clear that this great eunuch of the Directorate of Credentials was terrified. Eunuch Ma, who looked extremely heroic without his red python robe, had somehow circled to Eunuch Lu's right side. He raised his head and looked at the man, and sword flying down. The burly eunuch had one hand behind his back, and the other clenched into a fist on his abdomen. He sneered softly, "I'm waiting for you traitors." Eunuch Lu, who was sitting as steadily as Mount Tai, glanced at the old man with a head full of frost and snow. He sighed softly and drank the cup of green ant wine in his hand. The remaining people at the table behind the screen on the right all followed the white-haired swordsman, who was the most senior of them all, and flew towards the 3 eunuchs from the capital. For a moment, the screen seemed to be filled with butterflies and bees. It was a beautiful sight. In this group, other than a few who had taken down their weapons and placed them on the table, the others didn't get up to retrieve their weapons from the wooden racks. This was also why Commander Qian didn't immediately inform the 3 eunuchs. In Commander Qian's eyes, these 9 people had been chatting merrily about Xianyuanzi on the Great Snow Plains and comprehending immortality through observing snow for one night. Of the 4 young grandmasters, Banished Immortal of the Tai-Bai Sword Sect was the most likely to become the leader in the future. They were just ordinary people who wandered the Jianghu, and they racked their brains to gather together wherever they could accumulate prestige for their faction. They tried to curry favor with famous Jianghu figures, exchanged pointers with fellow Jianghu cultivators, and became sworn brothers with those who shared similar ideals. Commander Qian, who had once relied on an iron blade to conquer the world, had seen too many of these Jianghu figures more than 10 years ago. Compared to the 2 true men of sacrifice, this kind of trash couldn't be measured. However, Commander Qian felt a strong sense of unease in his heart for no reason. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the blade in his hand and turned his head to look at those Jianghu experts who, logically speaking, should have reached a higher level of Jianghu, but definitely couldn't be counted as assassins. The old swordsman, who had pounced down with the momentum of a lion hunting a rabbit, suddenly saw a blur in front of his eyes. Then, this old man, who had always been extremely confident in his swordsmanship, felt as if a sledgehammer had struck a bell in his chest. He came quickly and left even faster. Before he landed on the ground, he was already a corpse with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. The old man's corpse that flew out collided with a young woman in white fluttering behind him. After flipping over the screen, they both fell onto the table together. Then, the table full of dishes and bowls slid to the ground. It was unknown whether the woman was dead or alive. Commander Qian suddenly shouted sternly, "Be careful below the screen." As it turned out, there were 9 people at the table, but only 8 assassins had leaped over the screen. The missing person was destined to be the trump card at the bottom of the box. First, they threw out bait as a smokescreen at the cost of 2 lives. Then, they pretended to be weak, and finally, they coincided with each other. This kind of calculated assassination was meticulous and sinister. One after another, it was impossible to guard against. Commander Qian had already seen through the killing intent after realizing that something was wrong. That Eunuch Ma's reaction was not slow either. However, that 9th person who seemed to leisurely walk out from behind the screen could be said to come and go like a ghost. His move was earth-shattering. With just a tap of his foot, his body rushed forward as fast as rolling thunder. His 2 hands moved forward, and 2 short swords were hidden in his sleeves. Because his body rushed forward so quickly, the sword chi of the short swords, which were less than 5 inches long, seemed to leave behind 2 slender but resplendent white rainbows in the air. Fortunately, Eunuch Ma heard Commander Qian's warning and took a step back. The 2 hidden swords did not pierce his chest on the spot. Even so, his chest was still pierced with 2 bloody holes. Eunuch Ma, who was so angry that he laughed, opened his eyes wide. Although he was seriously injured, his vigorous aura did not drop in the slightest. His 5 fingers were like hooks grabbing the assassin's head. With a casual swing, he threw the corpse, which had 5 nails nailed into the head, against the wall. When the hidden sword assassin died, he sat on the ground with his back against the wall. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to have already seen the glory of the final battle. Chapter 1863. Eunuch Ma felt helpless. Like Commander Qian, he had to flick his finger to open his acupuncture point. There was poison in the hidden blade. It did not appear to be fatal at the moment, but based on the craziness of these people, it was probably fatal. It was just a matter of time. Even if Bayan Town's Green Horse Relay and the Jingdo Cavalry flattened this restaurant, what benefit would it bring to the situation? This game of chess on the 3rd floor of the restaurant could possibly affect the general trend of the entire world. The front and right-hand screens of the head eunuch Liu were no longer there. Then the remaining screen appeared particularly out of place. Eunuch Song stealthily stood up with his hand on the edge of the chair. This seemed very reasonable. In a situation like this where his clothes were of no use, it was normal for him to run away. At this time, Eunuch Lu's brow furrowed. For the first time tonight, he completely put down his wine cup and turned his head. A dark voice sounded by the ears of the three major eunuchs. You dare to wantonly gather people and kill people on the streets of Baelyong? Do you think the fish dragons do not exist? The owner of the voice quickly showed his true appearance. The screen was cut in half. It had been cut in half by his hand. Lunarong didn't stop her trusted subordinate from interfering in that inexplicable disturbance without permission. While she did not know the beginning and end of this assassination, the phrase Jingdo eunuchs had made her realize that this matter was unusual. In these years, as the head of the fish dragons on the surface, she had interacted with the various governments of Baelyong. She knew that Great Peace City had mustered a large force to enter Liangzhou to announce the edict. No matter what the attitude of the Wang Fu in Mount Qingliang, the special identity of the eunuchs in the procession delivering the edict could not be publicly killed. Otherwise, not to mention the young emperor of Liang who had already given in to the 300,000 Baelyong cavalry, he would definitely be furious. The world would also question the motives of the Su family in Baelyong. As the head of the fish dragon gang on the surface, Lunarong had interacted with the various local authorities over the years. Although she never got tired of it, her horizons were no longer the same as a woman from a few years ago. As the head of the Jianghu in northern Liang, no matter how powerful the fish dragon gang was, it was still a flood dragon that flopped about in the lake that was northern Liang Path. Even if it didn't bow its head and be loyal and devoted to the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang, at this sensitive time, there was absolutely no reason for it to stay out of this matter when faced with a murderous situation that was just a few steps away. Therefore, Lunarong would not stop the consecrator from taking action. She even knew that in this complicated and obscure situation, she had to cut the Gordian knot. Sitting at the same table with Lunarong was the chief visiting official of Dragon Palace, Ji Luan. As a powerful Wu Dao grandmaster, he could see that the eunuchs of Great Peace City were at their wits' end. Even if the remaining 5 assassins were not worth mentioning in his eyes, they might be lucky enough to succeed in this chaotic situation. After getting the nod of Palace Master Lin Honyuan, Ji Luan smiled slightly and waved his hand. 5 white porcelain wine cups on the table flew in front of him and kept spinning. Between the wine cups full of spiritual qi, the soft knocking sounds were exceptionally crisp and pleasant, like 5 little white sparrows chirping. The wine cups flashed and disappeared. The next moment, before the 5 assassins could get close to Eunuch Ma and Commander Qian, their heads all swayed backward, and they fell to the ground. The foreheads of the 5 pitiful creatures were all red without exception. Without the screen blocking their view, Eunuch Ma and Commander Qian could see the 5 wine cups. After returning to the table, they shook slightly, as if they were asking for credit. Eunuch Ma narrowed his eyes and remained calm. Commander Qian held the golden saber in his hand and turned to Ji Lu and to thank him. This bloody storm, which should have ended here, became particularly moving because of a certain someone's hidden action. Lunarong's face was aghast. Even Lin Honyuan, who had been happily watching from the sidelines, was slightly stunned. His handsome face had some annoyance and shame from playing with fire, and there was uneasiness hidden in the depths of his limpid eyes. Cheng Baishuang, the first master of Southern Border, who looked like an old Confucian scholar, frowned, and there was clear anger between his brows. This old man had been thinking about a major event that involved the fate of the country, so he was absent-minded for a moment. It turned out that no one had thought that the servant of the fish dragon gang who went to rescue would actually slap the head of the fat eunuch who had just stood up trembling with fear. With his palm strike, he could easily cut through the screen as if he was cutting tofu. Wouldn't he be able to easily smash the entire head into smithereens? Mao Shulang, who had been drinking with his head lowered, had actually held the hilt of his saber, but he suddenly released his fingers. Mao Shulang gave up midway, and Cheng Baishuang was caught off guard. The 2 grandmasters of Southern Border didn't make a move. so it was reasonable to say that this slap would definitely cause blood to splash. However, the mad servant of the fish dragon gang did slap the head, but he didn't succeed, because his arm was broken. Therefore, the broken arm that fell on the head of Eunuch Song was like a family elder patting the head of a younger generation intimately. Behind a screen in the distance, on the table in front of a blind female zither player, there was a simple and unadorned scorch-tail Guqin. Her little finger was bent. Purely based on her deep understanding of the Xian finger realm, she was firmly in the top 3 in the world. Not convinced. However, this was the conclusion of a certain grandmaster of martial arts evaluation. Chapter 1864. The top 3 were Dong Tai, who had long become an earth immortal, Cat Han Shengxian, who was good at killing celestial phenomena with his fingers, and the blind woman who was unknown in the Central Plains. She was the female Guqin player who came to Western Shu from Beimang, Shui Songwan. Eunuch Lu cast a glance at his colleague, who had just escaped from the gates of hell, but still had a confused look on his face. Under the eunuch's long stare, Eunuch Lu finally put away that comical expression of a layman in the world of martial arts. He chuckled, and his expression was gloomy and conceited. It was not until this moment that Eunuch Ma realized that his comical colleague was actually a martial arts master whose cultivation was not lower than his. Tonight, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, and all kinds of slingshots that had been shot and not shot. Was there an end to it? Eunuch Ma had mixed feelings. A ghostly wailing voice suddenly rang out. This. What the hell is going on? In the aisle between the left and right private rooms, a middle-aged man in bright clothes looked as if he had lost his parents. Why are so many people dead? How can our restaurant continue to do business? Then, when he saw the frosty expression on Lunarong's face, it was as if his parents had died, followed by his son. His face was full of despair. Head shopkeeper, listen to me. These people killing each other really has nothing to do with me. This is an undeserved disaster. Eunuch Ma glanced at the middle-aged man and then turned to stare at Lunarong. He sneered, what a fish dragon gang. Eunuch Song also turned his head while rubbing his neck. He laughed and said, what a fish dragon gang in Bailiang. Lunarong's face instantly turned pale. The young minister of offerings beside her was full of anger and murderous intent. Zhao Shanhong, the steel opener, was gloating. He didn't care whether Lunarong had received instructions from Mount Qingliang or not. He only knew that after this assassination failed, it didn't matter whether Lunarong was innocent or not. The Fish Dragon Gang, which was at the peak of its power in northern Liang Path, would soon usher in a major change of blood. After all, a new emperor would bring in new courtiers. As for whether Lunarong would be able to get out of here alive, she would probably have to pray to Buddha and Bodhisattva for protection. Right? Lunarong didn't explain anything to the 2 great eunuchs of the Directorate of Credentials. She just looked at the second shopkeeper of the restaurant, who was crying incessantly. Guxian, I only ask you one thing. Did you participate in tonight's matter? The middle-aged man named Guxian was a senior figure in the new Fish Dragon Gang. Not to mention Zhao Shanhong, the steel opener, he was even better than the young minister of offerings who joined 2 years ago. However, Guoxian's martial arts were mediocre, but he was good at business management. He took a shortcut and quickly stood out. In the end, he became the second manager of this restaurant in Bayan Town. At that time, in the Fish Dragon Gang, this kind of transfer could only be regarded as an exile because Guoxian was one of the few people who were loyal to Lunarong. He could drink with the old boss of the Fish Dragon Gang from time to time. Guoxian left Lingzhou with his tail between his legs. In the end, it was a microcosm of Lunarong's power. Previously, no one thought that Guoxian, who had no soldiers, generals, and little money, could make a comeback and get a place in the top management of the Fish Dragon Gang in Bayan Town. However, Guoxian soon made everyone look at him in a new light. The restaurant and the brothel next door could be so prosperous because of Guoxian. Lunarong, who already felt guilty about this person, was happy to see the Fish Dragon Gang prosper in Bayan Town. She even intended to promote him to a deacon with real power in the Fish Dragon Gang next year. It was not a high position, but it was powerful enough to control half of the Fish Dragon Gang's business. Guoxian said with a sobbing tone, Sect Leader Liu, I'm just a weak commoner. Why would I kill someone when I can make a lot of money every day? The shrewd eunuch Song smiled innocently. Head shopkeeper, second shopkeeper, are you trying to play the role of the good cop? Isn't it a little too late? On the street outside the restaurant, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. The murderous aura of the cavalry on the battlefield was completely different from the murderous aura of a grandmaster in Jianghu who could single-handedly defeat a country. However, it also made Jianghu feel like their guts were about to explode. At this moment, a warm and mellow voice with an obvious smile sounded throughout the entire third floor. It was filled with inappropriate teasing. Eunuch Song, you can't say that. Otherwise, I'll charge you for tonight's green ant wine. The voice was actually right beside Guo Xian's ears, but he had no idea why there was someone beside him. He was already full of anger. Now that he was being pushed into a fire pit by this guy with bad intentions, he could not put on a good face. He turned his head and said angrily, "Charge your mother's money. I have the final say on whether the green ant wine will charge or not." Then he saw a handsome young face. Then he saw that this person had his hands hidden in his sleeves and a Bailiang blade hanging from his waist. In the current northern Liangdao, there was no longer any young general who dared to carry a cold saber in private. Not a single one. A hero with such courage was either still in prison or had already been in prison. In Bailiang, apart from the border army and the internal garrison, there were only two kinds of people who were allowed to openly wear cold blades by Mount Qingliang. One was the generals who had made outstanding military contributions but had already retired from the army. The other was the veteran soldiers who were born in the old barracks. These two kinds of people were mostly old people. Otherwise, they were high-ranking officials who were in the prime of their lives and had already transferred to the officialdom. The young man looked at Guo Xian with a smile and then looked around. Finally, he smiled and said, "In Bailiang, I have the final say." Chapter 1865. The ordinary guests who came to the restaurant to spend money were all scared witless. For example, the official who squatted under a table and cried bitterly. As a county official, he originally came to Bay in town under the guise of observing the people's situation. He wanted to drink some harmless wine and prepare to go to the bed in the neighboring brothel after sacrificing his internal organs. He wanted to tame 1 or 2 rouge horses at the age of 50. How strong was he to throw away his pen and join the army? After knowing that someone had died, he also knew that it was not good to stay here for long. However, his legs were too weak to walk. Secondly, he was afraid that the group of evil people who killed without blinking would find him an eyesore and directly kill the innocent. At this wine table, the only one who was still sitting in the chair and continuing to drink was the foreign scholar who had almost no place in the yamen this year. As a weak scholar, he even slowly moved the screen away just to broaden his field of vision and take a glance at the bloody battlefield where the Jianghu immortals were fighting. What did it mean to be calm in every big event? That was probably it. However, his absurd action, which showed that he was a famous scholar, undoubtedly caused his colleagues and Bin Town to share a common enemy. Not all of the guests were willing to resign themselves to death. There were a few tables of Jianghu people who were trying to sneak down the stairs after the young master with the saber appeared. However, on the railing of the stairs, there was a beautiful woman in a crimson robe. She was like a bodhisattva standing in a Buddhist shrine. She was not angry, but she was majestic. There was no need for her to say anything. All the Jianghu people tactfully returned to their original positions. There was a smart guy who quietly opened the window and tried to jump down. In the end, he was scared out of his wits. He saw a head hanging upside down outside the window. After staring at each other, he did not say anything. He slowly closed the window. He was probably afraid that there would be a gap. He did not forget to pull the window in with all his strength. Only then did he sit back on the chair and silently said, "There are gods 3 feet above my head. If you have grievances, take revenge. Even if you're a ghost, don't look at me, Wang Jian, who is a man in his 30s. I am still a virgin. Yang energy is the strongest. If you find me, be careful that both of us will be hurt." At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely subtle. Over at the blind female Guqin player Shui Songwan's side, The screen had already been knocked down by a young Miao woman in gorgeous clothes. She sat cross-legged on the chair and was in high spirits. She stared at the side profile of the young master with the saber, licked her lips, and said, "So handsome." As her husband, Wei Miao, the #1 martial artist in Nanzhao, smiled and nodded. This unremarkable man had never cared about his wife's deviance. There were countless good things in the world, and it was best if his wife was happy. Su Su, whose real identity was the crown prince of the fallen Western Shu kingdom, had mixed feelings after seeing that guy again. Jealousy surged in his heart. Just based on this point, he could be considered as a fellow sufferer with the Sword Tomb's sword crown, Wu Luding. At Lunarong's table, other than Mao Shulang, Cheng Baishuang and Ji Lu, and had already left their chairs. Lin Honyuan, who was now the master of Southern Border's Dragon Palace, even jumped up. Farther away, the young hero of Bailing County, who had seen the immortals of the land and the fairies of Jianghu in one day, seemed to be about to cry. He felt that today, he had already walked through Jianghu for the rest of his life. Even if he retired from Jianghu tomorrow, he would have no regrets. It seemed that the only person left who was still in the dark was the restaurant's second shopkeeper, Guoxian. He was about to angrily glare at the young man who yawned like a toad, but he immediately shut his mouth, because he found that the fat man called Eunuch Song looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His chubby cheeks trembled violently, but he couldn't say a word. A middle-aged assassin who was smashed to the ground by Ji Lu N's wine cup gritted his teeth and said, "Su Fengyan." Almost at the same time, Eunuch Lu, the head of the ceremony directorate who hadn't stood up after sitting down tonight, finally slowly stood up. He bowed slightly, modest but not obsequious. His voice was steady as he said, "I greet the king of Bailyang. Earlier at the Dragon Horse River crossing, I was lacking in manners. I hope the king will be magnanimous enough to forgive me." The eunuchs of Grayton City, regardless of their rank, had no reason to kneel and greet a king of a different surname, not even a king of the imperial family. Once they held an imperial edict, even the relatives of the imperial family had to kneel and receive it. However, facing this king of the Northwest, Eunuch Lu, the head of the Directorate of Ribbon Insignia, didn't dare to have such extravagant hopes. Even Song Tonglu, the head of the Ceremony Directorate, didn't have such thoughts. In the past, it was because of the 300,000 cavalry of Bailyang behind him. Now, there was another reason related to him, and that was the battle between the Celestials and the Imperial Astronomer. The portraits of the ancestors of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, which had been worshipped by the Zhao family of Liyang for generations, were not many left now. Guoxian, who was slow to realize, was about to make up for his mistake when he heard the young king laughing softly. "Second shopkeeper, that's enough. Stop acting." Guoxian froze on the spot. Su Fengyan looked at the three eunuchs and Commander Qian of the Imperial Guards, who looked as if he was facing a great enemy. After retracting his gaze, he looked at the second shopkeeper of the restaurant in front of him again. There is no need to use martial arts to kill people. Whether it's the group of weaklings lying on the ground, the 4 assassins of the Deer Reaping Tower, or even the servant hiding in the Fish Dragon gang, none of them are the real killing moves. In the end, it still depends on you, the backbone, and the poison you put in their food and drink. Right? The Meow woman in the distance clapped her hands and cheered. "You have a handsome appearance and a good eye." Guoxian's face was uncertain, but in the end, he felt relieved. He quietly straightened his back, turned around, and looked at the young king and laughed. "You are indeed one of the 4 grandmasters of martial arts. You are worthy of the king of Bailyang. You are worthy of the son of the butcher Su Shao." 3 worthy in a row. This middle-aged man, who was too smart, laughed crazily and desolately, incomparably tragic. Su Fengyan looked around again. The assassins of the Deer Reaping Tower who had died, the remnants of the spring and autumn period who had died, the eunuchs of the ribbon sealing supervisor who were standing in Lin Hongyuan's table further away. He said to himself, "It's all technical work." Guoxian sneered, but he was not afraid. Su Fengyan curled his lips. "The poison you bought with a lot of money or carefully made is very slow to take effect. When they are terminally ill, They should have died before they arrived at Mount Qingliang. It was a method used by the imperial court of the spring and autumn period to deal with the grandmasters of Jianghu. It is said that it can easily destroy the invincible body of Vajra. Guo Xian's eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred and pleasure, and he laughed evilly. "What? Do you think you can pry the formula of the antidote out of my mouth?" Su Fengnian wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he just shook his head and said indifferently, "I don't expect it. There are some things that don't make sense." Chapter 1866. A trace of blood suddenly oozed out from the corner of Guo Xian's mouth. It was dark and horrifying. Before he fell to the ground and died, this remnant of the spring and autumn period who painstakingly created this assassination murmured, "I, Guo Xian, have lived half of my life. It's a worthy death." The middle-aged man on the ground who shouted the name of Su Fengnian raised his arm high and was about to smash his head to commit suicide. However, a young woman who fell not far from him, who was supposed to enjoy the adoration of countless young men in Jianghu, looked up at the young king. She broke down and looked pitiful with tears and snot all over her face. She cried, "King of Bailiang, don't kill me. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. I've sacrificed too much for revenge. I don't know my family anything." The woman's mournful cry echoed in the restaurant. Perhaps no one realized that this was the only cry in tonight's battle where everyone was fighting for their lives. Some of the remnant of the 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn who regarded Su Xiao as the culprit of the fall of the Central Plains chose to die for their country in the face of the tragic situation where the mountains and rivers were destroyed. Therefore, in the capital of Western Shu, there were many people who chose to escape. These people formed Hongjia, who ran to the north, and some people who chose to hide. Therefore, in the various Jianghu sects where the dynasties were destroyed, there were many unfamiliar worshippers and young disciples, many rich and powerful families with deep courtyards, many babies in swaddling clothes, and many men and women who seemed to be hurriedly married because of love at first sight. In many temples, academies, and even brothels, there were many more scholarly old men in the former, and many more beautiful women who were clearly graceful like the daughters of noble families in the latter. In the war of spring and autumn, Su Xiao, the great general of Liang, killed so many people that the Central Plains was filled with the smoke of war. He killed so many powerful clans of spring and autumn who had sat and watched the founding and fall of the previous dynasties become a thing of the past. After that, Su Xiao led the Iron Horse in Jianghu from the south to the north, and almost killed everyone in Jianghu. However, he still couldn't kill all the people in the sects and clans who hated their country. If you can't get rid of the roots of the weeds, they'll grow again when the spring breeze blows. Therefore, whenever Bailiang and His Royal Highness went out, people would die. The remnants of the spring and autumn period would die, and so would the Whispering Room. In those years, the number of assassins who had launched sneak attacks on Mount Qingliang was even more numerous than the number of carps crossing the river. In the end, even the maidservants who lived with Wutong in day and night would also die. Moreover, the 2 maidservants whom His Royal Highness had personally helped to give nicknames to died with a little shame but no regrets. Su Fengnian could still clearly remember the first assassination that startled Wutongin. It was the middle of a snowy winter night. He ran out of the house without boots and stood on the steps, looking at the heavily guarded small courtyard. Everywhere he looked, there were dead bodies. The snow was soaked with blood and then covered with snow. In the end, it was a vast expanse of white. At that time, the man whose legs weren't so lame and whose back wasn't so hunched also didn't wear boots. He walked up the steps and stood shoulder to shoulder with the youth. He had the imperial bodyguards in iron armor carry the bodies away. He laughed and said, "In this life, Father has too many enemies. I can't count them all, and I'm too lazy to count them. Son, are you afraid?" The youth didn't know if he was cold or scared, but his teeth chattered. However, he still stubbornly said, "What's there to be afraid of?" At that time, the man whose hair wasn't completely white took off the old mink coat he was wearing and put it on the youth. He laughed loudly and said, "You're a descendant of our old Su family." The youth rolled his eyes. He grabbed the warm mink coat with both hands and quickly ran back to the house. The man who hadn't been called father by his son since the death of his wife turned around and walked down the steps. He strode out of the courtyard. However, as soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, he lost his heroic spirit. He was so cold that he almost jumped. When he caught a glimpse of his adopted son, Yuan Zuozong, he kicked him without saying anything. The latter was at a loss. The man stared at him and lowered his voice. 2 words came out from his teeth. "Take off your boots." Unfortunately, the funny scene couldn't be seen by the youth. At this time, on the 3rd floor, an angry shout interrupted the woman's crying. "Shut up!" The woman was suddenly stunned. Then, her heart-wrenching cry turned into a low sob. The middle-aged assassin said sternly to the young woman, "I'm from the Chongshan Song family. We've been loyal for generations. We'll never shame our ancestors." After saying this, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed a complicated look. Finally, he suddenly raised his arm and slapped the woman's forehead. 20 years of living in humiliation, only to die for innocence. This was the only wish of the Song family's man. As for what the younger generation of the family thought, he didn't care. Although the woman could summon up the courage to beg for mercy from the king of Baoyong, she had exhausted all her energy. At this time, she didn't have any courage to resist the anger of the elders of the family. Su Fengnian, who had been gentle, suddenly became furious. The next moment, he appeared in front of the man on the ground and stepped on the head of the man who tried to put justice before family. The assassin, who was killed in an instant, slid several feet away. Su Fengnian took a deep breath and quickly stabilized the qi in his body. Ordinary martial artists did not feel much pressure from the sudden burst of aura. Even Lin Honyuan only felt a little suffocated. However, Wei Miao, Mao Shulang, Cheng Baishuang, Ji Luin, and Xue Songwan, these 5 martial arts grandmasters almost simultaneously raised their auras to the peak. The blind female zither player even pressed her hands heavily on the zither strings. Mao Shulang, who had stood up, almost pulled out his saber from its sheath. Su Fengnian looked at the young guardian beside Lu Nerong and nodded. The latter silently stepped forward and made a cryptic gesture. As the young guardian made this gesture, 3 men and women of completely different identities quickly walked out from the 3rd floor. One was a bartender from a neighboring brothel. One was an old waiter with a cotton towel on his shoulder and a wine jug in his hand. And the last was a local of Baoyong who had originally been accompanying a group of new heroes to watch the show. The 4 began to clean up the battlefield together, carrying all the survivors of the spring and autumn period who were still alive down the stairs. No one was interested in whether to drag them out and kill them or torture them until they were better off dead. If no one recognized the identities of these 4 people by now, then they really had been kicked in the head by a donkey. They were either spies raised by the water-whisking room, or men of sacrifice raised by the eagle-raising room, or both. The restaurant belonged to the fish dragons, but Lu Nerong had always been an outsider. Su Fengnian turned his head to look at the 3 eunuchs of the Ribbon Insignia Directorate and said expressionlessly, "Don't worry about the poisoning. Also, when you reach Mount Qingliang, put down the imperial edict and you can return a Great Peace City." Eunuch Lu didn't speak and led the way to the stairs. But when he passed by the young king, he intentionally or unintentionally slowed down, his eyes full of questions. When the head eunuch of the Ribbon Insignia Directorate brushed past him, Su Fengnian whispered, as if he was speaking in riddles, "Tell him, she's fine." Eunuch Lu looked straight ahead, but bent his waist slightly and then sped up. Chapter 1867. After the group of powerful but slightly embarrassed eunuchs left, Su Fengnian walked to Lu Nerong's table. Before he sat down, he waved at Su and the others and said with a smile, "Shortcake, Miss Xue, and Uncle Chi, come and sit here. The more people, the merrier." Su Fengnian was the first to sit down. Lin Honyuan, Mao Shulang, Cheng Baishuang, Ji Luin, Lu Nerong, Zhao Shanhong, and another old consecrator from Fish Dragon Gang. In addition, Xue Songwan, the swordsmith surnamed Qi who once gave Su Fengnian the famous swords Spring and Autumn, and Wei Miao, a woman from Yaojiang. The woman in a vermilion gown was naturally Su Ying, and the female ghost who hung upside down outside the window to bask in the moonlight was obviously Miss Hee Jia Jia. Both of them had just arrived at Bay in town tonight. The reason was simple. It was boring to stay in Mount Qingliang. Su Weisheng was also worried about Su Fengyan, so he asked them to bring them here. A table could only fit 9 chairs at most, but there were so many chairs here. Naturally, it was impossible for everyone to have a seat. Fortunately, Su Ying and Miss Hee did not care to sit on the chairs at all. The two of them rushed to a screen not far away that had been spared from the disaster. Su Ying stood while the girl squatted. The latter gnawed on a roast chicken that she had stolen from somewhere and spat out bones all over the floor in just a few bites. Then, she wiped her greasy hands on Su Ying's red robe. Su Ying smiled happily. After Su Fengyan, it was actually Su, who could be defeated by anyone with a single hand, who moved a chair over and sat down first. Zhao Shanhong was the first to kneel down. With both hands on the floor, he said to the young vassal king in a trembling voice, "Zhao Shanhong from Fish Dragon Gang greets the prince." This #1 expert of the underworld in Ji Bei was beaten up like a stray dog by the mad dog Yuan Tingshan, and that was the reason why he came to the Fish Dragon Gang, to live under someone else's roof. If his memory served him correctly, this young vassal king had once beaten the arrogant mad dog Yuan to death in front of Gu Jiantang, the great pillar of Great Peace City. For Zhao Shanhong, who believed that the fist was the law, he sincerely thought that kneeling down in front of the leader of the Bailiang cavalry was the blessing of his previous life. Su nodded. "Get up." Then, he turned to look at the leader of Fish Dragon Gang and asked with a smile, "Of course, why don't you sit down? Don't tell me you're putting on airs now that you've become a gang leader." Luna Rong, who originally wanted to just stand, hesitated for a moment. In the end, she still sat in her original seat, which happened to be on Su Fengyan's right. The old consecrator, who used to put on airs in front of Luna Rong, swallowed his saliva. If there was a hard brick in his hand, he would have knocked himself out. After Zhao Shanhong got up, he quietly came behind Luna Rong and stood side by side with the old consecrator, who also had a solemn and respectful face. On the 3rd floor of the restaurant, except for them, no one had left. In addition to the joy of surviving the disaster, there were also some thoughts that were not known to outsiders. In Jianghu, in addition to ability, experience was very important. Experience. Once you met someone, it was the same as getting to know someone. Since you know Su Fengyan, who was both an Earth Immortal and the Northwest Vassal King, you can brag about it for 7 or 8 years in Jianghu. Lin Hongyuan, Mao Shulang, Cheng Baishuang, and Ji Lu sat down again. Su, Wei Miao, and the women from Yaojiang moved their chairs and sat down. No matter how Su tried to persuade him, Xue Songwan just stood behind him with his zither in his arms. The swordsmithing master surnamed Qi also did not sit down. In this way, there were exactly 9 people. Su Fengyan opened the clay seal of a pot of green ant wine and poured a cup of wine for Luna Rong and Mao Shulang, who were close to him. After pouring a cup of wine for himself, he smiled and said, "I will not be polite. Everyone, please pour your own wine. How good you are when you're drunk. You can't be persuaded to drink. As for the people who persuade others to drink, they are even worse when they are drunk." Ji Lu raised his cup to the young vassal king and drank it in one gulp. Dragon Palace Ji Lu in his honor to meet the prince. Cheng Baishuang also raised his cup. Nanjiang Commoner Cheng Baishuang. This cup of wine is the same as Brother Ji's. Wei Miao drank a cup of wine by himself and said in a deep voice, "Wei Miao." Su Fengyan returned a cup of wine to each of them. Lin Hongyuan was just about to raise his cup, but for some reason, he gave up after meeting the young vassal king's eyes. The Miaojiang woman didn't use a cup. She directly picked up the wine pot and drank a big mouthful of wine. She stared at Su Fengyan's face and said with a smile, "You look so handsome. Your mother must be very beautiful." Su Fengyan smiled brightly and said, "This sister looks like a straightforward person." Wei Miao smiled knowingly. Only Su crossed her arms in front of her chest and snorted coldly. Su Fengyan glanced at his old friend from Beimeng. "Yo, Shortcake, no, now I have to call you Master Su. I heard that you have made a name for yourself in Shishu and Nanjiao. What? This time you also came to Bailiang to participate in the Wudong Martial Arts Symposium. You are not afraid that with you here, the others can only compete for the second place in the world? Susu's face turned red, and she almost had internal injuries on the spot. She blurted out, "Surnamed Su." "Bullshit." Su Fengyan hurriedly poured himself a cup of wine and pretended to panic. "You are indeed Master Su, the invincible master of Shishu and Zhao. I need to drink a cup of wine to calm my nerves." Su stood up and slammed the table angrily. "I'll drink your grandpa. Surnamed Su, are you looking for a beating?" Not to mention Lin Honyuan and the other guests from Nanjiang. Even Lunarong and Wei Miao were speechless. They couldn't understand this guy's stupidity. Did he come from his mother's womb? This surnamed Su guy's martial arts were terrible, but they didn't expect him to be so daring. Zhao Shanhong and the consecrator firmly believed that this seemingly mediocre young man must be a top master in the world. Su Fengyan laughed. Come on, I beg you." Su sat down at lightning speed and said righteously, "A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists." Zhao Shanhong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. After Su's ruckus, the originally dull atmosphere became much more relaxed. Everyone at the table had complicated backgrounds, so it wasn't easy to talk about anything. Su Fengyan drank about a jug and a half before saying that he wanted to go downstairs to say goodbye and end the table. Lin Honyuan and Lunarong met here because they had something to discuss, so they stayed on the third floor. Su and the others didn't want to stay either, but Wei Miao took the initiative to toast Cheng Baishuang and Ji Luan. Both sides could be considered old acquaintances. Earlier, they each represented the Prince of Shu, Chen Jibao, and the Prince of Yin, Zhao Bing, to a small town in Liaodong to meet with the Great Pillar State, Gujiantang. At that time, the three sides parted on bad terms. The world was unpredictable, and no one could have predicted that in the end, these two vassal kings would join forces to rebel. Between the heroes of the world, even if they served different masters, it didn't prevent them from appreciating each other. Moreover, they were now considered a family, so there was no need to hold grudges. Su Fengyan returned to the second floor and saw that it was empty. There was only the grandfather and grandson sitting at the table by the window. Seeing that Su Fengyan returned safe and sound, the old man was relieved. Although the head of Jinswan Knife Manor, Tong Shanquan, was expressionless, his brows relaxed a little. Chapter 1868. After Su Fengyan sat down, the old man asked, "How is it?" Su Fengyan, who had drunk quite a bit tonight, let out a long sigh. Other than the smell of alcohol, he was also depressed. He smiled and said, "It's fine now. When we're outside, we have to rely on our friends. Although there's a lot of commotion upstairs, my friends can handle it." She wasn't a young virgin, but she was a young saber master. She frowned again and said in a low voice, "Just now, there is someone with a particularly strong aura. He's at least a heavenly phenomenon expert." The old man said unhappily, "It must be that Wei Miao." After that fellow joined the king of Shu, he became even more confident. Instead of being a master of the pugilistic world, he chose to be an official's lackey. I must have been blind to think that he was a real man a few years ago. Su Fengyan didn't say a word about this. In an instant, Tong Shanquan had already stood up. Her left hand pressed on the hilt of a long saber on her right waist. The saber was unsheathed by an inch. However, it was unknown whether the saber she was holding was a martial virtue or a heavenly treasure. Su Fengyan was helpless. The three of them were near the window. At this moment, two heads were hanging upside down, staring at the three of them. Su Fengyan rubbed his forehead and smiled bitterly. "Manor Lord Tong, don't misunderstand. They're my family." The old man, surnamed Tong, was dumbstruck. He looked at Brother Su, then at the two heads outside the window. Even with Tong Shanchuan's unwavering determination, his mouth was slightly agape. From this, it could be seen that Su Ying and Miss He weren't very well received, especially at night. Jia chuckled 3 times, curled his lips, and disappeared in a flash. Su Ying followed suit and chuckled 3 times before disappearing as well. The atmosphere was awkward. No one spoke. Fortunately, Su Su and the others came down from the third floor. Su Su clicked her tongue and said, "Yo, Su, you're spending time with a stranger again. How busy?" Then, Su Su raised her voice and said sincerely to Tong Shanquan, "Miss, please ignore that pervert. He already has 3 wives and 4 concubines. Even his children can climb trees and dig out bird nests." Su Fengyin laughed angrily, scram. Su Su gave him a thumbs up. "You teach me first." Su Fengyin pretended to get up, but Su Su simply ran away like a wisp of smoke. Wei Miao and the Miaojiang woman came downstairs after Su Su, Shui Songwan, and the swordsmith. The old man with the surname Tong turned his head and snorted coldly. This made Wei Miao, who wanted to greet the old man, continue to go downstairs. However, the Miaojiang woman with the enchanting figure threw a wink at Su Fengyin and did not forget to give him a thumbs up. The old man, who hadn't drunk a single drop of wine since Su Fengyin had entered the building, subconsciously reached out to pick up the wine jug. He shook it a little, but it was empty. After putting down the jug, he said unhappily, "Young Master Su, why don't you tell this old man everything? Tell me straight." Su Fengyin said seriously, "How about I drink 2 more jugs with you? Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to drink anymore." The old man's face darkened. "I'm not drinking," Su Fengyin continued. "According to the restaurant's rules, if someone could drink 6 jugs of green ant wine in a day, they won't even charge for the food. I'll drink 1.5 jugs. The old man was indeed experienced. He immediately said decisively, "Then drink." This time, it was Tong Shanquan who rubbed his forehead. There were no more waiters on the second floor. So, Su Fengyin had to personally go to the counter and rummage through the cabinets to get the 2 jugs of wine. He also got 2 plates of peanuts. He held the jug between his arms and held the plates with both hands. The only thing missing was a white cotton towel on his shoulders. When Tong Shanquan saw him like this, he asked in a low voice, "Grandpa, can this be that person?" At that time, the old man was just casually talking nonsense to his granddaughter. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. Drinking was drinking, but silence was silence. Su Fengyin was bored to death. He would occasionally point at the table. After drinking 2 jugs of wine, the old man stood up shakily and said calmly, "I'm leaving." Su Fengyin nodded. "Then I won't see you out." The old man waved his hand and strode away. Su Fengyin looked at Tong Shanquan's back as he walked further and further away. He asked with a smile, "May I ask Miss Tong, which one is the 6th most famous blade in the world?" Tong Shanquan stopped in his tracks. His right hand gently touched the hilt of a long blade at his waist. Su Fengyin said slowly, "A sharp blade cuts through the water. The blade doesn't damage the blade, and the water doesn't leave a trace." Tong Shanquan said the same thing when he met Su Fengyin before. "Thank you." The autumn of the 3rd year of Xiangfu was particularly eventful. The king of Yanqi, Zhao Bing, and the king of Shu, Chun Jibao, raised their troops together. Half of the territory south of Guangling River fell. The Liang imperial court had no choice but to let Lu Xingxiang and Wu Zhongshuan lead troops south again. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong, replaced Kainan, who had resigned due to illness. He was in charge of controlling the northern border army between Beiliang and the 2 Liao provinces. The imperial court conferred the king of Beiliang, Su Fengyin, as the pillar of the state. At the same time, he also conferred posthumous titles to Lu Jinu, Wang Lingbao, and all the heroes who died outside the Great Pass. He also made an exception and set up 2 deputy Jingshi and Jidushi in Beiliang. The former Liangzhou provincial governor, Lu Dongjiang, became the number 2 civil official in Beiliang. Su Beiji and Yang Xinxing were both deputy Jidushi. In the Battle of Miyun Pass, Chao Wei and an originally unknown general surnamed Xia annihilated Zhong Tan's cavalry. Only Xia Zhoubo and Zhong Tan led a dozen or so Zhong family elite cavalry to break out of the encirclement. In this battle, they successfully forced Lantan Mountain, who had already accepted the title of Guoshi of Beimeng, to change sides. 20,000 monk soldiers rushed to the aid of Qingcang City in Liuzhou. Yu Wandao led more than 10,000 light cavalry to bypass the gentleman's pavilion and several important border towns of Gusai Prefecture. His lone army penetrated deep into Beimang's southern court hinterland and pointed at Shijing, shaking the two dynasties of Beimang. The Beimang royal court spread the news that after the empress heard about the crushing defeat at Miyun Pass, she was so angry that she fell ill and couldn't get up. Crown Prince Yalu Hong temporarily took charge of the southern expedition. Yalu Hongkai, an elder of 3 dynasties, was given the title of Shijing's chief assistant, assisting His Highness the Crown Prince. Among them, Yalu Dongchuang, a member of the king's tent, was appointed as the right assistant minister of the Ministry of War in Shijing. At the same time, he was conferred the title of Zhengwu General, controlling 4 important military towns, including the Gentleman's Pavilion. Afterwards, the rebel army of the 2 kings of Liang did not immediately launch an attack to the north. Instead, they quickly nibbled away the vast territory south of the Guangling River. But just when the entire Liang officialdom and army mistakenly thought that the king of Yin was going to establish himself as the emperor, the Central Plains ushered in a huge and far-reaching shock. It was rumored that the 2 kings of Liang were going to raise the king of Jing and Zhao Sun to the throne because of his loyalty to the orthodox Zhao family. The eyes and thoughts of the world were all focused on this series of shocking changes. Among them, the crown prince of Yanji, Zhao Zhu, was still calm and collected. He also did not pay attention to the small place in Liangzhou called Bayantown. On that night, behind the thick smell of blood, there was real blood. The real blood, there was no blood. On the contrary, it was the warmth of the past, the life and death of the past. On the second floor of a big restaurant, Su Fengyan sat alone on a bench, closing his eyes and taking a nap. When Su Fengyan opened his eyes, Lu Nerong was standing alone at the table. Seeing that she was not the woman he expected, the young king was relieved. Even if he was destined to meet the other woman, it was always good to meet her a little later. This was like His Royal Highness who had returned from traveling Jianghu. He knew that Su Xiao was starting to grow old, but it was better to be slower. Chapter 1869. Looking at the leader of the fish dragons, Su Fengyan said softly, "Sit down." Lu Nerong nodded and sat opposite him. Su Fengyan asked with a smile, "Do you feel tired?" Lu Nerong smiled. She looked tired, but her eyes were bright. Probably a little more relaxed than you. Su Fengyan poured a glass of wine for Lu Nerong and joked, "I won't persuade you to drink. You're really casual. It's not appropriate for a man and a woman to get drunk." Lu Nerong dismissed it with a smile. She didn't pretend to drink it all in one gulp. She just took a small sip. When a meaning was there, the meaning was there. Su Fengyan didn't drink. Instead, he put his hands in his sleeves and said slowly, hot, annoyed, and cool, but only in the state of mind. Therefore, there is no cold or heat in the Buddhist land, and the immortal city is like the 3 springs. It's just that we are mortals after all, and it's difficult for us to reach this state. Even if we do, it may not last long. In the end, there are 2 kinds of people in the world who live the easiest lives. One is the really generous people. Some people scold the old and clumsy, but the old and clumsy only say yes. Some people beat the old and clumsy, but the old and clumsy just fall asleep. The other kind is the really petty people. They will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. They pay attention to kindness and hatred, and they can even repay kindness with evil with good conscience. The former only cares about retreating, while the latter only cares about climbing up. Lu Nerong asked, "What about you?" Su Fengyan grinned and said, "Of course I'm the former of the latter. I'm not a good person, and I can't be a good hypocrite. I can't rely on either side, so I'm very depressed at the moment." Lu Nerong was not amused. Instead, she lowered her head and said in a low voice, "The fish dragons." Su Fengyan interrupted her and said, "Do you know why I want you to be the leader of the fish dragons? You may think that I need an additional source of soldiers, or that I've been coveting your beauty for a long time." Lu Nerong, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, looked up and found that his expression was actually very serious. Su Fengyan said calmly, "None of them. My original idea was very simple. I felt that the Jianghu of Bailiang needed one or two heroines like the one I had envisioned when I was young. It didn't matter whether she was good at martial arts or not, but she was full of righteousness. She was in high spirits and could pass judgment on the world. She was born with a chivalrous heart and was willing to lend a helping hand when she saw injustice. Then I looked around and found a girl called Lu Nerong from a small gang. She also happened to like the Jianghu and had gone through thick and thin with me. Lu Nerong suddenly smiled. I believe you. Su Fingyin teased. Because you're stupid, you believe whatever others say. Lu Nerong laughed at herself and did not deny it. At this moment, Su Fingyin realized that she was really tired. If it had been the Lu Nerong who escorted Bei Meng back then, she would have been at loggerheads with him. Even if she felt guilty, she liked to talk back. Su Fingyin said, I will find someone to replace you as the leader of the fish dragons. Please apologize to the old leader for me. After all, the fish dragons is his life's work. Lu Nerong nodded. She seemed to be a completely different person. She asked curiously, What's going on tonight? Can you tell me? River crossing dragon, Great Lake flood dragon, wild mountain python, cave snake, and pond carp. I feel like I've gathered all of them. Su Fingyin smiled and said, Why can't I tell you? When I was still the heir of Bailiang, there weren't many fools who were willing to go to Mount Qingliang to seek trouble. After I became a prince and a martial arts grandmaster, the majority of the spring and autumn period survivors who hid in Bailiang were close to despair and gave up. Since they couldn't go to Mount Qingliang to assassinate me and couldn't throw away their lives in vain under the watchful eyes of the cavalry outside the pass, what could they do? They could only resentfully wait for death. Afterwards, the fish dragons rose rapidly. At the time, there were rumors that I had an ambiguous relationship with you. Naturally, there were many people who made a last resort and infiltrated the fish dragons, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. The second shopkeeper of this restaurant, Guo Xian, was one of them. His real name was Guo Xuanxiang, a descendant of the martyrs of Northern Han. His father and Fan Xiaochai's grandfather were both pillars of the country. One was scholarly, and the other was martial arts. However, even Fu Shuifeng didn't expect that the Guo family's youngest son, whose corpse had been identified, would still be alive. Moreover, he was right under our noses. As for the consecrated member of your fish dragons who attempted to smash the head of the ribbon-sealing bureau's eunuch into mush, he was even more deeply hidden. Even the sacrificial warrior from the eagle-raising room who stayed by your side, under the alias of Qi Hanshi, has not been able to uncover his true identity. Now that he is dead, it will be difficult to follow the vine to the melon. That middle-aged man who claimed to be from the Song family of Chongshan was born into one of the prominent families of the old Southern Tang. Although the destruction of the Southern Tang was caused by Gu Jiantang, I presume that the Song family had a reason for placing the blame on me. Those four assassins should have come from a sect called the Deer Reaping House. Their style is distinct and cannot be underestimated. I believe that while the survivors of the spring and autumn period may be able to invite ordinary assassins from the Deer Reaping House, they definitely wouldn't be able to invite that level of elite sacrificial warriors. Therefore, it's hard to say how deep the secret behind this is, but it's definitely not shallow. At this point, Su Fingyin smiled faintly, as if he had noticed that there were still some peanuts left on the plate. He took one out of his sleeve and tossed it into his mouth. I won't care about the others for now, but since this Deer Reaping House has the guts to establish a sect in Jianghu and dares to swagger over to Bailiang to arm wrestle with me, then I'll take it as accepting a life-or-death battle invitation. Lu Nerong was puzzled. You going to visit them in person? Su Fingyin couldn't help but laugh. The Battle of Liangmeng is imminent. Why would I go to the Central Plains? However, back then, the Wu family sword mounds sent hundreds of cavalry and swords to Liangmeng, and they were all under my command. Not all of the swordsmen were willing to die outside the pass. Moreover, many of them wanted to return to their homeland. There were about 20 of them. Originally, I wanted them to symbolically go to the gourd mouth of Yuzhou to kill once or twice. Each of them could kill 100 enemies, and that would be a way out for both sides. Now, Lu Nerong also bent over to pick up a peanut and put it into her mouth. You want the 20 cavalry of the Wu family to go directly to the deer-reaping house to cause trouble? Chapter 1870. Su Fengyin raised his eyebrows. Of course not. The Beimang barbarians still have to kill 100 people before going to the Central Plains to flatten the Deer Reaper Tower. Lunarong rolled her eyes. You sure know how to do business. Su Fengyin snorted. This is called swallows holding mud in their mouths. Good housekeeping. After saying this proudly, the great king of Bailiang tossed a peanut high into the air and caught it with his mouth open. Lunarong was speechless. The small plate of peanuts was quickly devoured by the two. Lunarong thought for a long time and finally couldn't help but ask, those people obviously didn't even want to assassinate you, so why did they still do it by hook or by crook? Don't they know that once Bailiang and Liang become enemies, not only will the Bailiang cavalry suffer, but also the people of the Central Plains? Su Fengyin waved his hand and said casually, didn't I tell Gua Xuanxiang earlier upstairs that some things can be justified by both sides? This kind of reasoning doesn't work. Lunarong's face darkened. She wanted to say something, but stopped. She could only sigh. Su Fengyin thought for a while and said slowly, some people really have nothing left. They're just hanging on by their last breath. If you want them to swallow that last breath, it's worse than killing them. So what can you say? You haven't experienced the spring and autumn war, so some things are harder to understand. As for me, it's only because I'm my father's son that I have more than you. No matter what, the grudges of my father's generation are there. It's only right for the son to pay the father's debts. However, if someone really has the ability to kill me, I'll admit it. If they don't, then don't blame me for killing faster. It's always a good thing to think deeply, but it's also not a bad thing to solve problems in a simple way. Lunarong asked, you're talking about these things so calmly? Su Fengyin said unhappily. What else can I do? Others are about to stab me with a knife, and I still have to ask those heroes to put down their knives first and talk about how it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive? It was clearly a waste of energy, and his heart was tired. What was the point? I've thought it through a long time ago. It's not worth getting angry over this kind of thing. Otherwise, with my petty temper, I would have long been driven mad by those bastards who died more righteously than the other. Lunarong had a strange look on her face. Su Fengyin was somewhat resentful. Suddenly, he blinked and patted the cold saber on his waist. Su Xiao left this for me. Who am I afraid of? At the very least, even if I were to die from anger one day, I would definitely die after those people, at least 100 years later. Lunarong yawned. Su Fengyin got up and said with concern, you should sleep early. Otherwise, there will be more wrinkles at the corner of your eyes. Lunarong smiled and said, please, get lost. Stay away. Su Fengyin gave her a thumbs up. This heroine is really a sentimental person. Without waiting for Su Fengyin to finish flattering, Lunarong had already stood up. With her hands behind her back, she turned and left with light steps. It turned out that she was still wearing a ponytail as before. She swayed gently, like a rippling river. Su Fengyin left the restaurant and walked on the street. The farther he went from the restaurant and brothel, the quieter it became. Then Su Fengyin saw that figure. He knew that she would wait for him, but he didn't want her to appear. His originally comfortable mood gradually became heavy. However, when Lin Honyuan saw this young vassal king, he was still the guy who brought her countless nightmares by the spring god lake. He looked sloppy, but in fact, he was extremely shrewd and sinister. The two of them walked together. Although they were chatting, after all, both of their identities were there. It couldn't be trivial matters. Instead, it involved the recent trend of the Guangling Road War, Liang and Zhao Gou's strong infiltration of the current Jianghu, and the latest deployment of the two vast border armies under Gu Jiantang. In the end, it couldn't be said that they parted happily, but it also couldn't be said that they parted unhappily. In short, it was lukewarm. Su Fengyin was leaving Bei in town tonight, and Lin Honyuan was returning to the inn in town. After that, she would participate in the Wudong Martial Arts Symposium as the palace master of the Dragon Palace. Therefore, it was Su Fengyin who sent Lin Honyuan to the entrance of the inn for the first time. While the latter was flattered, her beautiful face was also full of resentment. You Su Fengnian don't want me to warm your bed, do you? Of course, Su Fengnian didn't have the leisure time. He turned and left. Lin Honyuan had the thought of calling out to him, but in the end, she didn't speak. She looked at the slender figure that was gradually disappearing into the distance. He held the back of his head with both hands, leisurely. Previously in a restaurant, Su Fengnian and Lunarong had been frank and honest about many things. But there were some things that Su Fengnian didn't say. For example, why Lin Honyuan and the other three would suddenly decide to meet you in Bayan Town, why it happened to be when the eunuchs of the Ribbon Insignia Institute were staying at the Green Horse Post, and why you Lunarong happened to be delayed by a day on the road. Little beggar, you want to be the emperor, I know. Then why don't you come to Bailiang yourself? Come here and treat me to a drink, and then directly tell me, brother, Zhao Zhu, will definitely sit on that dragon throne. How about it? But he didn't bring wine. It was Lin Honyuan who had come to Bailiang. There was no banquet that didn't end in this world. After Su Fengnian walked out of Bayan Town, he headed west. Su Ying and Miss He He only followed from a distance. He went to a place where people rarely went. Su Fengnian, who was flying like a rainbow in the sky, suddenly floated to the ground, raised his arm high, and put two fingers together to form a sword, shouting, "Two-sleeved green snake." A bright sword aura rolled like a green dragon, especially stunning and spectacular in the deep night. Su Fengnian repeated the words "two-sleeved green snake" again and again. So between Bayan Town and Liangzhou City, between heaven and earth, there were endless green rainbows. Sword aura rushed to the sky. I have a sword that burns the sun and spits out clouds, swallows the river and the moon. I have a sword that opens the earth with chi and shakes the heavens. I have a sword that destroys mountains and shakes cities, and thousands of soldiers flee. When Su Fengnian approached Liangzhou City, the sweaty young king lay on the ground, panting desperately. Su Fengnian looked at the sky with all his might and grinned. Without wine and beauties, I don't want to come to this world. Without fast sword friends, I don't want to stay in this Jianghu. Old man wearing a sheepskin coat. You said it well. Chapter 1871. Before Lu Province was recognized by the Liang Imperial Court as the fourth province of Bailiang, Mount Qingliang had already started to build two large courier roads. They started from Qingyuan Military Town, which controlled the west gate of Liangzhou, and Jishou Pass, which was northwest of Lingzhou. They led to Qingsong City, where the provincial governor's mansion was located. The tragic Battle of Yun Pass had just ended when three caravans entered Qingsong City under the protection of the elite cavalry and the men of sacrifice of the Fushui Chamber. The backbone of the three carriages was the same. They were all provincial governors and generals of their respective provinces. They were fully deserving of their titles. Liangzhou had Shi Fu Baiyu, Yuzhou had Song Yin, Huangfu Ji, and Lingzhou had Chang Sui and Han Laozhan. Of the six, three provincial governors had taken office in the third year of the auspicious talisman. This was especially true for Baiyu, the newly appointed provincial governor of Liangzhou. He had shocked the officials of the northern Liang Path. No one had expected that Mr. White Lotus of Mount Longhu would become a subject of the Su family. In comparison, Chang Sui, who was the disciple of Shangyin Academy's Dao Master Han Guzi and Su Weisheng's senior brother, rose to become the provincial governor of Lingzhou in one step. As for Song Yin, who was originally from Lingzhou, he took advantage of the situation and became the number one civil official in Yuzhou. Today, everyone in Bailiang knew that this ruthless official, who worshipped magic, was connected with the new Yang prince when he was temporarily the general of Lingzhou. He was one of the second ministers to join the new king, second only to Li Gongda, Huangfu Ji, and Han Laozhan. When the three caravans entered Qingsong City from east to west, another group of people entered from west to east, including the provincial governor of Lu Province, Yang Guangdou. A total of 7 provincial governors came out of the city to welcome them. In Bailiang, whether it was military or political, this was an extremely rare and high standard. As far as the city gate could see, there were more than 80 riders with swords on their backs, Su Yambing with an iron spear in his hand, and the two Fu Shui, Fengjie, and Fan Shaochai, as well as more than 20 riders without armor or sabers. The caravan stopped outside the city gates. After the leading carriage lifted the curtain, a travel-worn young civil official jumped down. After greeting the provincial governors and generals with a smile, he turned to look at the second carriage and called out, "We've arrived." Following the line of sight of the young civil official, these Bailiang high-ranking officials who were secretly meeting in Qingtsang City saw a man and a woman slowly getting off the carriage. They were not old, and their appearances were not outstanding. The man was tall and had a Xinbei jade belt that was unique to the nobles of Beimei. The woman had a plump figure, and there was an exquisite scented pouch on her waist that looked like lavender. It was embroidered with the pattern of a woman wearing a pipa. It was a pity that it was badly damaged. He looked at the west gate of Qingtsang City with an indifferent expression. The 20 riders surrounding the carriage looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Every one of them was on high alert. Although these riders of unknown origin were unarmed and unarmed, they were veterans of hundreds of battles. They still chose to sit on the back of their horses and assumed a resolute posture, ready to charge at any time. If a rider died on the back of a horse, it would be a good death. The young man with the Xianbei jade belt on his waist said flatly in Beimang language, "Dismount." Although the riders were unwilling, they did not hesitate to dismount and land on the ground. Many of them were clearly injured, but each of them stood tall and straight. The two young men of similar age were both from Beimang and came from prominent backgrounds. However, their fates were completely different. The former was the grandson of the former king of Beimang's northern courtyard, Su Huainan. Now, he was visiting Su Beiji of Mount Lantois as the deputy provincial governor of Bailiang. The latter's identity was only known from the military spy report of the provincial governor's residence. He was Xia Zhibu of Beimang, Zhong Tan, the eldest grandson of the Zhong family. He was one of the few famous generals of the new generation in Beimang's imperial court. Just like the old saying, you can escape the first time, but you can't escape the second time. Zhong Tan, who had previously broken out of the siege at the gourd mouth of Yuzhou, was successfully intercepted by Su Yanbing and the 80 Wu family sword-tuned cavalry at the border of Gusai Prefecture. Then, he met up with Su Beiji at the military town of Linyao and came to Qingtsang City together. When Zhong Tan identified the people at the city gate through the spiderweb spy report, his already heavy heart sank to the bottom. The reason why he assisted Huang Songpu in commanding the Battle of Liuzhou seemed to be the aftereffect of the defeat at the gourd mouth battle and was abandoned by the Beimang imperial court outside of the main battlefield where he could obtain military merits. However, this time, not only did the Zhong family have high hopes for him to make a comeback, even the imperial court of Taiping also paid close attention to him. And before the Battle of Maiyangku was over, Zhong Tan was only one step away from success. Once the tens of thousands of monk soldiers from Lantou Mountain surrendered to Beimang and cooperated with Huang Songpu's army, it meant that the situation of Liang Mang and Liang Mang in the battlefield of Liuzhou was not just a disparity in military strength, but also the fact that Beimang was the first to achieve a general trend on the battlefield. Swallowing the Longxiang army was inevitable. Moreover, to the west of Liangzhou that was supported by Qingyuan military town, and even to the entire Lingzhou that did not participate in the first battle of Liangmang, it would be a huge deterrent. No matter how Huang Songpu's victory in Liuzhou was a Pyrrhic victory, in the end, he only needed 20 to 30,000 cavalry to invade the northwest of Lingzhou. Destroying Lingzhou meant destroying the vitality of the Bailiang frontier army, and the strategic depth of the Su family cavalry would also be greatly reduced. However, all of these became laughable ifs. Not only that, Zhong Tan also saw a group of Bailiang's top officials gathered here. Only at this moment did Zhong Tan completely confirm that Bailiang was determined to make a big move in Liuzhou. Therefore, the Battle of Maiyangku was definitely not a last-minute idea of the two young Bailiang generals. Riches and honor were sought in danger, and if one succeeded, it would often be great riches and honor. Zhong Tan sighed slightly. He was the same. It was just that Zhong Tan's luck was really too terrible. Later on, When he learned that Mount Landau had discovered Chao Wei's cavalry, they did not watch the fire burn across the river. On the contrary, they quickly gathered 20,000 monk soldiers and rushed to the battlefield. There were even 3,000 of them who left the main army behind, almost biting the tail of Chao Wei's cavalry. Mount Landau could be said to be very decisive. If Zhong Tan had been given another hour, he would have been able to break through the bloody defensive line piled up by Xie Shi's corpses outside Miyun Pass. Perhaps if Chao Wei had been just a moment slower, he would have been completely entangled by the 3,000 Mount Landau monk soldiers. Zhong Tan really could not understand. Chao Wei was one thing. After all, he was a Bailiang general born and raised here, but why was Xie Shi willing to fight to the death for Bailiang and not retreat? Why was he even willing to give his life to Chao Wei? Zhong Tan only felt that this defeat was very unjust, but it was also not unjust at all. At this moment, Zhong Tan still did not know that his defeat to Chao Wei and Xie Shi's alliance would be praised by later historians as a glorious defeat. This was because Chao Wei and Xie Shi's alliance had steadily occupied the top 10 generals for 300 years after the auspicious talisman. Many years later, Zhong Tan would become the first person from Beimang to enter the central government of the Central Plains. He and Chao Wei would each become the left and right assistant ministers of the Ministry of War. At that time, Xie Shi's voice was very loud in the court and was most qualified to compete with Ko Jianghuai for the position of Minister of War. However, between the height of the imperial court and the distance of Jianghu, Zhong Tan chose the latter. Later generations would laugh that if Xie Shi did not give up his official career, then the Ministry of War's Yamen could be called Miyun Pass. On the way to Qingsong City, Zhong Tan and Su Beiji, two people who belonged to different camps, one to the military and the other to the civil, had several open and honest conversations. Zhong Tan more or less knew that after becoming a prisoner, his head would not be used as a sacrifice to the Bailiang border cavalry for the time being, nor would it be directly chopped off and thrown to the other side of the gorge to add bricks and tiles to those huge temples. Zhong Tan did not believe in the saying that death was better than living. As long as one was still alive, there was hope to rise from the ashes. So along the way, Zhong Tan didn't make any small movements that brought contempt upon himself. Of course, this was also because he was well aware that unless the Northern Mang Army's god, Bodhisattva Tuoba, personally led the troops over, otherwise, with the terrifying combat strength of Su Yanbing's troops and the 80 Wu family swordsmen, even an immortal on earth would be unable to save them. Chapter 1872. At this moment, a carriage drove out of the city gate, and 3 people stepped out of the carriage. These 3 people were important figures of Bailiang, whose official positions were higher than the provincial governors and generals. Bailiang Deputy Administrator Song Dongming and Deputy Provincial Governor Yang Xinxing. There was also the King of Bailiang and Su Fengyan. After exchanging greetings with Yang Guangdou and the others, the young king came to Su Beiji and Zhong Tan. He looked at the Beimang Xia Jiemo and his personal maidservant and said in a skillful Beimang official tone, "We meet again after we parted at the Hushi Provincial Governor's mansion." Zhong Tan said indifferently, "If I knew Prince's identity, I would have stopped Prince." Su Fengyan shook his head and smiled. "Although my cultivation was not high at that time, even if you and this expert from the Princess Tomb tried to stop me, you might not have been able to stop me from escaping." Zhong Tan sneered. "Prince, don't forget, my father and uncle were nearby at that time." Su Fengyan said something inexplicable. "Let me say this first. I don't mean anything else. I've always been curious. You're called Zhong Tan, your brother's name is Zhong Gui, and your uncle's name is Zhong Liang. They all have 2 characters in their names. Why is your father named Zhong Shintong?" Zhong Tan frowned and did not answer this question. Su Fengyan had Song Dongming, Yang Xinxing, and the provincial governors and generals go to the Liuzhou provincial governor's mansion first, while he pulled Zhong Tan and Su Beiji into the city on foot. The young king and the youngest deputy provincial governor of Liang walked side by side. Zhong Tan and his maidservant Lu Daogu followed closely behind. Zhong Tan looked at the back and asked directly, Prince, may I ask if I am dead or alive? When will I die? And how long can I live? Su Fengyin did not turn around. He smiled and said, That depends on you. Zhong Tan said in a deep voice, If your highness wants me to persuade the Zhong family to change sides before the battle, you're overestimating my influence and underestimating my Zhong family style. Su Fengyin couldn't help but stop. He turned to look at Xia Zhubo, who had a determined expression on his face, and said with a strange smile, It's too early to say that. Zhong Tan could not figure it out, but he was too lazy to get to the bottom of it. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, In Liuzhou, who will Beiliang use to deal with Huang Songpu's army? Who will go deep into Shijing alone? Su Fengyin slowed his steps and walked side by side with Zhong Tan. He said frankly, Originally, my younger brother Huang Manor and Liuzhou's General Ko Jianghuai were used to deal with Huang Songpu. Now, Xia's Mount Lantuo among soldiers leading the western frontier will be added. Yu Wandao's Yuzhou cavalry will also be supported by Chao Wei's cavalry, and together they will enter the hinterland of your southern dynasty. Zhong Tan nodded. In the battle in Liuzhou, Beiliang was originally barely able to fight, but now you're barely able to win. Our great situation has been ruined at the last moment. Su Fengyin smiled and said, General Zhong is a great contributor. Zhong Tan's expression was indifferent, but his personal maid did not have this old monk's composure. She was overflowing with killing intent. Su Fengyin was unmoved. He continued, Earlier, when I said that you spoke too early, I meant that you don't need to be anxious. If the battle outside Beiliang's pass is unfavorable, such as the loss of Beijiqing, then you, Zhong Tan, will definitely die. However, if the battle outside the pass goes beyond expectations, such as our Beiliang cavalry being able to retake Huda City next year, then you will naturally have wait. Zhong Tan said expressionlessly, Then I'll wait and see. Su Fengyin suddenly joked, When I went to Beimang, I had to speak in your Beimang language from beginning to end. You, Zhong Tan, are luckier than me. Now that you're in Qingcang City, you don't have to speak the language of the Central Plains. Zhong Tan dismissed it with a smile. However, the female master from the princess tomb sneered and said, I heard that the Su family in Beiliang has a deep grudge with the Zhao family in Liang. Unexpectedly, the prince has the heart of a bodhisattva who repays evil with good. He is hell-bent on guarding the Liang emperor's house. Without waiting for Su Fengyin to speak, Zhong Tan softly shouted, Rice. Her eyes were gloomy and her lips were tightly pursed. She was fearless and looked at the young vassal king, who was a grandmaster of martial arts evaluation. She was unafraid of death. Su Beiji, who had been silent all this time, said, Your words are a little hurtful. It's not very kind. Pulling Lu Daogu behind him, Zhong Tan showed an expression of admitting defeat for the first time. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Su Fengyin glanced at the shabby brocade pouch on her waist and asked, Have you ever drunk our Beiliang's green ant wine? Her words were full of sarcasm. I drank it once in my early years and I don't want to drink it again. It's very crude. However, I do want to drink the poison green ant wine. Your Highness, remember not to be too stingy. If 1 cup is not enough, give me a pot. Zhong Tan turned his head and shouted angrily, If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Su Fengyin withdrew his gaze from her face and continued to walk forward. That's enough. Both of you, master and servant, stop acting. One of you wants to spill your own blood and die on the spot. That way, that prince won't be angry and earn a chance to live for your master. The other wants to distance herself from her personal servant so that she won't be angered. In the end, the taste of you two is much worse than the green ant wine. After being exposed, Zhong Tan and she were speechless. Su Fengyin raised his head and looked into the distance, lost in thought. The reason he had asked that boring question about the green ant wine was that after seeing the spy and death warrior in the princess tomb, he couldn't help but think of the servant girl in Wutong in whom he had given the nickname Green Ant-Man, were willing to die heroically for their country. Soldiers were willing to die for their friends. They died generously. Some women were only willing to live for men. They only wanted to dress up for those who liked them. In the end, even if they died, they died with a tender heart. As they approached the provincial governor's mansion, Zhong Tan, Lu Dogu, and the 20 or so elite cavalrymen left under the escort of Mi Fengjie, Fan Shaochai, and a few spies from the Fushui chamber. Su Beiji stood on the steps outside the mansion and looked at the departing figures. He said self-deprecatingly, "I originally thought of a way to tell you not to rush to kill Zhong Tan. It was all in vain." Su Fengyin smiled, but didn't say anything. Su Beiji asked, "What's wrong? You want to recruit this Beimang Xia Gemo, who's good at commanding troops. It doesn't seem like it. Otherwise, you would have used the tactic of treating the wise with respect." Su Fengyin shook his head and said, "I'll use anyone but Zhong Tan." Su Fengyin quickly added, "Besides, you didn't tie him up. How am I supposed to hurry up and untie him?" Su Beiji grimaced and said, "You're spoiling my appetite." Su Fengyin suddenly laughed and asked, "How many heads do you think Zhong Tan has?" Su Beiji was stunned. He rolled his eyes and said, "Are you kidding? It's not funny at all." Su Fengyin looked into the distance and said softly, "There are 2 cities in Yozhou's gourd, Sleeping Bao City and Luana City. But Zhong Tan only has 1 head on his neck. It's not enough to split." Su Beiji nodded and said, "Then let's keep it for now. In any case, it might be useful in the future. If Beimang is really forced into internal strife by us, Zhong Tan's Zhong family can really add fuel to the fire." Su Fengyin grunted in agreement. Su Beiji seemed to have recalled something and asked curiously, "Zhong Tan aside, why didn't you kill that Beimang girl? Are you taking pity on her because she's a woman? I have to say something about you. That maid's looks are so mediocre. Can you really do it?" Su Fengyin said helplessly, "That's not very kind of you to say." Soon, this persimmon grabbed Zhu Zi's shoulder and said cheekily, "Didn't you realize that the girl was sweating profusely even though she looked like she was ready to die? Also, didn't you notice that I was emitting such a strong killing intent? I almost couldn't help but remind you, my killing intent is too strong. Get out of my way." Su Beiji only replied with one word, "Scram." Su Fengyin twitched his mouth. Su Beiji retracted his expression and said softly, "Zhong Tan said something very interesting. Let's wait and see." Beimang's Western Front Commander Wang Sui, Heshi Region's Magistrate Helian Wu Wei, Crown Prince Yelu Honkai, the new Assistant Minister of War Yelu Dongchuan, and some other chess pieces deeply rooted in Beimang's territory. Now, there's the Zhong family. It's really... Su Fengyin continued and said slowly, "There's also Gu Jiantang in Liang, the administrator of Li Huai, Han Lin, the Prince of Jiaodong, Yang Huchen, Han Fong, and Yang Huchen. So it's really a lot of killing intent." The entire world was filled with killing intent. Chapter 1873. Because Fuyu Town at the foot of Mount Wudong was the starting point of the South Mountain Road of Burning Incense, and because it was rumored to be the place where Qi Jiajia's 10,000 miles sword strike ended, and because it was close to the Wudong martial arts competition, this originally unknown town suddenly became very lively. The big and small Taoist temples on Mount Wudong were already overcrowded. So many low-class rooms in Fuyu Town were sold at a high price, and the restaurant business was even more profitable. Some Jianghu, people who came from afar, were surprised when they recognized Yuchi Liangfu, the owner of the Snow Mountain Villa, on the street, but when they entered the restaurant, they were surprised to find Zhang Chunlin, the young owner of Yuyan Mountain Villa, sitting 2 tables next to them. Then they heard that there were many fairies of Gangnam-do sitting upstairs, and then they saw Liao Dong's red sandalwood monk, one of the 16 individual immortals, striding in. The onlookers were completely numb. Normally, when they walked in Jianghu, rare grandmasters were elusive, but now they were like cabbages on the street. It was hard not to see them. This small Fuyu town was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Therefore, at this time, no matter what sect the young talents were from, or what cultivation they were from, no one dared to speak loudly. They were afraid that if they accidentally spat on the ground, it would splash on the clothes of some martial arts grandmaster, and then they would be in serious trouble. This was not an alarmist talk. Previously, the Fish Dragon Gang had sent a message to the Jianghu people that in Beiliang, it was okay to stop sparring, but they were not allowed to fight and hurt people because of personal grudges. Otherwise, if they were found, the Sioux family's iron cavalry would be executed without mercy. Half a week ago, there were two pitiful people who were unlucky. Because someone glanced at the table next to him while eating, they drew their swords and fought each other. One of them was seriously injured on the spot, while the other left in a heroic spirit. In the end, the latter was killed by the local cavalry within the time it took for an incense stick to burn. His head was hung on the street as a public display. This made people understand a principle. When traveling in Jianghu, especially Bailiang Jianghu, which had always been outside the Central Plains, one should never blindly look or act recklessly. People might die. In particular, many of the heroes of the Jianghu rushed over to join in the fun. They witnessed with their own eyes the unique pursuit of the cavalry. That famous master with extraordinary lightness skills was killed in a single charge by 200 Bailiang cavalrymen. Flying on the water, or having the physique of a third-level martial artist, he had no power to fight back at all when faced with well-trained light crossbows. The Bailiang cavalrymen's frontal charge, circling around the perimeter and intercepting them on fast horses, were all done in one go. In comparison, the fight between the constables of the Central Plains and the heroes of the Jianghu was like a vixen clawing at a man in love. The difference was like heaven and earth. There was a tea stall on the side of the main road outside the small town. It was noon, and the stall was selling Wudong's famous calming cold tea. Coupled with the fragrant spring morning pancakes, business was booming. By the side of the road, there were tall horses resting with their owners. 6 or 7 greasy tables were filled with foreign tea guests. Everyone had an extraordinary air about them, and it was obvious that they were all Jianghu people who had come to Wudong for the martial arts competition. 2 of the tables were occupied by 8 young women with zither, kongho, hule, and other musical instruments placed in front of them. One of the tables was occupied by a strong young man who did not carry any weapons. His eyes shone with a bright light, and he sat majestically. With just a glance, one could tell that he was a master of external martial arts. The young men at the other table each carried a white spear on their backs. Although they were wooden spears that they practiced with every day, the 4 of them had completely different styles. They had the relatively complicated crow neck spear, the simple awl spear, the great shoe brush spear, and the Dong US splitting horse spear. These 4 tables surrounded the main table, in the middle like stars surrounding the moon. There were 3 people who seemed to be of different ages sitting there. The young woman had a crystal-clear jade flute on her waist. She was graceful and moving. The man with white hair on his temples carried 2 cloth bags. The middle-aged man was short, a full head shorter than the young woman, but he had a proud look on his face. The other 2 tables were probably outsiders to these 5 tables. They were also relatively close to the road. Once a carriage passed by, dust would fly up, and it would be hard to tell whether they were drinking tea or eating dust. At this time, a carriage slowly stopped. There were 3 knights serving as the carriage's retainers. The young coachman turned around and lifted the curtain. A handsome man in white walked out of the carriage. He habitually squinted his eyes and vaguely saw the outline of escaped summer town. After whispering to each other, the man returned to the carriage. The young coachman jumped off the carriage and took the reins from one of the retainers. The retainer took over as the coachman, and the carriage continued to move towards the small town. Only one of the 3 retainers followed the young coachman. It was a young woman with a knife on her waist. Her appearance was outstanding, but unfortunately, her face was gloomy and cold. Her whiteness reduced a lot of her charm. The young man and woman, who were probably servants of a big family, led their horses to the tea stall. Coincidentally, there were also 2 men and women who were about the same age as them walking back from the distant river. The woman was carrying a peepa wrapped in a brocade case with Western shoe pattern. Her lips were thin and her mouth was small, graceful, and charming. However, the man who accompanied her was too inferior. He had a toad face that could ward off evil. He was too young and mature. When he smiled, he did not look like a Jianghu talent. He was the kind of person who would be treated as a flower thief by the guards of the city gate, even if he had an identity card. When the two pairs of young men and women walked to the tea stall at the same time, the toad-face's small eyes rolled around and fiercely sized up the woman's retainer with a knife behind the coachman. This man, who already had meat in his bowl, was obviously not satisfied and was eyeing the meat in the pot. However, because of the beauty beside him, he was embarrassed to show too ugly eating manners. In the end, he did not go up to strike up a conversation. When he noticed the strange woman's cold eyes, he slightly grinned and raised his eyebrows. Then he noticed that she was holding the handle of her knife with one hand and was about to pull it out. He was even more overjoyed. Oh, it was still a rouge horse. If it was in the past, he would have liked it the most. He could not help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips out of habit. This action provoked a sneer from the woman with the knife. The toad-face did not find it strange, but the three people at the table in the middle almost all held their breath at the same time. It was like two tigers meeting on a mountain. The short man said in a deep voice, "Chong Feng, come back." At the same time, the young man who had been the coachman stopped and patted the shoulder of the woman beside him. The latter immediately restrained her spirit and released her murderous aura. Chapter 1874. The toad-face was full of resentment as he walked towards the table of the elders with a woman whose thin lips left a deep impression. Just then, a table near the official road was about to pay and leave. The man and woman sat down and ordered 2 bowls of calming soup. The woman with the saber lowered her voice and said, "The woman who is good at retaining her youthful looks is Lu Jiejuan, the leader of the Misty Peak of the Huainan sect. She is a second-grade grandmaster. I don't know why she has a deep relationship with the Qi cultivators of the northern sect. She has 2 kinds of mysterious finger supernatural powers. Now she is on good terms with the Great Snow Plateau of Mount Hui and has a good relationship with the Ministry of Justice of Liyang." The man who spoke just now was called Feng Zongxi. According to the spy report of the Fu Shui chamber, this person was once defeated by the Fist Masteria of the Martial Emperor City during the last years of Yonghui. They fought for more than 40 rounds. The people of Liang Jianghu called him the Divine Fist of the Central Plains. He was ranked alongside Fairy Fei Chan, Lu Jiejuan, and the Purple Sandalwood Monk as one of the 16 rogue immortals. As for the man with the spear bag, judging from his luggage and his accompanying disciples, he is most likely one of the 12 chiefs of Auspicious Talisman, Li Zhongho. He is also one of the 4 sages. The Whist Chamber did not have any records on him. He is a newly emerged martial artist of the Central Plains. Among the 3 of them, only Li Zhongho is considered to be capable. The man at the same table was none other than Su Fengyan, who had escorted Bai Yu out of Qingtsang City in Liuzhou to Liuxia Town. Mr. White Lotus and the white-robed monk of Lianshan Temple, Li Dongxin, had once sparred in the decennial debate between Buddhism and Taoism on Mount Longhu. Moreover, he had just received news that his good friend, Qi Xinxia, had already joined forces with Chai Qingshan of Dongwei Sword Pool. Therefore, no one wanted to miss this Wudong debate. Su Fengyan, who had his back to the table, nodded and said softly, "Although he is much weaker than Su Yanbing, his cultivation should be about the same as Han Laoshan's. His methods are also the same. Both of them are bold and powerful. Moreover, great talents mature late. He has the chance to become a great grandmaster like Spear Immortal Wang Xiao. If you fight with him, your chances of winning are not high." The woman who became the manager of the second branch of the Whist Chamber with me, Feng Jie, said indifferently, "I only know that I can definitely kill him." Su Fengyan could not help but laugh. What's there to be proud of? It's a loss of life in exchange for a life. Fan Shaochai remained silent. Su Fengyan glanced at the young man in green who occupied a table not far away. "Is there no record of this person in Fu Shui room?" Fan Shaochai was taken aback. He shook his head and said no. Su Fengyan explained, "Great Peace Cities Qi Jiajie and Northern Mang Sword Qi were close to Huangqing, and there was also Martial Emperor Cities Lu Huang, who gave up Dao to seek skills. When they met a mortal enemy who was on par with them, they were all covered with sword qi. Most of the swordsmen in the world were like this. Their sword qi was far more important than their sword will. Even if they did not show it after returning to their original state, once they made a move, they would be able to see everything clearly. Only a very few swordsmen were born with high spirits, which is the so-called natural sword embryo. For such a rare genius, as long as they were enlightened and had a little luck, they could often achieve the achievement of a sword immortal on the land. Fan Xiaochai looked at the ordinary-looking young man out of the corner of his eye and frowned. M2? Su Fengyan nodded. So many grandmasters of the sword have left over the years. Naturally, someone will rise. For example, if Gu Jiantang and Lu Xianlang of Nanjiang suddenly die, it will take about 5 or 6 years for someone to amaze the world. Fan Xiaochai's expression was strange. He glanced at the young king who still had a cold saber hanging from his waist. If you, the great grandmaster of saber-wielding, died, who would you bring that torrential Guangling River's blessing and grace to? Would it be Wang Sheng, Yu Dilong, and Lu Yunzhong, the 3 disciples? Or the woman surnamed Jiang, who is also a sword embryo? Would it help her become an earth immortal? Su Fengyan, who had guessed her thoughts, glared at her fiercely. Fan Xiaochai drank tea with one hand while the other hand under the table rubbed the hilt of the saber. Her slender hand, which had never done any household chores, was now holding the killing blood saber. Fan Xiaochai suddenly asked, "Are you really not going to climb the mountain?" Su Fengyan, who had a slightly strange expression, shook his head. "I'll pass. But if you want to join the fun, you don't have to follow me to North Resisting City. I'll help you talk to Chu Lushan. I think you might as well go to Mount Wudong. After all, such a grand occasion may not be seen again in the future." Fan Xiaochai laughed. "No matter how high Mount Wudong is, it's higher than you." Su Fengyan rolled his eyes. "No matter how much you flatter me, it's useless. Even if I die young, I won't pass my luck to you." Fan Xiaochai laughed it off. After drinking that bowl of calming soup, she really did have a sense of calmness. Fan Xiaochai suddenly tightened his grip on the hilt of his saber, his aura surging. Even the toad-faced man in the distance could feel his strong, killing intent. This was Fan Xiaochai's style. If she wanted to kill someone, she would always do it openly. There was no victory or defeat, only life or death. The young swordsman, whose strength she couldn't see through, stood up and walked towards them with a cup of tea. He sat down without any courtesy, facing the young lord. Su Fengyan smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't mind that the unknown swordsman had taken the liberty to disturb him. After the man sat down, his expression was solemn. He said seriously, "I didn't expect there to be a man as handsome as me in this world. Nice to meet you." Fan Xiaochai couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She had seen shameless people before, but she had never seen such a shameless person in her life. Then the man turned to stare at Fan Xiaochai. "Miss, your saber is good, and your saber skills are even better. Unfortunately, your saber power is not satisfactory." Fan Xiaochai smiled. "Oh." The man raised the teacup in his hand like a private school teacher. He said methodically, "In my hometown, there is a blue and white porcelain cup that is popular with the ladies of noble families. When held in the hand, the slightly slanted edge of the cup is pressed against the edge of the hand. The cup size and weight are just right, and it fits the hand well. Therefore, it is known to be a pressure cup. Whether it's tea or wine, it can be pressed against a woman's body. On the other hand, your innate physique is not outstanding. You only relied on your family's teachings and the foundation of your sect to achieve your current level of cultivation. But in the long run, it will inevitably harm your body. You must know that momentum and momentum are the most important things. Your cultivation, however, is the opposite. It's like a woman with a mediocre capacity pretending to be bold and drinking from a big bowl. It's not a long-term solution." Fan Xiaochai said flatly, "Are you my father?" The man thought for a moment and said calmly, "Of course not, but I can be your husband." Su Fengyan, who drank tea much slower than Fan Xiaochai, almost spat out the tea in his mouth when he heard this. Fan Xiaochai smiled slightly, as if she was not angry at this lecher's licentious words. But her saber was already unsheathed. The man had been holding the cup in his right hand and resting his left hand on his knee under the table. At this moment, he suddenly raised his left hand high. It was clearly a casual and ordinary movement, but it made the head of the Whispering Runes assassins, who were numb to killing, feel their scalps go numb. They felt as if they were hallucinating. When the saber was unsheathed, it meant death. Chapter 1875. Fan Xiaochai's saber-wielding hand trembled slightly. Even against Mi Fengjie, who was superior in both martial cultivation and experience, Fan Xiaochai had never felt such fear. More importantly, she had never feared death. The young swordsman did not take advantage of the situation to attack. He only turned to the owner of the tea stall and shouted, "Add 3 bowls of calming soup." Su Fengyan smiled. "Impressive." Su Fengyan said to Fan Xiaochai, "Don't be nervous. This young master has no ill intentions." Fan Xiaochai's face was pale, her eyes gloomy. When the owner of the tea stall placed the 3 bowls of calming soup on the table, the man nodded. "Of course I have no ill intentions. Ever since I entered the Jianghu, I've always thought that I would become a divine couple with that Xinyuanzi of Mount Huey's great snow plains. But after seeing this young lady, I feel that she will definitely miss out on a good match like me." Su Fengyan had to repeat, "Impressive." The man then turned to Fan Xiaochai and said considerately, "It's fine if you want to kill me, but it's best if you drink the tea and find a secluded and spacious place. When the time comes, I won't retaliate and will let you attack me." Fan Xiaochai took a deep breath, her fingers gripping the hilt of her saber tightly. She gnashed her teeth. "Are you courting death?" The man gave an unexpected answer. His expression was incomparably serious. "I'm looking for you." Fan Xiaochai's eyes were filled with the determination to face death. She pulled out her saber without a care for anything else. Just as the tip of her saber was about to be completely exposed, her aura reached its peak. The young swordsman, who had been expressionless all this time, smiled for the first time. He leaned slightly forward towards Fan Xiaochai and pointed 2 fingers of his left hand at the space between Fan Xiaochai's eyebrows, stopping just an inch away from her. There was a great deal of meaning in this movement. Fan Xiaochai quickly leaned back in an attempt to avoid the attack, but the man released his fingers and gently pressed his palm on her shoulder. Shocking crimson blood seeped out of the corner of Fan Xiaochai's mouth. Su Fengyan narrowed his eyes. This move of his was truly impressive. It wasn't because of the amazement of his moves or his aura, but because of the depth of his intentions. Fan Xiaochai raised his arm and casually wiped away the blood. The young swordsman was still holding her shoulder. He stopped smiling and said earnestly, "Miss, when it comes to imposing manner, righteousness is the same as evil and evil. The difference is that the former is like this post road where several riders can walk side by side. The latter is like a single plank bridge where there is only enough space to stand on. It is not easy to turn around. People's depression is heavy and it is hard to get rid of it. Why is there a saying that the people of the world have to speak their mind? That was the logic. Our martial arts cultivation, whether it's the saber, the sword, or the fist technique, is a long-term thing. How can you reach the top in one go? Even if you're an immortal on Earth, you still need to take a breath of fresh air when fighting to the death." Fan Xiaochai's lips were tightly shut. In fact, at this moment, her mouth was already full of blood, and she couldn't even say the word scram, but she still didn't want to spit it out. If Su Fengyan, the king of Bailiang, was the person she wanted to kill the most in her life, then this fellow who had been kicked in the head more than once by a donkey was second. He had already surpassed Chu Lushan, who had personally turned her into a death warrior of the Fu Shui room years ago. Su Fengyan sighed and raised the bowl of calming soup that had just been delivered. He poured half of it into the empty bowl before handing it to Fan Xiaochai. She hesitated for a moment before taking the white bowl. She shook off the man's hand on her shoulder and turned around. Lowering her head, she spat blood into the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Perhaps apart from Su Fengyan, only the Snow House Spear, saintly Hong Ho of the Jianghu people around the table had figured out the mystery. Even in the eyes of Lu Jijuan of Ethereal Peak and Feng Zongxi, the master of fist techniques, there was nothing special about the young swordsman other than his speed. And that speed seemed to be all there was to it. As for the others, they were even more confused. That young swordsman looked at Fan Xiaochai's back, wanting to say something but hesitating. In the end, He didn't say anything. He turned to Su Fingyan and asked, "You are either an ordinary person who has never practiced martial arts or a top figure who is skilled in qi cultivation. Otherwise, I would have been able to sense the uniqueness of your qi flow. But since you have the guts to walk around the city with a cold saber hanging around your waist, and you have this girl with you, I believe that you are not simple." Then, Su Fingyan waited quietly for him to continue. But this time, the young swordsman didn't disappoint. "Then may I ask for this girl's name?" Su Fingyan smiled and said, "She used to be called Fan Xiao Chai, as in hairpin. Now, she is called Fan Xiao Chai, as in firewood." That person nodded and said, "As I expected, they are both good names." Su Fingyan was speechless. After roaming the Jianghu for so many years, had he finally met an opponent whose skin was as thick as his? It was just that when he was at his lowest point in the Jianghu back then, other than his face, he still relied on his face to beg for water from the village women. He was invincible and had never been defeated. However, the person in front of him purely relied on his face. That person thought for a moment. "Forget it. I wanted to ask you something, but there's no need for that now. In any case, it doesn't matter whether I go to Mount Wudong or not." Su Fingyan, who already knew the young swordsman's identity, asked with a smile, "Why doesn't it matter? Are you really not going to compete with that king of Baoyong?" The young swordsman was astonished. "You know who I am?" Su Fingyan nodded. He rubbed his chin and said in realization, "It's not easy for you to guess my identity just from my appearance. But then again, it's also reasonable." Su Fingyan began to understand Fan Xiaochai's feelings a little. Fan Xiaochai had already turned around and placed the white bowl on the table. He stared at that person and said, "I must kill you." That person was neither mocking nor angry. He grinned brightly and said, "As you wish." Su Fingyan asked curiously, "You're not joking?" That person sat up straight and said in a deep voice, "I never joke with people. If I really like someone, shouldn't it be love at first sight? I don't think that falling in love with someone is the only way to do so. Instead, it's only after falling in love with someone that we'll be able to do so." "What? You don't believe me?" Su Fingyan looked at this young face in a daze. He thought of the old man in the sheepskin coat and that green-robed fengdu cultivator. It turned out that there were still fools in the Jianghu. They were unreasonable and did not need to be reasoned with. Su Fingyan smiled and said softly, "I believe you." Fan Xiaochai asked expressionlessly, "Who are you?" Su Fingyan couldn't help but rub his brows. As expected, this fellow was starting to hurt him invisibly again. "Miss Xiaochai, I like you. It has nothing to do with whether you like me or not." Then he winked at Fan Xiaochai. "Don't be surprised if I don't like you one day." Fan Xiaochai was on the verge of breaking down. He roared, "Who are you?" Only then did the young swordsman put his hand on the hilt of his sword. He looked at her with clear eyes and smiled. "Tai Bai Sword Sect, Chen Tianyuan." He paused for a moment and then said loudly, "So, the only time I don't like you is when Chen Tianyuan's sword is broken." The young men and women at the nearby tables who were drinking tea or chewing biscuits all spat out their mouths. Tai Bai Sword Sect, banished immortal Chen Tianyuan. In the 100 years of Jianghu, Chen Tianyuan was still the most talented swordsman after the spring and autumn sword armor Li Chun gang. He was the fastest to break through. Lu Jijuan and Feng Zongxi looked at the snow hut spear Saintly Chung Ho at the same time. The latter nodded slightly. He should be the one from Tai Bai Sword Sect. The toad-faced beauty and the thin-lipped beauty sitting at the same table as the three seniors looked at each other. Didn't they say that the banished immortal of Tai Bai Sword Sect was famous for his white clothes, white horse, and white sword when he first appeared in Jianghu? Didn't they say that the banished immortal was as handsome as a celestial immortal? Su Fingyan slowly raised his teacup. He wasn't in a hurry to drink the tea. He looked into the distance and was lost in thought. This person's current scene, the scene when he left. There was once an old man who liked to pick his feet and said angrily, "What old sword god? It's the sword god." There was once a wooden sword ranger who was so poor that he didn't even make a sound. He said heroically, "If a peerless swordsman with the surname one appears in Jianghu one day, there's no doubt that it's me." Some people were no longer in this world. Some people were no longer in Jianghu. Some people were still in front of him. After Su Fingyin came back to his senses, he put down his teacup and shouted to the trembling shopkeeper of the tea stall, "Do you have any green ant wine? Give me 2 pots." Now that Belyang's jurisdiction had banned the brewing of wine, the newly brewed green ant wine was destined not to be available in the taverns and restaurants of all sizes. Most of the wine was stored in the cellars of previous years. This tea stall had to do business with foreign Jianghu people. After all, a bowl of calming soup only cost a few coins, which was far easier to make money by selling wine. Therefore, the shopkeeper specially bought some relatively coarse, aged green ant wine. There were 4 or 5 pots left, so he brought 2 pots to this table. The price of 1 pot now was about the price of 4 pots of green ant wine a few years ago. Fortunately, Belyang didn't have the habit of diluting water. Green ant wine was good and bad, but they were all authentic. As the Jianghu people of the Central Plains swarmed to Mount Wudong, someone shouted, "If you don't drink green ant wine, you come to Belyang for nothing." Chen Tianyuan asked, "You're treating?" Su Fingyin nodded and said, "You treat me to calming soup, and I treat you to green ant wine in return. What's wrong with that?" Chen Tianyuan said seriously, "There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that I don't drink wine." Su Fingyin said in surprise, "There's a swordsman in the world who doesn't drink wine." Chen Tianyuan pointed at himself and said matter-of-factly, "I'm one." Su Fingyin looked at the 2 pots of green ant wine on the table and felt a little embarrassed. Chapter 1876. Other than Su Fingyin and Chen Tianyuan's table, the ones with the most complicated feelings were the frog-faced, thin-lipped girl and the other arrogant young people. If they were in Liang province, they would undoubtedly be the most outstanding. But they were afraid of comparison, just like the cold beauty with the peep on her back. No matter how many followers she had in Huainan Jianghu, when she really walked into the bigger Jianghu and was lucky enough to come in contact with the top martial artists of level 1-4 realms, these heavenly scenery, she would feel guilty. When the young banished immortal of Tai Bai sword school was far away, as Jianghu disciples who were about the same age as him, they were amazed, doubtful, and more envious. Now that he was in front of them, they had mixed feelings and felt that he was unattainable. It was inevitable that they felt ashamed of their inferiority, but they also hoped to talk to him. They knew that they relied more on their sect and their master to walk in Jianghu, but Chen Tianyuan was different. It was said that there was a person in Beimang who had a sect. Then Chen Tianyuan, who broke through level 2, Vajra and Finger Xian in a short year, was not much inferior. This young swordsman who left his peers in the dust was qualified to be on the same level as their backer. As for his future, it was even more immeasurable. Among the 4 masters of the Liang River Lake, there was no doubt that Chen Tianyuan's future was the highest. How high was it? Maybe Chen Tianyuan was as high as Sword Armor Li Chungang and Su Fingyin. The frog-faced girl whispered to Feng Zongxi, whose nickname was well known, "Master, this young man of Tai Bai sword school, has his martial cultivation really entered the Finger Xian realm?" The short but unique fist master nodded and said, "It should be true." The thin-lipped girl's eyes were shining. How could she not know that the ordinary-looking man in green, who was unwilling to take a second look after glancing at him, was the future leader of Jianghu in the world in her mind? The difference was big, but the surprise was also big. Although Chen Tianyuan wasn't the second Li Chungang in the rumors, and at the very least, he didn't look like a romantic and elegant person. As long as his talent in swordsmanship wasn't overstated, it was enough for her to willingly rely on him. Feng Zongxi chuckled softly and said, "Chang Feng, I'll take this opportunity to tell you a secret. Do you know why those who reach the top of the world sword principle can often become the number 1 person in the world of Jianghu?" Do Chang Feng grinned and said, "Master, please speak. Disciple is listening." Feng Zongxi slowly said, "There are tens of thousands of people who practice martial arts. Putting aside the people of the 3 sects, the swordsmen in the world pay the most attention to destiny. Their decline is another's rise, and they all strive to outshine others. At the end of the day, how can I allow others to snore beside my bed?" Do Chang Feng seemed to understand. The thin-lipped woman sitting beside Lu Jiejuan of the ethereal peak asked gently, "Is it just like the number of land immortals?" "There's a fixed number." Lu Jiejuan, who had the occult finger technique, nodded with a smile. Do Changfeng nodded and said, "That's similar to the officialdom. There are 6 ministers, 6 positions, and everyone has their own position." The spear sage of the snow house with white hair lowered his head and sipped his tea. The corners of his mouth twitched, full of disdain. Do Changfeng asked carefully, "Master, can I go sit at the table of the banished immortal?" "Ha, I'll just take it as a chance to get some immortal qi." Feng Zongxi nodded. The toad-faced man trotted over and said enthusiastically, "I'm Do Changfeng, may I?" Qin Tianyuan did not pay any attention to the new top 10 young masters of Liang Jianghu. He turned his head and looked directly at Feng Zongxi. He had seen Fan Shaochai at almost the same time as the man surnamed Do. Qin Tianyuan remembered Do Changfeng's face clearly. Feng Zongxi, the Grandmaster of Taekwondo, who was also in the front row of the Great Snow Square, with Lu Jiejuan of the Ethereal Peak, was a little displeased with this young man who had been in the limelight for a while. However, his expression remained the same. He did not follow Qin Tianyuan's instructions and asked his disciple, Do Changfeng, to return to his seat. Do Changfeng's talent was average, and his temper was even worse. Since Feng Zongxi was able to reach his current level of martial arts and had to deal with people from all walks of life, he naturally had a discerning eye. However, Do Changfeng was the son of an aristocratic family with a prominent background. He was not the eldest son of the first wife, and his family's worshipper was a grandmaster who had retired from Jianghu and lived in seclusion. Feng Zongxi was indebted to him in the early years, so Do Changfeng became the proud disciple of the Central Plains divine Fistmaster. Moreover, Feng Zongxi was a man of Jianghu and valued his reputation the most. He was a man of honor and would only accept a toast and not a forfeit. Although Qin Tianyuan had a great reputation and was known as one of the 4 young grandmasters of the new martial arts evaluation, Feng Zongxi was not afraid of this young banished immortal whose sect was far away from the Central Plains. At the very least, he had Lu Jiejuan, whose sect was deeply intertwined, and Li Zhongho, who could only die under the great snow cone spear. Therefore, Feng Zongxi would not lower himself to show weakness to a young man. If word got out, he would not be able to survive in Jianghu. Do Changfeng, who had a toad-like face with his master's support, immediately made up his mind. Since he could not win over this genius swordsman of the Tai-Bai sword sect, he would take advantage of this opportunity to destroy a guy whose reputation in Jianghu was even higher than his. Qin Tianyuan, who was dressed in a green robe, slowly stood up and said calmly, "From today onwards, my sword will be renamed Firewood." Obviously, this sentence was only for Fan Shaochai. Su Fengyin held back his laughter and glanced at her. Fan Shaochai seemed to be completely indifferent. Chapter 1877. Feng Zongxi frowned. If it was an unwritten rule in the Chinese world of Jianghu, if there was not a great disparity in strength between the 2 parties involved in a conflict and both parties knew each other well, they would definitely sit down and talk. It was also fine if they did not sit down. Even if they still had a fight in the end, they would still stand and talk first. He did not expect that this rising star did not understand the etiquette at all. Do Changfeng wanted to see the world in chaos. He fanned the flames and said, "Young Master Chun, I don't mean anything else. Why won't you give me face? Fine, even if you don't want to know me, I'll take it as my unrequited love. But my master, the leader of the Snow Hut sect, and Fairy Facian are all here. Why do you have to say the name of your sword and be so aggressive?" Qin Tianyuan, who had his back to Fan Shaochai, said softly, "Don't worry, I won't lose." Su Fengyin could not help but laugh. "Don't you know that Fan Shaochai wants you to be hacked to death?" After the young man who held up an entire sect by himself said this, his aura changed completely. He did not even hold the hilt of his sword. There was no sword aura around him, but his sword aura was soaring, 3 feet above his waist, like a river. Su Fengyin looked up in the direction of the great lotus peak of Wudong Mountain. He felt a headache coming on. At this moment, Feng Zhongshi's expression finally changed. He thought that he had overestimated this sword Dao banished immortal, but now he knew that he had underestimated him. Even Lu Jiejuan of the Misty Peak, who was in her 50s but looked like she was 18, had to stand up and act as a mediator. She said in a hoarse voice, "Young Master Chun, it's fate that we met by chance. Why do you have to fight?" Chun Tianyuan said in a low voice, "I have the reason. The sword is at my waist." Lu Jiejuan smiled bitterly and said nothing. Young people really did not know the depth of the Jianghu. So what if he defeated this Central Plains divine fist? Feng Zhongxi had worked hard in the Liang River Lake for 30 years before he managed to accumulate his current reputation. It could be said that he had friends all over the country, especially the great steward of the Great Snow Plains, Huang Fangfua. Since Taibai Sword Clan had already become one of the 10 great sects, they would definitely be involved with the Chinese plains in the future. Taibai Sword Clan, which was located in a corner of the world, did not have any geographical advantage. Once they became enemies with Feng Zhongxi, they would not have to worry about the sects of the Chinese plains, the local government, or even a Ministry of Justice in Great Peace City harboring prejudice against Taibai Sword Clan. It was unknown if Chun Tianyuan, who gave people the impression that he was simple-minded, suddenly had a flash of inspiration or something else. This time, he actually went straight to the heart of the people and said, "Since my Taibai sword sect is a sword sect, we should stand on the sword. Raise your sword and flatten the hills and ravines. Only aim straight for the center." Su Fengyin took a big gulp of wine and smiled. "Well said." Just as Feng Zhongxi and Lu Jiejuan were hesitating, the solemn snow house spear Saintly Chongho had already taken off his 2 large and small spear pouches and said indifferently, "The spear is called the Great Snow Cone." Su Fengyin suddenly said to Fan Shaochai in a hurry, "I have to go first. Help me keep an eye on this guy. If you need to, then act. Of course, I'm not asking you to kill him. I'm asking you to help him. If you really can't do it, then tell me your identity." Su Fengyin had just stood up and was about to leave when a clear voice came from far above everyone's heads. Su Fengyin had a bitter expression and muttered, "It doesn't make sense. How can you see me from so far away?" Princess Sui Zhu Zhao Fengya, who had already suddenly died of illness, just so happened to be on Mount Wudong, and the little mudman was also there. Even more coincidentally, these 2 princesses had been at loggerheads on the mountain in their early years. Su Fengyin could never have imagined that after entering Bailiang, Zhao Fengya had steeled her heart to live in seclusion on Mount Wudong. Nor could he have imagined that the little mudman was even more determined to take care of the vegetable garden on the mountain. Su Fengyin didn't think that the 2 of them would empathize with each other and would be thanking the gods if they didn't fight. Chun Tianyuan leaned to the side and raised his head. For the first time, he grasped the firewood originally named Careless. He was a natural sword embryo that only appeared once in 100 years. That one was even more so. In Jianghu, when it encountered a great year that only appeared once in 1,000 years, it became unreasonable. Everyone looked up at the sky at the same time. A woman was flying through the air with a box on her back. She broke through the vast sea of clouds from Big Lotus Peak and flew over like an immortal descending to the mortal world. The old people always said that in Jianghu, one had to pay attention to style. With her style, she probably couldn't be any more impressive. A sword immortal of the land, flying 1,000 miles on her sword, traveling to Kunlun in the morning and arriving at the Eastern Sea in the evening. However, this female sword immortal's actions after landing in front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes were even more shocking. She didn't continue to ride her sword back into the box like an immortal. Instead, she held the great Liang Dragon Sparrow sword and pointed the tip of the sword at a guy who was forcing a smile. She said angrily, "Trying to run?" The guy sat back down on the bench and said confidently, "How is that possible? I was just thinking of bringing you a bottle of green ant wine." She widened her eyes. He stared back at her without showing any signs of fear. Her face was flushed red, and she was fuming. They stared at each other. There was a large group of people beside them who were also staring with their eyes wide open. Finally, she glanced at the unopened bottle of green ant wine on the table and said with a straight face, "You can pay the bill yourself." Su Fingyin said with a cheeky smile, "I know that you like to bring money with you when you go out. Lend it to me first, and I'll return it to you later." Seeing that she was about to raise her sword and slash him, Su Fingyin immediately lowered his head and took out a money bag. I clearly remember that I didn't bring any money." Chen Tianyuan saw this scene and felt that this person was really shameless. She snorted heavily and flew back on her sword. She came from a sky and left from a sky. He didn't forget to remind her loudly, "Slow down, the wind is strong." When her figure disappeared into the surging sea of clouds, everyone turned to look at that spineless guy. He slammed the table and said angrily, "What? Is it wrong for a man to love his wife?"